opportunity that we can't pass on.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls, and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Taita High School. See.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Okay, guys, twice to sell. We've got past the sell. Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Kia ora koutou, ko taranaki te maunga, ko Manawatu te awa, no te papai oia ahu, ko Kaiser toku whānau, ko Paul toku ingoa, no reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. And no mai haere mai, welcome back to the Waimarie Hutt Valley Croquet Club for the final day of the 2024 Under-21 Golf Croquet Singles Championships. Starting the day off right, as usual, we've got myself, Paul Kaiser, and I'm joined once again by Janet Boutel in the commentary box. So the story of the first day really was Mikey's 2 upset wins against Josh and Levi, but I feel like yesterday's story absolutely has to be how Luke Francis has been playing. He's certainly impressed everyone, hasn't he, Janet?
He absolutely has. He's been playing brilliantly.
And he actually got, at the close of play, at the close of streaming yesterday, we still had 1 round to go, and in that round he managed to get a win over Josh Winter, and in fact it was a pretty comprehensive win. The score there was 7-2.
Yes, he did extremely well. That 7-2 game, it's a pity we couldn't screen it, but it happened after we finished.
Yeah,
it was a lovely game to watch.
That's right. I think there was a lot of fatigue among not just the players, but the streaming and camera operators.
Yes, it was the last game of the day.
So with that actually puts Luke Francis in 3rd equal place, tied with James Duggan behind Levi Franks on 13 wins and Josh Winter on 12 wins. And with only 6 games to play today, you'd think that Levi and Josh are probably the 2 favourites to take out the tournament.
I would think so at the moment, but on the other hand, you never know what's going to happen in a game, and somebody may come and win all the games today, and the whole scene may change completely.
Yeah, you think everything's normal, and then Luke Francis just turns up the heat and beats everyone.
He comes up from nowhere.
So it'll be really interesting to see how he plays today. I know I was talking to Nathan Bullen, and he seemed pretty, I don't know what the word is, apprehensive about playing him. He didn't know whether he was going to go God mode.
So we're just waiting for lawn 1 to start.
And it looks like they've actually just finished their hit up, and James Duggan is about to play his first shot. So we have James Duggan playing the blue and black balls, playing against Patrick Connolly, playing red and yellow.
And James has just put in the blue ball over to hoop 1, so that's the first shot of the game.
That's right, and as you can see on the camera, it's a bit misty today. We've had a bit of a dusting of rain this morning, but I think that stopped around 7 a.m. or 7:30.
Yes, it must have rained heavily overnight because the lawn is quite damp, and it is misty and overcast and drizzling a bit, so it's not going to be the most ideal playing conditions.
And with how wet it is, the sun's not come out, so it's not really going to dry the lawn up as much. So I think the lawns would stay a lot slower for a long time today.
Yes, it does rather look like it, doesn't it?
Which is going to make it easier. There's less control that's required to get these good positional shots, but you still have to adjust to the right weight of them, and it'll be different from what it was yesterday.
It will be very different because I can't see this rain lifting anytime soon.
And right as we see that, it looks like Patrick may have gotten the wire here on blue at red. James is shooting at something, but I'm wondering if the way he's playing it, no, he's widened the legs in his normal shooting stance.
Well, James's ball, actually, the blue ball went a fraction too far, didn't it?
Yes, I think we might see the cannon, and that was a fantastic shot. James is certainly, he's had a Weet-Bix, he's had the breakfast of champions. He has started the day off right.
With his blue ball, he's managed to dispose of both red and yellow and leave himself in front of the hoop, which is a good start for him.
That's really good. He's played that perfectly. He'll be really stoked with that.
Yes, that's a good start from James.
I think it's a real confidence booster when your first shot, it doesn't necessarily have to be a hoop shot, but whatever it is.
As long as it's a good one, it does give you confidence at the beginning of the day. So Patrick is now going to have to do something about blue.
Black.
Blue is in front of the hoop.
That's right, but I think Patrick knows that he needs to get rid of this black ball, the poropango.
Well, black plays next.
That's right.
And he does.
And Patrick's also played this really well. He's left himself the best possible chance with red remaining in front of the hoop. And in fact, he may have actually hampered Blue's shot a bit.
I think he may, because red is now almost directly behind blue.
And
blue plays first.
That's right. And so you see with James's stance, he would probably have a bit of trouble getting over the top of that blue ball just with where he likes to put his feet. He wouldn't be able to play this in his normal stance.
Well, he's played black back to in front of the hoop, and he's got a nice block on yellow, so yellow can't see blue.
That's right. So I think we might actually be seeing...
And the black ball did its job and put in the block. But I'm not sure if James has actually got a shot there with blue, because there are so many balls around. He's going to be hampered, I think.
Well, at the hoop.
Mm-hmm. Because he's got black behind him and red behind that.
That's right. I think it looks like James is just going to clear this one to the line. You could potentially try and play a snuggle here, just tap it onto red, so red can't do anything either. But then the blue, then you have all four of the balls really close together. Everything's hampered.
Yes, so
James has just decided to cut this one to the corner, and it actually is quite a good spot to cut it to, because now Patrick's clearance is going to be at the black ball, but the yellow ball is almost defending one of the angles. If you hit the black into the yellow, the black's not going to go very far, and the yellow will. So Patrick's got to be really careful about how he hits this one.
So red is now in corner one.
So from how the camera can see it, he'll want to be hitting it on... I'm trying to work it out. He'll want to be hitting it...
left-hand side.
He'll want to be cutting it down towards the camera at the moment.
There's not a lot of space because black and yellow are so close.
That's right. So he's really thinking about the side he's got to hit this on. And he's very calm with how he casts here, taking his time, making sure that it's going exactly where he wants.
Here he goes.
Oh, and he's got the
Oh
yellow.
dear, he hit his partner ball. That's not good.
I think it still could be worse. You have to go for that shot, and he was aiming to hit it on the correct side. And it's just a shame that
Yes.
he went slightly too far and hit the yellow instead.
Yes, so red is now near the peg.
But it was the right choice.
It was the right choice of shot. It just didn't quite come off for him.
And so here we go. First,
So now James is having a go at hoop one.
not quite the first hoop shot of the day, or maybe it was actually.
I'm not sure if the other lawns have made hoop one yet.
I was going to say I thought there'd been a hoop run over on the other side. No.
Oh, and the hoop rejects black ball, so the hoop is not run.
So that might neutralise the little that confidence booster that James had before with the double clearance.
It's always worth a go at the hoop, though, that if you've got a shot.
No, that's right. It's definitely the right decision. And at the end of the day, it's only hoop one in the first game. James will be like, okay, that's all good. Reset, move on. So we'll just play this blue ball in, and he'll be looking at clearing yellow with black.
So yellow went deep. Blue's now back in front of the hoop. So Patrick from near the peg has got to do a bit of a clearance here.
Yes, he appears to be going for the tutuki here, the Croquet. And he's going to be playing Poro Whiro at Poro Kikorangi.
That is the red ball at the blue ball.
Yep, that's right. And I think it's a pretty reasonable shot to play. You're going to end up on the boundary if you miss, and then if you hit it, you hit it.
And he seems to have missed everything, and red is now down on the south boundary.
But again, because he only ends up on the boundary, that makes it a perfectly valid attempt to have, and it's totally okay if you miss.
It certainly does.
And so, just like we said before, this is going to be black at yellow. Poro Pango going for Poro Kowhai.
That is black ball going for yellow ball.
And you want to be sending this black ball off the line because red will be able to clear it if it's not. And it means yellow would be able to come right back in front of the hoop. No, it would have to clear blue. That's my bad. So it's not too crucial, but you'd still want it to go off the line.
And James hits it. So yellow is now down on the south boundary.
And I think if you're James, you'd probably rather have the position of those two balls swapped. I know sometimes you can aim to send the ball a certain way, and then it's your ball that goes that way instead.
The balls don't always do what you want them to.
And the reason that I say that is because now Patrick's shot on blue is going to be a lot straighter, and then you have the hoop in the conversation as well. There might almost be a double here with how blue's positioned. So we'll have to see what happens here, whether this is a hoop shot or just shows shooting at blue. I feel like it should be blue here.
Well, blue plays after yellow, so yellow has to do something about blue, or blue will have a go at the hoop.
That's right. I'm trying to work out when he's going to power down and hit the ball. A lot of players, right before they swing back to hit the ball, it's a little bit of a different stroke from their cast.
Yes, they do a slightly larger swing, don't they?
But with Patrick, it's very difficult to tell, and that's a very good thing because it means his casting is always the same. It's a very smooth and fluid technique.
Here he goes.
And he has cleared that
And
blue.
he clears blue. So blue is now near hoop 5. Yellow has gone up the lawn a little bit.
And he'll just come back in front here. And I feel like Patrick might decide to let James have a go at the 7-yarder with black and just play this red ball in. No, and trust yellow to clear blue.
It's funny, actually. Sometimes you think you know what you would do, and they end up doing something completely different. I used to have a competition with one of the players in New Zealand, and we'd look at a game and say, well, what would you do now? And I would say, well, they might do this and this and this. And then my friend would say, yes, but they might do that and that and that. And
So
we watch, and they end up doing something completely different that we hadn't thought of.
Well, yes, it's hard to say from this perspective. Oh, here we go. Another nice shot there.
And Patrick has managed to knock blue away from the hoop, but both his balls are now further up the lawn, north of the hoop, so he's going to have to do a bit of a comeback.
This is a prime opportunity for James to get some Ys here. Very, very crucial thing, and it's been a bit of a theme of this tournament.
Yes, if he can hide that black ball.
Just because of how good these guys are with the Croquets, if you ever have a ball if your opponent has somehow put their ball behind a hoop, it's really, really crucial to be able to get that wide position. because it will force your opponent to take on a clearance they otherwise might not want to. It could be a lot longer.
Yeah, so Patrick has just played yellow onto the correct side of the hoop, but black and blue are now both got a hoop position.
Yes, that's right. And with what you were saying before about how you're having those competitions to see who's going to do what shot, and then sometimes they end up doing something completely different. A lot of the time, the perspective that you might have from sitting on the side of a lawn like we are, so the commentators here, we're sitting about about 30 metres away from where they are, possibly a bit more. We don't have the correct angle, so something that could be runnable may not actually be something that could be jawsable. You know, it might be sitting on the wire.
Yes.
So that really changes the tactical situation, because it gives you more or less options.
It does, yes.
That's a nice stop
So
shot there.
James has just got rid of red.
And I think this is going to be red at black here, I think.
I mean yellow at black.
Oh, sorry, black just played, right? Black just played?
Yes,
Okay,
black just cleared red.
So yes, in that
So
case...
yellow will have to play...
No, this will be a hoop shot. James is letting Patrick have a go at this.
It's a longest shot.
No, I think James has elected to give him this, and I think you have to take it. This would be a really good way to make a bit of a statement at the start of the game after James missed that first hoop shot. And again, he really takes his time, makes sure that he's hitting it exactly where he wants to. And his body barely moves. So it is a really good technique.
It's all in the arms, isn't it?
Only his arms are moving, and that minimises what can go wrong with your shot. Oh, I think he may have just clipped the upright.
I think it went off to the left-hand side. So James will now have a go at the hoop with blue.
Yes, it did. You see on the replay there.
Yes.
It appears James is actually only playing for the jaws here. He seems happy with that. I think you'd rather have the ball a little bit closer into the jaws,
Yes,
just to protect itself from yellow.
But he was coming from a little bit of an angle, I think, wasn't he?
Yes, I think that's why he went for the jaws. He chose to take the mature decision and just play it in, ensure that the next hoop, ensure that something absolutely has to be done about that ball, and that you are, and if it's not, sorry, you'll be able to get a nice controlled run down to the next hoop, rather than playing the angled hoop quite hard, possibly bouncing out, and that would be 2 misses at the first hoop. Probably something you don't want to see.
No, it's not good for your first hoop, is it?
And speaking of the first hoop, Patrick appears to be lining up the Haho Tarapeki, the humongous jump shot. He's looking to go straight through the hoop from here.
Do you think he's going to try that?
He is. You can see he's standing further forward than he usually would, which
He
means his
is.
mallet's going to come down at an angle, forcing the red ball up into the air. And it's interesting that he elects to do this. These are very wet lawns, and that can really take some of the spring out of them, which makes it harder for you to get that air on the ball. So we'll see how Patrick plays it. He's got huge air. I don't know how close that was. I've got to look back at the replay for that, but we will see. Huge air. That is, okay, I thought he missed it on the other side of the hoop from...
Yes, but in actual fact, he missed it on the right-hand side of the hoop. And red has now gone up the west boundary almost even with hoop 6.
But with the jump that you got, I think Patrick can be pretty happy with that. You never expect to get these kind of shots, especially from the angle that he was.
It's always worth giving it a go, though.
Yeah, and I think it's good that these players sometimes decide, yes, I will take this all or nothing shot. At least you have that option in your arsenal, and you're happy to try it, even if it doesn't come off. Because then, if you're playing against someone, they have to consider that you might attempt that. And while it probably won't come off, there is, even if it's only 1 in 10, it's better than nothing.
Now that's interesting. Patrick has just played yellow back towards hoop 1, and it looks as if it's on the upright, perhaps, and it's very close to blue.
So it looks like he might have been trying to do this intentionally, because if he came through the hoop from the back, that would push blue probably into a spot where it could jump. So I think he might have actually played that with the perfect weight. Just puts it in the back of the jaws, and it stops
there
blue.
we are. They're both in the jaws, actually.
Yep, and it stops blue from being able to run it. So this makes it a really interesting situation, because it appears these balls are not touching. And what does it mean? What are the consequences of... Why do I say that the balls not touching means a lot, Janet?
The problem with the balls just not touching there is there's a possibility of a double tap.
If James were to try and run the hoop straight on and play it hard.
And that would be a fault. A double tap is when the mallet hits the ball once, and then because the blue ball isn't going anywhere because yellow is in the way, if the mallet touches the ball twice...
So if James were to try and run this with blue and hit it onto yellow, the ball would hit yellow, bounce back...
And bounce back onto the mallet.
And come back to the mallet that's still following through.
Yes, and that would be a fault, and he wants to avoid that if possible.
That's an interesting shot here from James. He's played it, he's done the correct thing, which is just hit blue and it will knock yellow away and possibly send blue through the hoop. But it appears how it's ended up that black may not have a shot down to the next hoop. But the problem here, I think, is that Patrick's jump shots are good enough that I think you almost have to run this with blue no matter if black is obscured down to the next hoop.
Well, with black and blue so close in there to the hoop, it's going to make it very difficult for Patrick to do anything with either red or yellow.
He's just going to shoot this down at blue, knock it out of the hoop, and if he's not, James I think still has to run it, and it gives black a difficult shot down. Or it appears that it's the case anyway. It might actually be completely fine and just pass the hoop.
Well, black is so close behind blue that he can't clear red.
No.
Either.
He can't. And even if he could...
It's just too tight there.
Oh, he's looking. Oh, he's hit black. That's not good. Now black does have a hoop shot down. But I think it was still the right idea going for this clearance with blue.
Yes, that was a beautiful shot from
yellow,
Patrick. He cleared red and yellow.
No, he cleared black.
He cleared black and...
So James looks down at the next hoop because
he will be making the hoop now.
He's playing this just as a positional shot because the hoop run is almost assured.
Right, that's hoop 1 to James.
And it looks like he's played that pretty well. He's got a good position at the next hoop.
Yes, he's run it all the way down to hoop 2.
You can see he actually, on the replay, he stopped his mallet. And that means the mallet doesn't follow through and hit the hoop, which could mess up your shot. It's not a fault if you do that, but you just lose control.
It's not a fault, but it's not a very good shot.
It just doesn't help your shot.
And a good shot from Patrick to take red down in front of blue and right in front of the hoop.
So this is where the second ball becomes really important here because it gives blue the option of just clearing red rather than going for a hoop shot. And it appears that it's John just past the hoop, not something James would want here.
No, I'd rather be a couple of yards in front than a few inches behind.
Absolutely, and he very much still can take on this red. It just, you don't put yourself in a good position. And this is really interesting because no, it's not wide. I thought it was for a second.
He's taking a look at it, and it appears to be open.
Even if the hoop is partially blocking the yellow ball, as it may be from the angle that we can see. James from that distance is perfectly happy with having a shot at 3/4 or even half of a ball, so that won't pose any trouble for him. Now we see if he's going for this hoop or this red. That's a nice stop shot on red, but he has blocked himself. He's going to have to play this as a jump or as a cannon here.
Yes, he's sent red to the north boundary.
You can see he's looked at it, he's not too happy. He would have been trying to avoid that as well. It would have been a factor in his mind when he played that stop shot. So now I think Patrick can just choose to leave this, put this red in, not do anything about black.
So Patrick's just clearing the black pipe away from the boundary to give himself room.
Which you're allowed to do, of course. In fact, you almost should do it every time.
And he's playing, yes, you're right, and he's just played red back in again.
Yep, so now are we going to see the cannon, which is where James will hit one ball onto another, just like he did at the first hoop, or are we going to see a jump croquet where he jumps the black ball over the blue and hits the yellow, and it is going to be a cannon here, Janet. He's going to play this with a bit of control, just so he gets the angle he wants. He doesn't have to move yellow very far. No, he's just gone for red instead. I would have thought he'd try the cannon there. I think
yes.
yellow is too good where it is to leave it there.
Yes, well, yellow plays next, and yellow's got a shot. Do you think yellow will dispose of blue, or will he just go for the hoop?
I think you have to go for the hoop here if you've been left the shot. The in-off is also a possibility, so you could hit blue on the right-hand side and hopefully sit in the jaws. If you are going for that in-off, you'd want to play it pretty softly, so we'll see what Patrick does here. And in fact, the way he's aiming at it, it may be going for that in-off, so we'll see how he goes.
So Patrick's lining up to play his yellow ball, Poru Kowhai.
And you can see he was going for the in-off there, but he's actually hit that right on the middle.
Didn't quite work, did it?
Sometimes I feel like it's always the times when you don't want to hit it in the middle, and then that's when you absolutely middle it.
Do you think he may have been better to simply get rid of blue?
Well, that's what he did.
Yes.
He was.
But he didn't want to get himself there as well.
No, so he would have been aiming to get that yellow bouncing off the blue and at least going towards the hoop.
Yes, but it didn't quite work, did it?
Yeah, and he would have gotten rid of blue in the process.
All right, so now for hoop 2, we have no balls anywhere near the hoop, so let's start hoop 2 again.
Well, I think this gives Patrick the advantage here because...
It does. He can be first at the hoop with his red ball,
and
his Poro Ferro.
And the position where blue's going to have a pretty long clearance. This really puts Patrick in control, I think, with just how James didn't get the controlled clearance on the yellow.
Well, I think that hoop 6 may be in the way of blue getting down there.
Oh, it's hard to say. I don't think so. I'm just looking over at the lawn. It looks
it's
like
difficult to see the angle there.
It looks like he is open, and in fact he must be, because if he wasn't, he would have had to shoot with the black. And since we haven't seen that, James is just going to line up this Poro Ferro. He's going for the tutuki here, the Croquet. Looks up, looks down, looks up his line, but he's going to keep his head down while he plays the shot. Because if you bring your head up as you swing through, you see he keeps it down and only lifts his head up after he plays.
All right, so the blue ball is now in corner 2.
Yep, that's right, and Patrick will be wanting to run this one. And you see how quickly control of the hoop can change just from that one clearance that James played onto yellow. That's why
Yes, it does, doesn't it? You think that you've got a nice hoop shot there and you're sitting in front of the hoop and somebody comes along and wipes you out and you have to start all over again.
That's why I think as you get to the minus level, these controlled clearances, stop shots, the ball doesn't have to stop, but it has to be somewhere where you can confidently rotate anyone that comes back into position.
Yes.
Kind of denying the area in front of the hoop. And that's a really nice shot from Patrick.
And even if you're in the jaws, you can't be guaranteed that you're going to get the hoop.
Oh, that's right. So that'll be 1-all.
All right,
here.
so that's 1-all. Patrick's evened up the score then. So black is going off to hoop 3 and it's got a nice position in front of the hoop.
So yes, that's what I was saying before with how at the minus level, the minus handicap, all of these players, you really want to be getting these controlled clearances. And you can see how even one, he still hit the yellow, but he just lost his blue, and that was what lost him the hoop there.
So black and yellow now have both got good positions in front of the hoop.
Of course, I say that like it's easy, but it's definitely not.
It's definitely not. In fact, it's jolly hard.
That's why I'm saying it's so important at minus 11. I'd say if there are any minus players trying to work out what can I do to improve, one of those things, if you're not thinking about it already, is those controlled clearances from even 5-6 yards, playing them slightly. You can, just so you have it in your arsenal, you don't have to do it all the time. Sometimes getting the distance is what you need, but...
Yes, so here's Patrick about to play the red ball, the Poro Ferro, over to the others at hoop 3.
No, he'll be shooting at black here. Remember, James played the really nice positional shot.
Yes, he did.
So again,
you think he can get it from there?
Oh, it's definitely doable. All of these guys are capable of it, and it's really cool to see, because we know that every game there are going to be some great shots, and it's always good pleasure for us to see supporting good croquet, but it's also good pleasure for the viewers so they can see good croquet. And I really just love how Oh, he's got it.
Oh,
No,
yes,
that's good enough. He's moved it, so it's no longer in position.
So black had a hoop shot, and now black doesn't have a hoop shot.
And in fact, you'd almost be happy with where the blacks ended up, because if he'd hit it straight on, and the black ball had come in the direction of where the red went, black would be able to clear yellow to a long boundary. But as it is, he can only clear yellow to a short boundary.
Yellow will go into corner 3.
That will be James's aim. He's played that with a lot of control,
Yes.
which is good. If you're only going to send the opponent's ball to a short boundary, there's no point hitting it any harder than it needs to send it to the short boundary.
No, because otherwise your ball would go as well, and you want to keep your ball in touch with the hoop as much as possible.
And that's right. So again, that's another thing that's really important at the minus level, knowing when to modulate your shots. And that's something I think we saw with Luke yesterday. He can hit the ball really hard and really straight, but it's just having the experience to know when to slightly slow it down a bit.
Absolutely. So James is now going to hit the blue ball, Poro Kikorangi, and try and run a hoop.
That's right. And what do you think about his chances here?
It's a bit long and a bit angled, but it's still very runnable.
I think so. Here we go. Ooh.
The only problem with these hoops is that they are tending to reject the balls, aren't they, if they're not absolutely straight.
But that's good.
So that was a rejection from blue,
I think that's...
and the hoop wouldn't let it through.
It's very good if if the hoops reject the balls like this, because it rewards players who can play this really straight.
It does.
And for players like these, you want to be playing on only the tightest hoops, the most well-set ones.
So I think Patrick is now going to give it a go.
At the hoop, yes. James put this...
I think James tried to block it with black, but I'm not sure if he quite got the block.
Yes, that's right. You can see that he marked a spot on the lawn where he wanted to put it, but
the ball didn't go there.
He's just slightly overrolled it, or underrolled it. I can't remember which way he was playing
I think
it.
he's overrolled it because he was coming from the east boundary going west.
Yeah, that's right. So anyway, Patrick is lining up the ha-ho fitty, the hoop shot.
With the yellow ball is Poro Kofai. Kofai after the tree, which is yellow flowers.
And that's quite interesting with the Te Reo translation for croquet is just ho-fiti. So it's almost like the sport of croquet is named after hitting a ball at a hoop, which is the name of the game.
Yes, you're probably right. Here we go.
Oh, he's in the jaws. He's in the jaws.
So the yellow ball has got into the jaws. He's not through.
So now James has to think about what he does with black here. In an ideal world, well, you'd want to be able to jump over, but I think it's a little bit too close.
I don't think you can jump at that distance. It's too close and too angled.
The obvious second option would be to cut black behind the hoop, so play blue onto black so that black can just hit yellow through the back.
Yes, but I have a suspicion that if he tries that, then red will hit black out of the way anyway.
Exactly, just with where red is, it's not something you can do.
Yeah, so there's no point in that.
So, but now you really do want to move black somewhere where it can get rid of yellow, but it doesn't look like he can, so it's a real tactical dilemma here. He's only going to clear red so far, and then even if he does, and there's a problem there, it's interesting. I wonder what he's doing. He's only going to move red like a couple more metres, but sometimes a couple more metres can be enough, Janet.
It can, but he may just be trying to block red from doing anything.
Oh, he is, and I think I like this.
Yes,
option.
He's just nestling up to it. Well, trying to nestle up to it.
I'd say it's more difficult, but I think it's the right option.
It's probably about 30-40 centimetres apart, so it hasn't quite reached red.
And as long as you're doing the right thing and you have the right ideas, you are going to win games. So I wonder if we're going to see Patrick just clear the black, or if he's going to try and hit yellow on the right-hand side and just send it through down to the next hoop. I have a feeling it might be black just because it's open.
I'm not sure what he's aiming at. The possibility is he could put yellow through the hoop and hit black at the same time.
That's very possible.
In the position where black is, that is a possibility.
I think you'd rather just go for black on the middle, get the distance. And that's what he's done.
Yes, that's what he's done.
Because the thing about roqueting an open ball is that the ball, a ball is technically 3 balls wide as a target, because you can hit it right on one edge, right on the middle, or right on the other edge. So that's almost 3 balls wide.
Yes, whereas a hoop is definitely only 1 ball wide.
That's right. There's only one line you can hit it on that goes through. And if he aimed for the yellow ball there, he had less of a target.
That's a very small target he's got there.
And this is a very small target James has got, aiming for this yellow. And he's hit the blue instead.
And he's hit the blue ball.
That's that there. It's a bit of a hidden hope shot. You may as well have a go, but
it's worth having a go.
But you're probably not expecting to hit it.
But Patrick will now run the hoop.
And again, nice and controlled. He'll be wanting to run it just like James did to get position down at the next hoop.
Let's see if he can get all the way down to hoop 4.
He's looking at it.
It's looking good.
I think he probably would have wanted a bit more roll on that, but it's fine. It's still, you'd rather be in front than behind. And why would you rather be in front than behind? Well, firstly, you have a hoop shot, but more importantly, it means your opponent cannot go for the wide position.
All right, so blue ball, Poru Kikarangi, is now down by hoop 4 as well.
And, again,
and here comes Poru Feru, the red ball.
And here we go again. It's the same line of play, the second ball going much tighter in than the first, allowing that first ball to just clear the first ball of the opponent.
Now James is moving the piping up by corner 3 for his black ball, because his black ball's right in the corner there.
And of course these guys know this line of play very well. It's a very standard pattern at this level. But the thing about it being so standard is that these guys practice roquets from this distance, and again, it's why the 7-yarders are so crucial.
So Patrick playing yellow. What do you think he's going to do?
Oh, he's going to hit blue. Oh,
blue
no.
does have a hoop shot, but it's quite a long one.
No, he has to.
I'm not sure if he's going to do that.
I was going to say because blue is wide from red, but blue will just have the hoop shot. So it is going to be the tutoki onto blue, onto poro kikorangi. And an ideal outcome here would be blue.
That is tutoki roki blue. And yes, he's done exactly that.
And as I was saying, the ideal outcome here would be putting blue on that south boundary, which he's done.
Which he's done. So that was a good shot, a sensible shot from Patrick.
And so what am I talking about with south boundary, north boundary? Do we have some kind of compass that aligns it, or?
Yes, we do.
How do we do that then?
If you have a look, you'll see that hoop 1 is painted blue. The top of it is painted blue. So that is always corner 1, and that is always denotes the south boundary of the lawn. So it's like a compass. Wherever the blue top hoop is always the south boundary. So if you look at a compass, the north boundary is up where hoop 2 and 3 is, and you've got a west side and an east side.
So to clarify, that's nothing to do with where north actually is on a map.
It's nothing to do with geographical north. It is Croquet north, a Croquet compass.
Yep, you might hear us talking about north boundary, south boundary, and like how are they working out where north and south are? Does everyone construct their croquet lawns in exact geographical alignment? But no, we don't.
No, it's a Croquet compass, and the south boundary is always where hoop 1 is. That's the blue top one.
It's just a nice shorthand way to refer to everything.
It is.
And that's a nice hoop shot there.
That's a nice hoop from Patrick.
From black. No, I meant Patrick.
Yes, so Patrick has run it with red. So he's so that's 2-1 to
Patrick. No, 3-1 to Patrick.
Must be 3-1 to Patrick.
Yes, that's right. And that line of play there really came off because yellow was able to clear the blue.
Well, that allows black to be first at the next hoop 5, and black has got a really good shot there.
But the tactical situation with going from hoop 4 to hoop 5 is a lot different than going down from hoop 3 to hoop 4.
Ah, yes, that's an interesting point. it's very possible to go from hoop 1 all the way down to hoop 2. So some of the hoops are up and down hoops, hoop 1 to hoop 2 and hoop 3 to hoop 4. But going across ways, going from hoop 4 to hoop 5, you're going in a completely different direction. You're going across the lawn rather than up and down the lawn.
And the easy way to remember that is that the odd-numbered hoops are the ones where if you run it down, if you run it a long way, oh, nice shot. If you run it a long way, you have a really good chance at the next hoop. And
That's right.
And the even-numbered hoops are the ones where you're turning a corner. So, for example, here we're going from hoop 4 to hoop 5. But just because we're going into the middle of the lawn, it means that the return roquets, the roquet from the south boundary over to hoop 5 is a lot easier than, say, from the north boundary down at hoop 4. It's a much shorter shot. And
yes,
you can see here with how Patrick's managed to hit that.
Yes, and of course hoop 5 and hoop 6 are closer together than the outside ones, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
So you have to run it with a lot more control. You can't just hit it hard and hope. If you want, that's only if you want to end up in front of the next hoop.
So it looks as if Patrick's going to clear black here.
Yep, and that's very sensible. Blue doesn't have a hoop shot. Player control clearance on the ball that just played.
And yes, he's done that, and black is now on the south boundary.
And you could jaws this here, but just with where red is, it's behind the hoop. Red will be able to clear this out.
Well, James thinks he's got to go here.
It'll be interesting to see if he plays for the jaws.
He'll either play for the jaws, or sensibly he's played just up to the hoop.
So the idea with that is James knows what we're thinking. He knows that if he plays into the jaws, red will just clear it.
Red will get it.
So he's thought, I'm just going to play up to the hoop and hope that the hoop blocks it from red. But unfortunately, he's gone a little bit too far, and red is open on this blue ball. Now this is a prime opportunity for Patrick to play 2 controlled clearances on the balls that have just played, and even better, if he sticks around and stays in front of the yellow will be able to promote red back to a hoop running position, and forcing black and blue, or both, to play clearance shots on it.
Well, yes, but don't get ahead of ourselves. Red still has to hit blue.
Oh, that's right.
So Patrick's lining it up.
And the other line of play, if red doesn't hit blue, which it does.
Red does hit blue.
So the promotion is no longer on. It's still very difficult to do it. And James is just going to play.
He's just going to play black back to the hoop.
And he's actually deliberately put this on the other side of the hoop than yellow is, so that if yellow plays a stop shot and it rolls a couple of metres, it's going to roll out of hoop running position. If James had put that on this near side of the hoop where yellow is, yellow could play the stop shot and he would have a lot of leeway to put himself into a good position.
So I don't think he's going for the hoop.
No, yes he is. He is going
He's
for that.
going for the hoop. He's having a ha-ha fitty.
That's right.
That is a hoop shot. We'll see if he makes it. He takes his time lining it up carefully.
And I think it's good. If clearing black is always an option here, but you're not going to stay in front of the hoop, and when you're 3-1 up, you may as well have a go, right?
And that one bounced off the upright and didn't make the hoop.
So again, you can see...
But there was no worry there because black doesn't play for a while, so we've got blue and red before black, so black was no threat.
I would say there is a bit of a worry because since yellow's ended up behind the hoop, blue would be able to play into a wide position of yellow, knowing that that would force Patrick to clear with red. But it's even worse because since black is in a hoop running position, Patrick is also forced to clear it with red. So red would have to clear 2 balls, which makes the wire so powerful because you could only do something about one of them.
Well, yellow plays before blue, remember?
Yes, but if yellow can't see blue, then it can't play the
I'm
clearance.
not sure if he can. I think he probably can see him.
Oh, and he's nicked blue.
Oh, he's nicked blue, but I think he was going for black, wasn't he?
I agree. You have to, because it's the ball that plays next.
So black now has the hoop shot.
And it would be really unfortunate if James would have missed this hoop shot and then Patrick had actually nudged blue into that wide position that we were saying is so deadly. But sometimes that's just what happens.
Oh, and he's gone
he's
through.
Taken a lot of wire on that. You can see how tightly they've set these hoops.
He has made the hoop.
I think the crew here helping out with the lawns, they've reset the hoops this morning, putting in the mahi as they have been every day.
Yes, the hoop team and the lawns team has been up in doing it in the dark, actually.
Yeah, the sun's only coming up at about 7:15, right?
Well, yes. Well, by the time I get here at about 7:30, it's still dark.
Yep, I know. All of us streaming guys here at the start, we were here barely at 7, and it was still completely dark. We saw the people wandering around with their headlamps on the lawn. We weren't even sure if anyone was here because you can't see.
Well, when I got here, it was still completely dark, and we're not getting any sun today anyway because it's misty and drizzly and not very nice.
Yeah, that's right. And you see here that blue has gone for the Croquet on yellow because yellow's played into such a good position, and since black took a lot of wide, didn't run the hoop very far, it has a hampered shot and it's a lot harder to hit.
No, black only just got through, didn't he?
That's right. So
The problem with going from hoop 5 to hoop 6, of course, is that there's a peg in the way.
yes, so sometimes you might be thinking, oh, I'll just play it straight at the hoop, but no, you can't.
And it
The
bangs
peg's
straight
there.
into the peg.
So this will be another hoop shot attempt from Patrick, the Haho Fiti.
And this is his yellow ball, his Poru Kowhai.
And this is the kind of shot you can run it controlled, but you don't have to. You'd rather do it at whatever pace is comfortable for you. And for some of these players, that's going to be a lot harder. For example, we see Levi loves to smash hoops hard, but then again, he's also very capable of running them with control. And some of these players, a more controlled hoop is going to be is going to be what's the most comfortable.
Well, that's interesting. Yellow is now sitting in the jaws. It didn't go through, but it's in the jaws.
I think blue still has to clear this because he knows that red will either clear black or hit yellow through the hoop. So
Yes, blue is now on the north boundary and more or less straight ahead and in quite a good position to clear yellow.
And you could clear red here, but just that would force black to play the jump shot, and I think you'd rather just clear yellow, remove it from the equation and not force yourself to play that big shot.
I think he will just go for yellow.
Yellow's also closer. And since it's sticking through the hoop slightly, James doesn't have to run it. He can just hit the wire and that will also hit yellow.
I don't think he can see very much of yellow, though. It is in the jaws and he can see a little bulge.
But it's sticking out.
It's enough.
Even if he hits the hoop wire, nice shot.
And he did. So yellow was in the jaws and now it's not.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice shot from
As I
James.
said before, you can't guarantee that you're going to make a hoop. Even if you're in the jaws, somebody will come along and knock you back out. And that's exactly what's happened.
And that's why I think you do need to put a bit of pace on these hoop shots. I think you would rather, well, if there are other balls around, you would rather just go through, you want to run it hard enough so that you're not going to take wire and sit in the jaws. So here, James had a couple of his balls in position as well. I think you'd rather have a rejection and stay out of the hoop than risk just sitting in the jaws and getting jumped.
For sure. It's always better if you can get a clean shot through.
But then, conversely, if you have full control of the hoop, both balls in front and your opponent's balls are nowhere to be seen, that's the kind of shot where you would rather reject and sit in the jaws. Because if you reject somewhere that's not in position, where your opponent is nowhere, that means they're not forced to play a clearance with one of their balls.
Well, do you think Patrick is going to try and clear blue now?
I think what's happened here is that Patrick can't see blue, or is choosing not to clear it because it's too far away. Since blue is going to clear red, that leaves black for the hoop, but I feel like just because black is closer and a wider target, you'd go for the ball.
He would have. I think he was going for black, except he's missed it, and yellow is now on the north boundary.
So this will be a nice little stop shot here again. You want to hit it slightly right of centre, and that will send blue going slightly back towards the hoop. Or not towards the hoop because he's playing away from it, but across into the direction that...
Blue is actually going to clear red.
Yes, but he's going to come...
Off he goes.
He is going to clear red, but I'm saying he's going to bounce off the red towards the camera here into a hoop running position or close to it. And that's what James is going to be thinking about as he plays this shot. And he's done that quite well.
There he is, he's done that.
Okay, he has come across, he's stopped where he is.
So yellow is now on the north boundary, red is now on the south boundary, and black and blue are both between the peg and hoop 6.
And you see how, even with Patrick managing to get almost the whole way through the hoop, James has still managed to wrestle back control, and it shows how important it is.
He did. Just when you think you've got a ball in the hoop, somebody goes and does that. So here's Patrick coming back with his red ball, his Poro Faro.
Now you wonder if there's a double here, a double target.
I'm not sure. Difficult to tell from this angle, but you may be right. But which one do you think he would go for?
I think it might be the hoop, just because James has 2 balls in front.
In fact, Patrick missed everything, and from going to the south boundary, he's now on north boundary with his yellow ball.
And James will be really liking his prospects at this hoop shot here.
Yes, I think James has the advantage here.
And this is one of those shots that I said before, you'd rather reject into the jaws than reject somewhere that's not in a hoop running position, because it means that red on its next turn...
So James has now comfortably made the hoop.
That's right, and it means that red on its next turn would not have to clear black if it wasn't in position. But James has played it hard enough and at his own comfortable pace that he's able to run it really nicely.
He has. So it looks as if yellow, Poro Kowhai, will be first at hoop 6. Hoop 7, rather.
That's right.
Yes, and yellow has got a nice position there.
Now, this is really interesting because since black is not out, red will be able to clear this. And James knows this. That is why he is lining up this tūtuki here with Poro Kikorangi. Because he knows that Patrick, with the red, is either going to clear the black or just play up to it and stop it doing anything. And he's played that really well.
And that was a magnificent shot from James. Yellow was in front of hoop 7, and he's not anymore.
And that was a huge shot with how important hoop 7 is. If you've come out of hoop 6 and you're 3-all, that gives such an opportunity. If you run hoop 7 with control and then down to hoop 8, that's a really good chance at getting yourself 5-3 up. And when you're on 5, it makes it a lot easier to get to 7, doesn't it?
It does. So Patrick has just played red in front of hoop 7 and got a nice position there.
This will be position here with for James. He's going to back his 7-yarder, which he's done.
So he's relying on blue to clear red.
It's interesting that Patrick's playing in here. He would have to be going for the blocking blue at red. If he didn't back himself to get that, depending on how you reckon, if you reckon James is going to hit the 7-yarder or not, you would have to play the 7-yarder yourself and hit yellow at black.
At this angle, I think it's quite difficult to make the block because he's coming across the line of play and he's only got a margin of error of about half a ball on each side to get that block.
Well,
and as it is, I think he's gone just about half a roll too far for that block.
No, but I think he was playing it as the 7-yarder to hit the black. It's just he wasn't playing it really hard. He was modulating that shot because he knew that all he needed to do was send black behind the hoop, not in a position to run the hoop, and that the important part of the shot there, was to have yellow staying where it is.
Hello, we've got a ball from another lawn here just coming over.
Yep, it appears that
black has arrived, so we'll have to wait for a player to come and get it back.
It appears that was a big jump shot from Ethan Gumbrill, and it has sailed over everything and over the boundary, the boundary barrier, the pipe, and it has rolled.
And James and James with his blue ball managed to clear red.
Yep, and
so So red is now heading back towards the hoop and probably having a go at black because black plays next and black's got a hoop shot.
And that's why it was so important for Patrick on that last shot to move black out of a hoop running position.
Yes, so
And
now he's going to have a go.
Because since he hasn't done that, he has to play this clearance. And you can see here we've had a couple of updates on some recent games. We've had Nathan Bullen did beat Luke Francis, and I know we said before he seemed pretty apprehensive about playing him, so
so that's a good win for him.
but it did look like Luke has given him a really good game. And then Levi Franks has also beaten Maddie Clarkson.
Oh, okay. So those games are now finished. Goodness me.
And we've only got 6 rounds to get through today, so we will be finishing a bit earlier. I'm not sure if we'll have prize giving streamed just because of the camera placement, but we'll see what happens at the end of the day.
Now Patrick missed black, so James has now just run hoop 7, and he's run it fairly nicely halfway down the lawn.
I think you'd want to be a bit closer than that, just because it makes that when James plays his second ball in, clearing the yellow with black will be a little bit more difficult than he would have otherwise wanted.
Yes, and Patrick will go all the way down, making it harder for James to clear him.
And when he's hit that quite hard, I think that could just be a bit past, and yes, it is. That is, I believe. Yes, that is, I believe that's not hoop running position. So James will be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief there, because he knows that that was a chance for Patrick to force black to play a more difficult clearance than he would have liked.
Yes, so James has gone a little bit shy there, and just keeping back from the hoop, because he knows that if he goes any closer, yellow will get him.
That's right, and no, it seems like he's adjusted for this, and he might be rolling just in front. Oh, it's hard to tell. I think that is actually a perfect shot there from Patrick. He has managed to get it right in front.
I think he has, hasn't he? And black again, just not going too close.
He doesn't want to get stop shot by yellow. He doesn't want to tempt doesn't want to tempt fate.
No, he's holding back.
But the problem with leaving it there is that yellow can now just play. He doesn't have to play the clearance here. He can just go for the wire, blocking blue at red and the hoop. But I think Patrick is choosing to clear this because the jump shot would still be on the cards.
It looks as if he's trying to clear blue.
Yep, and so we have Poro Kōwhai shooting at Poro Kikorangi, going for the tutuki here, the roke.
And this is exactly why blue didn't want to go too close.
That's right, it makes yellow's shot a lot easier.
If he's closer.
And it also means that the closer you are, the more control you have over your roques, right? So the stop shot just becomes that much easier. As it is now, if Patrick loses control of his yellow ball, James will still have to play a couple of good shots to get back into the hoop, but it means if he does, it's a lot easier for him to get that control back.
So Patrick warming up with his casting, waiting till he feels ready.
And it's really good composure, not...
Here he goes.
Oh.
Oh dear. So Patrick actually missed blue completely, and yellow has now gone right up to the north boundary and is out of the picture.
It does look to me that he might have put a little bit more power into that than he would otherwise be comfortable with.
Well, he did, because on that last backswing that he does before he hits, I think he took it back further than he normally does to try and get some power into it.
Yes, it looks slightly different to me, and I think that might have been what caused the downfall there.
Yes.
At the end of the day, you still do have to move the ball. So
yes, he was trying to just put too much power into it to get that blue ball away, and ended up missing it completely.
This is just going to be the roque here.
Yes, clearance from red.
And now...
Blue is now in corner 1.
Now this is really interesting. Do you play in here, or do you just go for the roque, just with how far away black is and how far away it is from the hoop? It looks like Patrick's playing in.
If he's playing red back into the game, then it's an invitation for black to clear him.
That's right. So I think if you are going to do that, you either have to block black's hoop shot, or you have to come so close into the hoop that black will not choose to clear you, because you will either clear red onto the hoop, or you will lose control of black and go past the hoop, not remaining
Yes,
in
well, it
position.
looks as if James is just going to be content with getting rid of red and staying in touch with the hoop himself.
Yes.
So he's going to clear red and stay in a hoop running, hopefully, position.
Yeah, Patrick would have wanted to come...
And that's exactly what he's done, yes.
Patrick would have wanted to be a bit closer with that red ball, because as it is, James was able to play that and remain in front of the hoop.
He did. So now we've got black in front of hoop 8, yellow on the north boundary, red on the south boundary, and blue in corner 1.
And something that I think James could have played there is, if he played this the Croquet on red slightly softer, that would actually mean red would stay in the lawn and blue would be able to clear red to a long boundary. So it would be strategically putting the ball deliberately not out on purpose, so blue could have played a 7-yarder on red and smashed it down towards hoop 9.
So here's blue just coming back into play, and blue has got a nice position in front of hoop 8.
And it's kind of like rushing it to a spot where your current ball can rotate it. So he could have even hit the red on the left-hand side, sending it closer to blue, making the shot with blue a lot easier. But sometimes sending it to the line can just be...
So I think Patrick will probably have a go at black, because black will get rid of yellow, leaving blue to run the hoop.
That's right. It has to be black here.
So this is a longish shot from Patrick. But he needs to make that tutuki, the roki on black.
Yes, with the porofero.
That is the red ball.
Oh, when he's hit the hoop.
He did.
Oh no, we went blank there with the camera for a second, but it's just come back.
That may have been more wired, red onto black, than we could see from here.
But no matter what happens here, James now has that clearance. So if he had played the line I said before with deliberately not putting red out, that would mean blue's clearance at red would be similar to what black's clearance at yellow is now. But he could have done that 2 shots sooner.
He could. Now the interesting thing here is that black has put yellow over onto hoop 9.
Yes. So what's that mean for Patrick here?
Well, it means that Patrick has to get back over the halfway line, or he will end up being too hapa. He will be offside.
Yes.
So he's going to play back to safety.
Well, I think he's going to do more than play back to safety. He's going to be shooting at the blue here, because
it's a long shot right from the east boundary right over to hoop 8.
But you do have to go for it, because if you miss this, James is 5-3 up, and as we said before, that's a huge advantage.
Yes, it is. He's got to go for it. He's winding up.
And bang. Oh, I don't know if he likes it, or
No.
I think he did.
No, he's missed it, and he's gone harmlessly off to the east boundary.
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes. Some players will look at the Croquet, look at the shot no matter what, even if it's completely missing.
Yes.
Some players will just look away and be like, nah, that's nowhere near. So it's hard to say whether they like it or not.
Yeah, so James is now looking at running hoop 8 with the blue ball.
Yep. Patrick may not have liked his hoop, his Croquet, but James
he's run it down to the boundary.
But James definitely liked his hoop shot there.
So that is now 5-3 to James.
But Patrick does have first shot over, so if this is in position, it's all to play for.
He does. He definitely has the advantage of being first at the next hoop.
And just how hoop 7 is important, because you can get 5-3 up. Hoop 9 is important because it allows you to get, well, you can just win. You can get to 7, but it also allows you to get back into the game, get back to 5-all, and then it's really all to play for down the middle at the end.
But Patrick, with his red ball, the porofero, has got a reasonable hoop position there.
So if this yellow was good, then the stop shot on black is the play. Here we go. Oh, roll, 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 roll. Oh, not
and
quite.
Yellow is a little bit short on that.
So this means that if James misses this Croquet on red, Patrick is forced to go for the hoop shot. He cannot play the stop shot on black. So we'll see if James can manage this tutuki.
Roki.
And a Croquet is simply when you hit one ball onto another to move it away. Obviously something you do quite a lot in golf croquet. No, and he's missed it.
And blue has missed it. So red either clears black or goes straight for the hoop.
I think this is definitely the ha-ho fitty, the hoop shot here.
Yes, but don't forget that black plays after red, and black's got a hoop shot as well. So if red doesn't make the hoop, then it leaves it open for black.
Yes, but if you're 5-3 down, I think
you
have
need
to make
the hoop. He's going for it.
And it's maybe if it was a bit further back, you know, clearing black is fine, but I think just where it is, you've got to be able to run hoops knowing that the opponent will be able to capitalise if you don't. But also, if you just run the hoop, Levi likes to say it, just run the hoop.
Just run it. So Patrick's winding up for the hoop.
Because at the end of the day, the hoop shots from there is something top golf croquet players will practice
he's
all the time.
going for the ha-ha fitty. He's going to run the hoop.
And these kind of shots are something you practice all the time. It's the same. For me personally, it shouldn't change anything whether there's another ball there or not, because you should just run it in the first place.
He's taking very much care with this one.
As he should. Oh, and that we've just heard a couple beeps there. That'll be the 20-minute time limit coming into play. And he has run that. It hasn't even, it's barely touched the sides if it has at all. So a really good shot there from Patrick, and he's run it.
That's a very good shot, and he's run it. Well, he hasn't run it quite down to hoop 10.
But it's within...
But certainly a useful position for him.
It's within Croqueting distance, and that means James is going to... He's actually done this on purpose. He knows that red's in a good Croqueting position, so the response to that is to deliberately play over to the short boundary side. So James is in fact denying the area himself, which means that wherever, if anyone comes in, James is able to clear them to a long boundary. And this is something you'll see a lot at the highest level of golf croquet. People will deliberately avoid taking position in order to deny the area instead. But of course, you have to be very confident with your Croqueting ability to be thinking about these lines.
Well, that now makes it 5-4. So James is still one hoop ahead.
That's right, and I wonder if we're going to be seeing the hoop shot here, or it's just going to be at blue.
It could just be a clearance on blue.
I have a feeling it... Oh, I mean, there's arguments either way. But I think it would be the clearance. It's hard to say. We'll see what he does. It was the clearance.
It was the clearance on blue.
So now it's interesting to see what black's going to do, because if he comes back from the hoop, yellow will be able to do a nice easy stop shot, which is what you don't want. So
it looks as if he is going for the hoop.
No,
or at least sitting in front of it. He's hiding from red.
He's playing in really, really tight, so it makes the clearance from yellow difficult. He may have been going for the block on yellow at the hoop, but also going for the wire of red through the hoop.
I don't think he's quite got the wire through the hoop.
Oh, it looks pretty good to me, to be honest.
I think it may be open there.
Well, we'll have to see what Patrick does when red plays. I think if it is open, we will see James playing the 7-yarder and going for that red ball. But if it's not, James will just play this in.
So Patrick playing Poru
Kowhai,
the yellow ball.
Now again, you've got a bit of a choice. Do you go for the hoop or do you go for black? But I think with the position Patrick's in, he wants to get it back to 5-all. I think the hoop is perfectly acceptable. And we'll see what he shoots at.
He's very careful with his casting.
Oh, and it was
And
the
he
hoop
made
shot.
a beautiful hoop. So that evens it up at 5-all.
A very good shot there from Patrick. And since that time limit has come into play, it means we are on a 20-minute timer and we're sitting at about 17 or 16 minutes, I'd say, just from my head. So I don't think, since we're at 5-all, I don't think that time is going to be a factor here.
So it's a very tight game at the moment, tied at 5-all. And we're heading off to hoop 11.
But they haven't, I don't think they've been spending especially long on each hoop.
No, they haven't.
There have just been a lot of hoops, and then everyone's been running, so 2 hoops, and then Patrick ran 2 hoops. And that 5-3 to 5-all situation, 3-all to 5-3 to 5-all, it's a very common pattern that you see, and you have to have the mental strength to be able to know, yes, I can come back down from that, and in fact, I'm actually pretty well placed to do so. It can make a game that seems a little bit one-sided actually not so one-sided after all.
Yes, it brings the whole thing back into the game, doesn't it?
That's right. And what are we going to see here? I think
I think James is going for red.
Yep, blue at red. Very sensible. Put it on the boundary. Give him the long shot.
And he's done that.
He might have even been going for the wire there.
But Patrick knew that's what he was going to do, and he was standing there waiting for his red ball to arrive.
And that's really, it's good etiquette as well, but it is also wanting to retrieve your ball.
It is.
But it also means you can put it exactly where it went out, so there's no ambiguity or disagreement.
That's right.
Especially when the chance for a ball to become wide from another is there. When you have a disagreement about that, someone might think, oh, that ball went out on this spot, and that means it's wide and you can't see my ball. And then the other player might be like, oh, no, it didn't. It was open. And then if you disagree and then you ask, oh, who actually saw it? And then you don't know.
Well, that's one thing about playing when there's dew on the lawn like this. You can actually see where the balls have gone because the lines are marked in the dew, which is quite funny. Yes, you can see the track where the balls went.
So what would happen hypothetically if there was a disagreement of if the ball went out in a certain spot or if the shot was a fault or not and there was no referee to adjudicate?
Well, if there was no referee to adjudicate, then it's up to the players to decide, and priority is given to the person who was closest to the shot or otherwise to the owner of that ball.
So the person who played the shot?
Yes. No, the person who played the shot should know just about where it went out.
But if the other player was in a better position, you'd probably accept what they said.
Yes, if he was in a better position to see, then you would take that into account, and if he actually was in a better position to see where the ball was and where the ball went to, then his view would take priority over the other.
But if there was some kind of dispute and an agreement couldn't be reached, it is the striker, the person who played the shot, whose view counts.
If they couldn't decide and they were having an argument over it, then the referee is entitled to walk on and solve the problem for them.
That's right. So the referee could make a ruling. They could say, oh, I actually saw this, but only if the players ask, I think.
Yes. The other thing is that the referee could appeal to any spectators who were handy and ask if they had seen exactly where it went out.
But the spectators are not allowed to volunteer such information.
No, not without being asked. But if the players can't solve the argument themselves, then the referee can walk on and solve it for them. And if nobody actually saw, the referee can make a decision and say, I'm placing the ball there.
Yep, but of course you never want to come to that decision. Usually everyone's pretty chill and respectful towards each other. If someone will say, I was better placed, even if the striker disagrees, you might say, yep, okay, all good.
Yes. It's unusual. Well, I have seen it happen, but it's unusual to have an argument on the lawn that the players can't solve for themselves. But on occasion it does happen, and I've seen it happen, and then the referee can walk on and tell them that we're going to solve it like this.
And I think with this group of players here, you're not going to see any big disagreements. Everyone's really nice and really friendly and plays with such good sportsmanship.
I think all the people playing in this tournament have all been on the Croquet circuit long enough. They all know each other. They very often share accommodation. They're all friends. So I think the chances of it having an argument like that are very small indeed.
Yeah, that's right. And just returning back to our focus on the game, it looked like yellow might have been wide on blue there, so Patrick elected to play that in. He did actually just nudge the blue. I'm wondering if he tried to curve it around using the lawn and curve it around that black ball to nudge the blue.
I think that's possible.
Oh, he's caught a lot of wire.
But James has just run hoop 11.
That puts him 6-5 up.
We may go to a 13th hoop on this one.
And I think in the interest of good croquet, I think that's what we'd like to see.
Well, the person who runs hoop 11 is going to be the first person to be at hoop 12.
Not
and
in this case.
If he gets a good position, then it's possible that we'll go to a 13th hoop.
Well,
so red is now down in front of hoop 12.
That only applies if you run the hoop under control down towards the next hoop, which James hasn't done.
Which didn't happen.
That means Patrick does have that first shot down. And
he does.
In fact, blue's shot at red is hampered.
But red hasn't got a particularly good position there.
And it would have been, it's real crucial that he did there, because if blue was hampered, it means he would have to shoot with black, not being able to put a ball in to give himself the chance to run the hoop if he hits the clearance.
Now, Patrick has got a really good position there with yellow.
So
it's likely that red will try and clear black.
No, blue's got to go for red or yellow here, because James is thinking of some advanced tactical gameplay, which I'll articulate in a second. Oh, he's gone for a block.
He has gone for a block, and it looks as if he's got it.
That's actually a fantastic shot if he's done so, because James's black ball is in a position where Patrick playing the red ball, you want to, okay, so at hoop 12, you want to try and generate an advantage for yourself at hoop 13 if you're the player who's down. Patrick would be thinking about, or at least James would be thinking about, playing this red ball, flicking it off the black to go up towards hoop 13, remaining onside at that hoop. And that's why James knew it was so crucial to put the block in or get something out of it with that blue ball.
Well, Patrick would be trying to get rid of black.
And flick off at the same time.
Yes, but I think that blue may be blocking that.
This is
it's
a huge shot under pressure, and
no, he's done that.
No, he's cleared it. He's gone closer to hoop 13. Obviously, in an ideal world, you'd be in front or on the boundary, but it could be worse, but it could be better, I think.
Well, black will now try and clear yellow, because yellow has a hoop shot and hoop plays next.
That's right.
And that will be hoop 12. I think that hoop 13 is on the cards, isn't it? So James trying to Roki yellow with black. That is a tutuki, and he's missed it. So black has now gone down to corner 1. So Patrick is going to try and run the hoop with the yellow ball. That is Poru Kofai.
And you want to make sure you run this past the hoop so you have a positional shot down to hoop 13. It's so huge that he's going to run this pretty far, I think, just to be safe. And he has.
Yes, and yellow has run the hoop, so we've evened it out at 6-all.
And red is onside. It's still pretty far away from hoop 13, but it's closer than it would have been otherwise. So
I think red might actually be offside.
No, it came off black.
Oh, it came off black. So it's safe. Because the line for offside for the 13th hoop goes from east to west through the penalty spots rather than north and south.
That's right. And we know, with every hoop, the first shot into position is always crucial, but at hoop 13, it's even more so. There's a lot more tension as the game is 6-all. You know that whoever wins this hoop wins the game.
Yes, and if the person who runs hoop 12, the other side can be first at 13, so it's often the first person there, if they get a good position, they will win the game.
Which is why Patrick went for that flick-off shot there to generate any advantage that he could.
Yes.
And he played it really well to get the red in a spot where he could do that.
Now black has got a long shot coming in from corner 1.
I'm just wondering if he should have gone for the clearance here with red at blue, just of where it is. Because now blue will be able to clear red, and then red will have a long shot at black, who can go for the hoop. I feel like Patrick should have decided to clear blue there with the red, just because of how much closer it was. Now yellow can only clear blue to the line, and blue will just clear red no matter what happens.
You may be right. But here is Patrick about to play Poru Kofi, the yellow ball, up towards hoop 13.
I think he's playing for the position, he's playing for the snuggle, he's playing for the block. No.
Okay, well, he's now near the hoop. All 4 balls are on the correct side of hoop 13. Red has a hoop shot, so blue will probably try and clear red.
It's either clear red or go for the hoop, and depending on how you're feeling, it's the Levi Franks way, just run the hoop. Sometimes that can be, if you're feeling confident, just do it. Why not?
But it may be the Levi Franks way, but is it the James Duggan way?
Well, we're about to find out.
What do you think he's going to do? Clear red or go for the hoop?
He's going for the hoop. Oh.
And the hoop rejected it, so blue has not run the hoop, and that leaves the way open for red.
Red actually looks slightly more angled than I thought it was, so in that case it is almost a free shot at the hoop with just where black's positioned.
Yes, red will certainly have a go at the hoop now, and if Patrick makes it, then he wins the game.
I think though if black was positioned any straighter on the hoop, clearing red would have been the obvious choice. But that's the problem with croquet. It can never be that easy. The balls are never perfectly placed where you want them.
No, they never are
They'll be
they?
slightly angled, so you have to think, oh, this makes it a little harder, this makes it a little bit easier, and then that can slightly tip the scales in favour of one option over another. So here we go, Patrick to win the game 7-6. Every cast just heightens the suspense here.
He does cast a lot, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, but you've got to make
Yes.
sure. And it's worked for
he
him.
has made the hoop. It worked for him. He has won the
cast as
game.
many times as you need to make sure you can go through, and that's going to be a real stress relief there for Patrick.
So now mihi nui ki Patrick. Congratulations, Patrick. He has beaten James in that game. Well done.
That's right, and I think Patrick showed really great composure there to come back from 5-3 down, get it to 5-all, and then even when he went 6-5 down again, he played the flick, got a better shot, gained a small advantage, and then was able to convert that into a hoop.
Yes, he just hung on in there and played some brilliant shots.
Yeah, so big congratulations to Patrick.
Have we got any updates on what's happening on the other lawns?
I will have a look at my phone and see if I can find that on Croquet scores. And do you want to see if you can grab Patrick or James to come and have a chat, maybe?
I will do that.
And then in the second game, oh, there we go. We have those recent games coming up. Ethan Gumbrell beat Mikey Lauer 7-5, and then Miles beat Jessica. It appears to be 7-6, and we do have Patrick coming around for a quick chat, and then afterward, for the second game, we're going to have Mikey Lauer and Charlotte Marshall on the commentary. So kia ora, Patrick. You must be pretty happy with that 13th hoop there.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised.
Why are you surprised about it?
Because yesterday he beat me, I think, 7-2. And yeah, I don't know, I didn't think I was playing that well this morning.
Well, it's a different day, new game, and I think you showed really good composure to come back from 5-3 down. What was going through your mind when you went 5-3 down?
We kind of realised that the time was kind of running low, so I was just going to go for any hoop that I could get a shot at. So
yeah, well, C hoop, run hoop. That's I've been hearing it a lot from Levi Franks. It's the Levi Franks way. Just run the hoop.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's ever told you that.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, he definitely shows it in his play. Yeah.
Yeah, and you definitely did it there. Well played. Any plans for future tournaments coming up?
Not this year, but
that's kind of the end of the season.
Yeah, right? It is. Yeah. But yeah, I'll definitely be playing next season.
Yeah, and do you know where that win places you in the tournament standings?
No, I don't actually.
Oh well we can find out after anyway.
Yeah.
Thanks heaps, Patrick.
Cool, thank you. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, we're going to go to a quick ad break now, and then once we get players back on the lawn, we're going to have Charlotte and Mikey taking over the commentary. So, yeah, ka kite, see you in a bit.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay and App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
Kia ora everybody, we're back here on Lawn Tahi. We've got Nathan Bullen and Ethan Gumbrell. Score is currently 1-1. Joined here by Nathan's long-term girlfriend, what do we call her partner? Charlotte, and Mikey, who's on his bye. Welcome people.
Thank you.
It's good to be here.
Lovely. Okay, so we've got Ethan here, lining up a shot. Currently on hoop 3.
Yeah, it's not a bad clearance. He's put himself to the boundary, but he preferably would have liked Red to go a bit further. Yeah, I think this game's going to be pretty close today. Like, they're both pretty even players.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that, Bobby?
That was a bit wayward, that shot. Maybe a mid-place clearance.
Yeah, it looked like he was just trying to mid-pace yellow to stay on the short boundary.
But yes, back to what you were saying, I think potentially quite a close matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Ethan lining up the shot on hoop 3. Attempting to make it 2-1 in his favour.
Yep.
Lovely angled hoop.
No, he's just missed it. Oh no, he's got it. Yeah, I just came off a game against Ethan.
That prescription.
He's very good with those close hoops. They're really controlled, and especially with his close roquets as well. He struggled a little bit with the distance ones, but anything in front of the hoop he had complete control over.
Ethan with the veto ball. Taking a bit of a deep position there.
Yeah.
What do you think about the strategy behind that?
I don't think Nathan was quite so happy. I don't think Nathan was quite so happy with how deep blue was, but black's a lot closer to the hoop now, so we'll just have to see what he does with blue.
Sneaky little blocking shot there. Often players will take deep position if they're not first to a hoop. They'll hang back a bit just to avoid becoming targets.
Yeah, it just looks like he's playing in a little small wire there so that he can block red from black.
Fortunately, I think he's missed his mark by about a ball or so, leaving Ethan with a shot. Oh, and he somehow found the middle.
And he's down the middle.
Yeah, so this gives Nathan control of the hoop, so he's going to go for a clearance on yellow here and hopefully stay in front.
Yep, nice stop shot.
Yeah, so that leaves Nathan with 2 balls in front, so he should have complete control of this hoop. Robbie, if you were Ethan right now, what would your next shot be? Because with Nathan having 2 balls in front, preferably he might consider blue as a free shot at the hoop, or...
Yeah, I would be banking on my opponents making a mistake. I'd be doing exactly what Ethan's doing, putting a ball in. Ideally, maybe another half a metre to a metre.
Yeah, I think it was pretty vital for him to get right in front here because it gives Nathan a free shot at the hoop.
Yeah, had he got position, he would have really put the pressure on Nathan
Yeah.
for this hoop shot, because if Nathan missed, then Ethan would have had one more nice hoop. I see Ethan moving his red ball to the penalty spot. This is if you make a hoop, the offside rule is if your ball, is past the halfway line between the hoop you've just made and the next hoop, then you're deemed offside, and your opponent may direct you to one of the 2 penalty spots on the lawn.
So it looks like Ethan's just going to play another ball in here and bank on blue missing the row cow and red.
Potentially just stymied himself there. Red potentially might not have a shot on the punga ball. And unfortunately, Nathan has just made that shot possible again. Very unlucky.
So Ethan's just going to go for a short stop shot here, hopefully keeping red in front and putting black to the boundary.
So how's your day gone so far, Mikey? Had a match this morning?
Yeah, a little bit disappointing. Couple of tactical errors and cost me the game in the end, but it was a good game, very even. It was against Ethan. It was very even across the whole game and thoroughly enjoyed it. It's good having the likes of Ethan come over here from Australia. The past number of years we've had a limited field due to, can't blame COVID all the time, but COVID, we haven't had many youth players coming through, so it's good to see new faces to play against.
Yeah, that's right. Nathan with a crucial clearance on the Croquet ball.
Yeah, it just looks like Nathan's going to play another ball back in front.
Now, if you're Ethan, what do you think your line of approach should be?
I think he's got two options here. He can either play a block between yellow and black, or he can go for a clearance on black.
Looks like he's attempting to promote his own ball, potentially. Or is this a block? Potentially left a small window open. Great shot from Nathan.
Even though the black ball didn't land back in front, it still gives control to Nathan. It makes Ethan have to make sure he gets the yellow ball right back in front.
So Charlotte, what would you say Nathan's mindset would be coming into this game, considering your close personal relationship?
I think he's just trying to stay as concentrated as he can be and just make sure that he's just focusing on how he's playing and making sure that he's doing the right shots and being a bit more positional. I would say he seems to be a bit more positional rather than risky today in terms of going for hoops.
Very good insight there.
Yeah, I spoke to Nathan yesterday about our games, and we both sort of agreed it's quite difficult to gauge if you've had a good tournament or a bad tournament. Even if you lose a game, you felt like you've played really well. It's difficult because the level of players here is so high that even losing the game, you might have only made one or two mistakes across the whole game that cost it. But Nathan still feels like he's had a good tournament, even though he hasn't had the wins that he would have liked to have.
No, I'd probably say in a sense that I think every player has had their ups and downs in this tournament, which makes it quite an interesting field.
That's right. Mikey, you've caused a couple of upsets so far in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I got
some of the big guns.
A couple of wins off some top players, but like I said, even if you're bottom seed, it doesn't really take into account how good you are. A number on a piece of paper doesn't define how good you are, I guess. You can still be a good player. So anyone can run the hoop from the boundary, so whoever plays best on the day can win the match.
Wise beyond your years there, Mikey. Nathan crucially clearing and maintaining position close to hoop 5. Unfortunately, landing behind the hoop, he gives Nathan the option to wire through the hoop, which it looks like he may have just achieved. If he has, that forces the Fedo ball to shoot at blue. Although it looks like Ethan might be taking a gamble here. Very nice shot. Mikey, what kind of effect would you say the Jews had?
I think it's had a big effect, especially playing your positioning shots. Players have probably got used to the lawns over the last 4 days, including the doubles. So it's quite difficult coming in this morning. I'd say completely different environment. You've got to definitely hit it a lot harder. I like to refer to ice skating and roller skating. It's a completely different effect, same principle, but you can put it in front yesterday quite comfortably, but today you've got to hit it a little bit harder.
Yeah. We have a term called the friction threshold, which is how quickly the ball goes from full speed to stopping. That happens a lot quicker when the lawns are slower like this. So in essence, it's actually easier to judge when the lawns are slower than when it's like glass. But as Mikey said, it does take a period. There's a period of adjustment, moving from a hot day like yesterday, last night, to a rainy, dewy morning like we have here this morning. Ethan with a crucial clearance.
It's not preferably what he wanted, but
it's good enough for the moment.
Good enough for now. I think it's pretty important to adjust to the lawns quite quickly at this level, because small shots can make a big difference. 1 or 2 errors can decide a game. So your 5-minute hit up at the start of the game, your warm-up is very important to be able to read the speed of the lawns.
That's right. What's your 5-minute warm-up routine, Mikey?
It's pretty simple. I'll go around 4 hoops, have a shot at the hoop 1, and then I think it's pretty important to take a couple minutes to watch what your opponent does. Sometimes it can make a big difference if you can see they're hitting certain shots and not. I think this is also really important when you're going over to play association croquet as well. Knowing what your opponent can and can't do can be a big difference in winning and losing the game.
So a certain level of mind games you like to employ.
Yes, definitely. Another little mind game I have with myself is I never take a shot on hoop 1 in my practice. The reason being is it gets stuck in your head. If you miss hoop 1 on your practice, I feel like I'll miss hoop 1 at the start of the game, so even if I position right in front in my warm-up, I won't run hoop 1, I'll put it straight down to hoop 2 and run hoop 2.
Very wise for a 12-year-old, Mikey.
I'm a little bit older than that, a little bit. So most of us will be heading overseas for our first tournament later this month.
We will. There are a number of us heading over to Sydney. Only a few weeks.
So we'll be seeing the likes of Ethan and a number of international players from the likes of the United States, Egypt, England, Australia. So, like I said earlier, it'd be nice to play some new faces.
That's right.
You've got Aston Wade coming over as well, who won the under 21 Worlds 2 years ago now. 2 years ago?
Last year.
Last year, sorry. So it'll be good to see him again and see how he's been playing.
Just saw a replay there of Ethan's likely attempted clearance, which has fortunately landed right in the hoop. Now, unfortunately, we'd say this is a short distance for Nathan, well within jumping range. Beautiful jump shot.
Yeah, it's a great shot from Nathan, especially he pushes the ball towards the next hoop. Probably would like to go a little bit further, but it's important that he's got the hoop.
Also forces Ethan to play his positional shot with Feder through the hoop, which again makes it incredibly difficult, or more difficult, to judge distance.
Yeah, like I said earlier, this game is going to be really close. They both make each other work very, very hard for each hoop. Yeah, so it looks like Nathan's going to go for a clearance on yellow and then bank on yellow missing blue so he can take his hoop shot with blue.
Great.
Great clearance from Nathan. He's left himself right in front with black.
Very good clearance.
Might be a little bit of change in tactics coming. If yellow isn't going to get a great position, he might potentially snuggle up on red or make a clearance on red and run the hoop with black. What are your thoughts on that, Robbie?
I think you're spot on there, Mikey. Due to the position of black, this really does give Nathan a breadth of options.
Yeah, it puts the pressure on Ethan to make this clearance here, otherwise he's going to be relying on a mistake from Nathan. Excellent clearance from Ethan.
Great shot.
So now it's sort of reverse who has control of the hoop. Ethan's got a great clearance. It's now going to force Nathan to make a clearance on red, because just putting a ball in front will give the opportunity for Ethan to have a shot at the hoop.
Yes, and at this stage of the game, it's really important for Ethan to make at least one of the next two hoops. Otherwise he faces going down 4-2, 5-2.
And as you can see, Nathan has missed that shot, so it gives the opportunity for Ethan to have a shot at the hoop to make it 3-3. At this level, it's just very important to get those two hoop leads, because the distance between hoop 6 and hoop 7 isn't that big. And I'd say a lot of the players at this level would hit those shot rokays from that distance minimum 60% of the time.
That sounds about right. Ethan here going for a shot at the 50. Fortunately, hefty rejection.
So the issue Nathan has here is he's going to run the hoop with black, but his blue ball will be offside.
Got to take your wins and your losses.
Definitely, yes. I'd rather take a 4-2 advantage than...
Oh, quite a nice rejection there. Nathan leaving himself right in front of the hoop, about 1.5 yards back.
So it looks like Ethan's just going to play a ball in and make a clearance with red. A little bit deeper than I would have liked, but it's definitely within his range.
Definitely.
Speaking to Ethan yesterday, he's playing with a bit of a different sort of mallet. A lot of us over here play with Terminator mallets. He's playing with, because he's from Australia, he's playing with a prototype that was made over in Sydney. So a new company that's starting up. He couldn't tell us the name of it yet, but
very secret.
So we might be seeing a new company coming out with some new mallets in the very near future.
So should Nathan go down, draw 3-all after this hoop, Charlotte, what do you think will be going through his head?
Not sure. I think Nathan kind of erases the score from his head in a sense, and he'll make sure that he puts his ball right in front of the 7th hoop, because he seems to really like going for the 7th hoop. So looks like he's just missed that clearance there.
We can't quite see from this angle, but potentially yellow might be blocked from the hoop. But most importantly, he'll probably just make a clearance on blue and keep himself right in front.
Yes, that's right.
I played quite a lot of doubles with Nathan, and I'd like to say he keeps his head when we go down, but I kind of figure out sometimes he doesn't talk to me once we start losing. We have good chit-chat across the game, and then all of a sudden we go down 4-2. I think we went 5-1 down against his sister, and he got a little bit grumpy. So he stopped speaking to me, and then
sure you were equally as grumpy.
Yeah, it was a disappointing result, but we started getting some hoops, and the fist bumps came back out, and we got back into the game.
Great tutuki there from Ethan, leaving his ball nice and close on hoop 6. What do you think the idea was there, Mikey?
Personally, I think he was trying to probably play it in a little bit tighter. There's no risk here for Ethan. He can make an easy centre ball clearance, staying in front, giving himself 2 balls in front. So I think Nathan wanted to make sure he got in front and then banked on a big clearance from black. Honestly, I wouldn't say that clearance is too bad, just gauging where the current balls are. He's cut himself on side, so it makes Nathan have to clear this yellow ball.
Potentially quite an incredible shot if he manages to make this hoop. Nathan clearing.
Oh, great shot from Nathan.
Incredible shot from Nathan. Really big pressure shot. Had he missed that and Ethan had ran the hoop, red would have been onside for hoop 7.
So Nathan plays with quite a high swing Solomon grip. He makes 2 or 3 casts and hits the ball. Like a lot of other players will cast 6 times. I know some players don't even cast. How do you play, Robbie? What's your grip and what's your style?
I play same grip as Nathan. I tend to swing as I approach the ball, stand over the ball, keep swinging. I used to stop the mallet, put the mallet down, and then take my final swing, but now I tend to keep swinging.
Yeah, it's important to take out as much room for error, and potentially putting the mallet down gave you a little bit too much error, a little bit of movement.
Yeah, that's right.
Great shot from Nathan.
Nathan also likes to keep his feet nice and stationary once he's in his stance. This is probably another situation where him and I differ.
Yeah, Nathan keeps his feet quite close together and turns his knees in, so he's got quite a narrow path to avoid any, because he's got such a big backswing, having that kind of narrow path makes it a lot more, controlled for him.
Nathan just checking the whiti, making sure it's nice and firm in the ground. What difference can a loose hoop make on a hoop shot?
I think it can make a big difference. Unlucky shot there from Nathan. I think it make a big difference, especially in the wetter sort of environment. The hoops loosen up very quickly, and if you're hitting a ball really hard at the hoop, there's just more room for error if the hoop's moving. So
had that hoop been loose, the ball likely would have bounced further back. The fact that it's firm in the ground.
Yeah, it looks like Ethan's gone a little bit too much further than he wanted to. Yeah, so most top players will make sure they check the hoop every time they're going for a hoop.
Yes, the likes of Paul Kaiser, very well known for shaking a hoop before approaching it. Almost ritualistic.
Yeah, definitely, and the referees normally tell us quite often for giving the hoops a wiggle, but it's important to check.
Some players have even been famed for their stomping of hoops.
We won't name any names.
Ethan here with a shot veto, likely shooting the pungo ball, potentially even a promotional shot there.
Yeah, it looks like black wasn't quite in the jaws, so it's important that Nathan clears yellow. Okay, well, I better get back to my games.
Yes.
I will come back and join you guys later on.
Thank you. Ka kite. We have Nathan. Pressure clearance on red, and he's middled that.
Quite nicely.
Yes, very nice. Really transferred the pressure to Ethan there. Ethan now has to make a clearance on the pungo ball. Just missed that. Now, if you were in Nathan's situation, Charlotte, would you be attempting the hoop here, or would you be clearing yellow?
I think Nathan would probably back himself in the sense that this is about a metre away from the hoop, so he could get it.
Great shot.
She has done quite nicely. I don't think he would have jawsed it and given Ethan the chance to jump.
Definitely not.
No.
Considering had Ethan jumped that ball, Nathan would have been hampered for the next hoop.
Exactly.
Hoop 7. Nice positional shot there from Ethan. I was hoping you might be able to give us a little bit of insight into Nathan's routine, how he's prepared for this match.
Nathan's had he's had a couple of tournaments actually over the past couple of weekends. He played in a tournament at Rose Gardens, and he's also played in one in Marewa up in Napier as well. So he's had quite a few tournaments to play in, and he's executed a couple of wins. So he's been playing quite a bit, so I think he's kind of got back into the groove of it, and yeah.
Well prepared.
Yeah.
And would you say, in a sense, this might be preparation for the upcoming tournament in Sydney?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. Because quite a lot of the players here are going to the Sydney tournament. I'm pretty sure that Ethan Gumbrough is also attending, along with his sister Jamie.
Lovely
and so
controlled hoop.
that was very nice. Yeah, so I think it'll be it's a good practice for everyone, I would say.
I agree.
Yeah. But in likes of Edmund and Logan, who I don't think many of them have seen them for a while. So it'd be interesting to see how they play. I know Edmund's been around the world playing a couple of tournaments, I think. I think he's been to one in Spain.
That's what we've heard.
Yes. So no.
Some of you may know croquet scene is rife with gossip.
So Ethan may be going for a clearance here.
Yes.
Just done a clearance on the kikorangi ball, which is a blue ball.
And Ko-Fi's stayed nice and tidy to the hoop.
Looks like Nathan will be going for a clearance on the federal ball, which is the red ball here.
Yes, we know Ethan is more than capable of running hoops from that 2-metre distance. Great pressure clearance there from Nathan.
Got Jessica Bullins just come off lawn 2 and has bet Patrick 7-3.
Nice tidy win. Now it looks like Ethan is electing to put the pressure on. Yeah. Interesting tactic there.
I'm thinking it might be a promotional tactic for the next hoop potentially.
Yes.
If Nathan goes and executes hoop 8.
This is really a showcase of strategical prowess. Ethan playing the wrong ball, unfortunately.
And they have not picked up on this.
Nathan has not noticed. The rules state that Nathan has
there
just
we go.
noticed. Had Nathan played the blue ball, he would then have been in fault. Because he, by playing that blue ball, would have accepted that red was technically the right ball to play. Luckily he caught it just in time.
So what would you do here, Robbie?
This really depends on the wire through the hoop. If red was able to see the punga ball, then I think even a clearance on the black ball to the boundary is not so powerful. Here we see Ethan removing the immediate or the secondary threat of the blue ball, considering black doesn't have a shot on the hoop. And he stayed nice and handy.
So Nathan will probably do a little stop shot on the Croquet ball, keeping his ball relatively close to the hoop.
Well executed.
They did both playing their balls in.
This gives Ethan a wide array of options. He can either elect to shoot for the hoop or to clear black, which is the next ball in play. Lovely clearance, nearly a what we call a net off there. Joined here by Jessica Bullen. Just come off lawn 2. Jessica, could you give us a little bit of an insight into your game, into your match you've just come off with Patrick?
It was a pretty steady game. I was just had control and I took control and I used that control. I don't know. Yeah, I just...
Oh, lovely. How would you describe Patrick as a player?
He's a good player. He's got good roquets. He's always bang on with his roquets. But could... No, he's a good player. Just... Yeah. He's taken some good games this tournament, and it's shook up the whole tournament, which is quite scary, but it's definitely playing well and worth it.
Now, being Nathan's sister, how would you rate his performance so far at this tournament?
A solid 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10. Why is that?
Because he's... Oh my god. Okay. No, he's playing really well. He's just falling short on crucial moments. So when he needs to do a roquet, he'll miss it. I was talking to him yesterday and he had this really long, maybe 12-yarder or something, and then he missed a short 7-yarder, and that was crucial for the hoop. So, but he's playing really well, and I don't know what the score is now, but it's
5-3.
To
Nathan.
Oh, okay. Well, good on Nathan. Go Nathan.
Now we understand yesterday that you took a game off your brother.
Yes, it was a very good game. 7-2, might I add. Very nice.
Pucky.
Thank you. No, he just played. He didn't play as well as... Oh no, I played well, and I did a few little snuggle shots on him, and he couldn't really do anything about it. So he appreciated my playing well, but yeah, sad for him.
Would you say, being his sister, you have a unique advantage to get inside his head?
In a way, I would say yes, because I think he gets stressed against me when we play just at home. He always, he had a losing streak of 5 against me, and I think he does get, because he's I want to win because it's Jessica, but so I think I can get into his head, and then when he makes a mistake, I will vitalize my shots, use my shots well, and make his mistake. I'm sad. I don't know.
Great angle to it there by Ethan.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica. Very unique insight. Score is now 6-3
I don't know what to say about
to Nathan Bullen.
Nathan looking like he's going for a clearance here. I'm not sure he's quite too happy about that, but
Unfortunately, Ethan's clearance there, leaving Nathan in a very roqueable position, which he promptly takes advantage of. Full control of this hoop now lies with Nathan. Correction for you.
The score is actually 5-4 to Nathan at the moment. There we go. Oh. That was unlucky.
Potentially leaving Ethan with a double on both blue and the hoop. Had Ethan got that and tied the game, we would really have had a proper match on our hands.
Looks like Nathan, maybe he's having a think. I don't think he's quite sure. Looks like he's just going to pop this one in the jaws, which he's executed, sort of.
We're joined here again by Mikey Lauer. Mikey, where have you just been?
I thought I had a game, but I'm on the lawn that's being streamed at the moment, so I can't really go play. So
Who do you have next?
Only Josh Winter.
Only Josh Winter.
Only Josh Winter.
Former New Zealand Open champion.
Yeah. And former New Zealand Under-21 champion and New Zealand national champion.
So just a small game for you then, Mikey?
Yeah, he's been a bit painful in the most recent years. I've lost 3 finals to him. So,
having beaten him 7-6 previously in this tournament, would that give you a level of confidence coming into this game, or are you considering some kind of retribution?
Might I clarify, I was 7-6 and I ran it from the boundary.
Did you? Was that intentional?
I would say it's intentional. I might have gone for a clearance and it went through the hoop, but we won't confirm that. Josh is a very, very, very good player, so it's difficult. If he's playing really well, he's really hard to beat. So I've got to play my best if I want to beat him.
Beautiful double clearance there by Ethan. Just taking back control of the hoop. What kind of tactics are you going to look to employ for this upcoming game with Josh Winter, Mikey?
I think I'll just play my normal game, make sure I run my hoops, clear my balls. Pretty simple. I'm not going to change anything going in to play Josh. The way I played last time, I not relied off his errors, but when he made errors, I made sure I took my chances, ran my hoops. I'll just play the same I do against everyone.
Just playing on lawn 1 here, the televised lawn, does that play on the nerves a little bit?
Yeah, I've been streamed at a few tournaments, and every time they've streamed my game, I've lost. So I haven't won on a live stream yet. I think it's
break the duck.
Yeah, it was under 21 Worlds. I had the quarterfinals all live streamed, and I had to play Blake Fields, and I didn't get thumped, but I got thumped. But I think it was just learning to play with the pressure and having people watch you play. There's a big difference to playing on your home lawns to playing with 4 or 5 cameras and people commentating on every shot you make. And as being a young player, I haven't played for a very long time, and you've got some very senior players commentating on every shot, and they know the game like the back of their hand. It's sometimes a little bit difficult to play under that pressure, but you learn from the experiences.
Here we see Ethan lining up a shot with the feather ball, looking to tie this game back up again.
He's done that quite nicely, which makes it 5-all.
Unfortunately, Nathan's ball has ended up in an offside position. Not as crucial when approaching centre hoops, but still, nonetheless.
Sometimes I don't think it's a bad option having an offside ball going to a penalty spot. It's a shot you can practice on numerous occasions, so sometimes not every player will move you from an offside position, and they'll use it as a tactical advantage, because sometimes it's easier to play from a penalty spot than it is to play from where the ball landed in an offside position.
Beautiful length there from Nathan.
Ethan going for a clearance here.
Now, Charlotte, would you say Nathan's length is usually pretty good?
Can fall a bit short sometimes from what I've noticed over the past couple of his games, but it seems that he's kind of getting it back and he's getting his balls in front a bit more.
Great insight there. And Nathan would be looking to control this this hoop. Unfortunately, he hasn't, which gives Ethan first approach to hoop 12.
Yeah, so Ethan will be looking to try and get yellow right in front and potentially get a wire between the black and the peg.
Nathan's going for the clearance here on the Corfi ball.
Yeah, it looks like he has got that wire.
Oh, no.
He's gone for the promotion.
He's gone for the promotion.
Very nice promotion there. Should Ethan put the Fero ball right in front, Nathan might elect for a shot at the 50.
Yeah, we can't tell if Nathan's going for the hoop or a clearance on yellow. He's gone for
and he's gone for it.
Game, set and match.
So that is 7-5 to Nathan.
We have Mikey running on the lawn to try and secure an interview. Great match there by Nathan. Not a lot of risks taken until the end there, but calculated, you would say, wouldn't you, Charlotte?
Yeah. So Nathan will be joining us in just a second.
Welcome to the booth, Nathan Bullen.
Hello.
Going into that game, how would you consider your chances against Ethan?
Well, in the first round of the round robin, I did lose to Ethan 7-6. Again, it was another close game. So I knew there was going to be a challenge, and just hoping to get there in the end.
Yep. Now, in terms of your style of play, do you think you were maybe taking less risks this time, sticking to your game?
Possibly, yeah. I think I find that works best for me, just sticking to my game. yeah, for me, taking a bit less risks and just seeing how that goes.
So, probably have some more important games coming up next. Are you going to change anything heading into your next games, or are you going to keep it the same?
I'm probably looking to keep it the same. I think all in all went decently well. It was another close game, and it was a good game.
Thanks for joining us, Nathan, and we wish you luck in your next games coming up.
Thank you very much.
And lastly, we're joined by Ethan Gumbrell. Ethan, how have you adapted to lawns in New Zealand? Are they much different from your lawns at home in Australia?
Yeah, the lawns in Australia are a bit faster in general, so I've had to power up my lags a bit, but also today, just the extra dew on the lawns, it's made it that I've had to hit quite a bit harder than I normally would.
Good insight there. Have you ever come up against Nathan Bullen before?
Yes, I played him at the World Champs last year. He beat me 7-5, 7-3.
Okay, so definitely an improvement in your game. Would you say you've improved a lot since then?
Yes, a lot.
Okay, cool. And are you planning to play in the Future Sharp Invitation in Sydney?
Yes, I am playing in it. I was one of the first people invited.
Oh, that's very cool. Now, is this happening at your home club, or is this...
No, I come from Canberra. This is in Cooks River in Sydney.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, thank you for your time, and best of luck for the rest of your tournament, Ethan.
Thank you.
Cool.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We've got Josh Winter playing Mikey Lauer on Lawn 1.
And in the commentary booth we've got Charlotte Marshall, Paul Kaiser and myself, Robbie Spooner.
Alright, so it appears that Josh he's playing this as a bit of a jump, I think. Well, bing bang bong, it looks like he's gone through.
Exquisite shot there from Josh Winter.
It was certainly scrumptious.
Yeah, he's not only jumped through the 50, he's landed bang in front of hoop 2.
And I'd say that's worthy of a pretty solid car pie.
I would too. Red is also appears to be offside. Just one more added bonus.
So looks like Mikey will be going for the Croquet here.
No, he's missed it.
Just missed that one, unfortunately.
Wouldn't be the first time we've seen Mikey make a wayward hoop.
What hoop?
Oh, did that not go through?
No. Wait, did he actually? Oh,
No, it didn't.
I thought he did for a second.
I apologise.
No, I think he knows what he's doing. He'll be. I know this is blue. It's blue to play, isn't it?
No, Josh has played blue up to the second hoop, so Mikey will just bring his ball in.
No, should
or
play.
not. Go for black.
Oh, he likes it.
Mm.
Maybe he didn't like it.
Josh looking to take full control of this game. How important did you say the first 2 hoops are?
Honestly, I think they're pretty important from like a psychological perspective. Get like the initial edge, but in terms of the game, I think it's pretty easy after you've run the first 2 hoops for the opponent, since they have their first shot over to the next ones, to get those 2 hoops as well.
Especially, hefty rejection there for Josh. Fortunately, he maintains control of the hoop.
So, what do we reckon that the most important hoop in the game is? Obviously, hoop 13, but apart from that, I think there are a few differing opinions.
Yes, I think I might have mentioned yesterday, hoop 4 and hoop 5 for me can be a real turning point. Having made hoop 3 and hoop 4, you have a short approach to hoop 5. Really enables, or is a good opportunity to turn around and take control of the middle of the journey up through the middle of the lawn.
I'm a big fan of hoop 9 myself, because usually the score is going to be, if you're up 5-3, then you're on 6, which is huge. If you're 4-all, then that gives you the chance to go 5-4, 6-4 if you run it well, and then you can go down the middle. And then obviously if you're down, you need it to come back.
Yeah.
So I'm a big fan of hoop 9.
Yeah. We see Josh here, just making sure that the 50 is
tapped down. And the referee will come onto the lawn and do that. So how do we reckon Mikey's looked to have been playing so far?
Like always, it's a little bit hit and miss.
It's a bit mean, Robbie.
I take that back. Mikey's had a couple of really big upsets, or he has caused a couple of big upsets.
He beat Levi and Josh, right?
He did. The 2 top seeds. Hoping now to make that a double upset. We're joined by Mikey now in the booth as he's playing. Mikey, how's this game going so far? He's giving me a thumbs down. Should Josh miss this hoop, what do you think your course of action will be?
So
We'll just have to wait and see, he says.
So, while the referee is tapping down this hoop and Josh is playing his shot, we may as well thank our sponsors, Whakaata Māori, obviously the guys we are streaming on their channel. They're doing a lot for croquet and secondary school sport as a whole, so chuck them a cheeky subscribe if you want to see more stuff like that. Bailey's, Caltex, New Zealand Carbon Farming and Apollo Projects, thank you very much for your support.
So it looks like Josh has made hoop 2, so now we head over to hoop 3.
And why do we go to hoop 3 after hoop 2?
Because it's the next hoop in play.
That is very true. But why do we go to hoop 3 as opposed to down the middle? That's the real question. Why is it that way? Is that a case of it just is? It's always been that way?
I think so. I think that's just the way things are, the way things have been, and the way things always will be.
Yeah. What would happen if someone forgot what the hoop was and they played over to, say, hoop 11 after hoop 3, after hoop 2?
Oh, tough cookies, I guess. You've just got to
suck it up.
Suck it up, nice. Stop shot there. Unfortunately, yellow has stayed within the field of play, which leaves it vulnerable to being cleared.
I wouldn't say he's getting cleared, it's more absolutely annihilated. This is going to be a really nice controlled clearance. Actually no, he's a bit further away than I thought he was. And he is just playing this one in.
What are your thoughts on the sound of Josh's mallet?
It does sound very, very interesting. I think previously his Terminator mallet made a similar sound. So in terms of sound, he's definitely staying consistent.
That's a big swing, big ting.
Very big ting.
That's because it's just like one solid piece, right?
It looks like it's been machined out of a solid piece of aluminium.
I think we say aluminium here.
We do, yeah, that's my bad. Mikey here, happy to give Josh an attempt at an angled hoop.
Mikey's the puppet master, he knew that was happening.
Well, I think on a good day, Josh Winter hits every single one of those. So Mikey maybe just taking some risks. He's 2-0 down. Attempting a long hoop here.
Oh.
And he's nailed it.
That is juicy.
That's a big help for his confidence.
And maybe we shouldn't be talking so much about why Mikey's choosing to leave him these hoops, because Mikey knows how to beat Josh. And in fact, none of us have done so at this tournament. But yeah. Well, some of us haven't played, but only Mike and Luke have actually beaten Josh this tournament. Oh, and Levi.
And Levi.
Did James? So we shouldn't be too harsh on Mikey here. He obviously knows what he's doing.
Now Josh playing a two slightly wayward approach shots, giving Mikey the opportunity to get a bit of a foothold in hoop 4.
I feel like that's slightly unusual for Josh. I'd say he's probably one of the better positional players at this tournament, if not the best. But he doesn't care. He's just going to run the hoop the Levi Franks way.
How do you think there's something in the water in Kashmir?
What, that makes them play better?
Yes. Oh, nice rejection.
Not sure. Maybe, I don't know. Could be drugs, performance enhancing drugs.
Oh, those are some wild accusations, Paul. Just to reiterate, Paul said that.
And I think they all spend a lot of time together because they all went to school together. Miles, James, Levi and Josh, and so obviously in a lot of their spare time they'd head down to the lawns, and they do have a TikTok account to which they have had quite a lot of views and likes on.
They have, and I hear that they will be reviving that soon.
We have heard.
Yes.
So keep your eyes peeled on that. But yeah, no, as I said, they have spent a lot of time together, and it obviously shows how much they've practiced and played together, and yeah.
How important, Paul, would you say friendly competition is for advancing, specifically in this sport?
Oh, it's hugely important. You're not gonna want to play if you aren't having fun doing it. So for the Kashmir boys to be really good mates outside of croquet and then come and play that as well, they're all kind of pushing each other forward, and it's a real big boost to wanting to stay in the game. And then when you're at the highest level together, it's that much better.
Yep.
And it shows with how two of these young men are national champions already.
Yes. Young age of 20?
20, something like that.
Yep.
Levi's just turned 20, I believe. Is that right?
They've both already achieved so much.
Ooh.
You guys good to go?
Yep.
I think they're about the same age as Mikey, right? Mikey's about the same age.
Yes.
Yes.
He's like a year younger than us.
Levi is a year younger than all of us, I believe.
Ooh.
Oh, Mikey.
Mikey missing a pressure clearance there.
I do believe that Levi has two. I think he qualifies for two more under 21s. I think. I think. Might be wrong.
It looks like we've got the ha-ho fitty here from Josh. He strokes it through.
That is a very confident shot considering the position of red there. Now potentially Josh has instructed Mikey to leave his yellow ball all the way on the south boundary, or is it north?
North boundary.
Apologies. Often we see. Yep. The score is currently 3-1
to Josh.
Winter.
And with how Josh has directed Mikey to leave that ball on the north boundary, do you think there's any kind of psychological element to that? Sometimes you can direct people to move their balls. It's like it kind of reinforces the idea that you've missed.
I think it's more of a strategic advantage there.
Just because of how far away it is.
The distance is the main factor there. Often if you're playing well, you might elect to give them a shorter shot just because you want to appear nonchalant. You don't move them. You say it doesn't really matter where you play from.
I'm still going to win anyway.
I'm going to beat you anyway.
So that is a psychological warfare.
Yeah.
I don't think Mikey was too happy with how deep yellow went. So we'll have to see what Josh does here.
Gives black the option of just snuggling up on yellow.
I think we might see that from Josh. I think he's one of those players that is very happy to play the snuggle if it's the right option. There are many players who are not as confident with those snuggle shots. But do you think that because of the psychological nature of this game, that might force Mikey to play some slightly different shots?
Yes, he's not been a big proponent of the jaws shot, which he's just attempted there. Knowing that Josh Winter comes from Kashmir and is highly proficient in the art of jumping, definitely an interesting decision.
Yeah, they do love their jump shots, the old ha-ho tarapeki. But it doesn't look like the jump shot would be necessary here. depending on what the angle is.
So Charlotte, knowing Mikey since he was almost a baby, what would you say his goal for this tournament is?
I don't know. I'd say that Mikey's just, I would say, like we said before, I think this is a bit of a warm-up to the Sydney tournament coming up in the next couple of weeks. So I feel like he's just trying to find what works well for him. And in terms of his jumping as well, I know in the past couple of weeks he has been experimenting and trying to jump in a standard grip. Oh, Mikey's just missed that Croquet there. So I think he's just trying to find what works well for him and what can take him quite high in this next tournament in Sydney in the next couple of weeks.
So he's more thinking ahead than...
I would say thinking ahead, yeah.
Do you think thinking ahead could hinder his performance in the present?
Don't know. I'd say Mikey. I think everyone here is experimenting with how they're playing, in terms of going for, like you said, snuggles as well. There's been a lot more of those this tournament that I've seen in other tournaments. So I don't know.
So you think a lot of these players, like, of course, this is a national championship, it's very serious, but
yeah,
a lot of these players are also thinking about the Sydney tournament, and considering the strength of that field, it's going to be incredibly important to get a good warm-up for it.
Yeah, and I think also because there are other higher players in the Sydney tournament coming up, that it's quite good that they're all sort of practicing against each other, but it's a good clearance from Josh there. They're all sort of just practicing against each other and seeing what works best for them.
And for reference, we're generally reckoning that the Sydney tournament is going to have a comparable strength to many Open World Championships.
I think this Sydney tournament is really exciting. I think it's brought a lot of us over from New Zealand to Australia, but also we've got, I think Edmund Fordyce he's a player for New Zealand, but he's currently in the States, so we've heard that he's flying over to Sydney for this one.
I think so.
Do we know if we've got any other people from other countries coming over? Anyone from Egypt or anything?
I think I've heard Mo Karim might be.
Mo Karim?
He's currently, I don't know if he's the #1 player in the world, but he's very close to it.
Mm-hmm. You got Josh going for a Croquet here on the Corfi ball, which is
Corfi. He's hit the tutuki there.
Important clearance. Really putting the pressure on Mikey now. We might even see an attempt at the hoop here, whether or not.
Would that be the psychological warfare at play? Go if he went for the hoop here.
I think if I was Josh, I'd just write it off as just one of those things that happens sometimes.
He's not quite executed that one as well as he wanted to.
Yeah. Still the pressure is on Josh here. Slight angle.
He's had a rejection just before.
Yes, so that'll definitely be playing on his mind.
Right as he plays this ha-ho fiti with poro kikorangi.
Lovely hoop shot, beautifully weighted.
Really nice for this next hoop.
Yeah, this will likely mean that he goes 5-1 up.
That's huge.
That is a huge shot.
Has he came inside that?
I think it might just be to the side of the hoop.
Yeah, I think it's on the left.
No, okay. So it's inside, but it's not wide.
Yeah.
So is this another case of where Josh has instructed Mikey to leave his ball where it is?
It is offside, so we'll see. It looks like
is he moving it to a penalty spot. It looks like he is.
Looks like we're going to the penalty spot.
that Poro Kōwhai was too hapa, it was offside. So he's now playing it from this penalty spot. Josh has directed him. I'd almost be wanting him to play this. Oh no, it doesn't matter actually. I was thinking if you have it on the other side and he misses, he'll be offside for the next hoop. But if he misses this way, he'll still be down in this direction anyway.
Great.
Great
Clearance there.
I thought he was going to put that through for a second.
Yeah.
No, it's very nice from Mikey. He needed that.
Big confidence booster, I think.
I have noticed with Mikey though, with his swing, he seems to fall back a lot quicker, because he used to be quite slow when it came to casting, I would say.
Yeah.
It seems to be going a bit quicker these days. Do you reckon that's added any advantage to his rocaing?
It might just be confidence in his swing. I think I've really seen Mikey blossom as not only a croquet player but as a person in recent years.
He's really discovering his independence.
Yes, and I think that really shows in his croquet swing.
So the faster he swings, the more confident he is.
I think so.
So it's kind of like an emotional barometer.
One might say.
Is Josh checking the hoop?
It appears to be sturdy.
Josh has deemed it acceptable for his hoop running.
Lovely, powerful hoop there. It's really a statement. Going 5-1 up in this match.
And that brings us to 5-1 to Josh Smith.
Winter.
Sorry, Josh Winter, sorry. Not Josh Smith.
There are quite a few croquet players called Josh, and Charlotte has named one of these other ones by accident.
There's too many Joshes.
That looks pretty decent. I'd be happy with that. With Poro Kōwhai there in pretty good position.
So the sun's coming out a bit. Paul, what would you say that might affect in this game?
So with the sun coming out, that's going to heat up the air a bit and it's going to dry the lawn out a little bit, and that's going to speed it up. All the dew is going to lift off the lawn. It's going to be a lot faster. Well, not a lot, but a little bit faster. It means you're going to have to play your positional shots with slightly more control. But that's probably good. These guys will enjoy having their good touch play being rewarded. Especially players like Josh who thrive on fast lawns.
We've heard and we can see Mikey has got very good touch. So I'm sure he'd be looking to take advantage of the changing pace of the lawns. Big swing there from Josh, giving Mikey the opportunity to take advantage of the seventh hoop.
I see this is a bit of a slower cast here. Does that indicate he's less confident with this shot?
I think it shows more confidence actually. I think he's looking for a wire there.
So he's really using his touch there.
He is. We've seen throughout this tournament Mikey's touch. It's quite impressive. Now Josh here really putting the pressure on Mikey. Almost a statement saying, I don't think you've got a hoop in you.
Well, he's got one.
He does, yes.
It's a bit of a direct challenge.
Fortunately, Mikey has been rejected a bit into a place where he might have a chance to run the hoop later.
Do you reckon he could have played that a little bit softer and used a bit more of that touch to get a bit more control with the hoop, and then if you reject, you'll still be in the jaws?
In some cases, yes, but that is also quite a risky shot, as you know. The slower you hit the ball, the more likely it is to deviate as a result of undulations and imperfections on the lawn.
Yeah. So, what's he going to do here?
He has the opportunity to clear the blue ball, but only to a short boundary.
I think it's almost worse because blue will then be able to clear red to a long boundary.
Yes, that's right.
But this does allow Josh to clear this red. And I think this might be an annihilation, like I prematurely spoke of at hoop 3. And I think if you put a lot of power into it, it's also another one of these psychological statements that Josh is making.
Josh might also be hoping that his ball might flick off the red. Now this could be an interesting position for blue to be in, whether or not he has a shot down to hoop 8.
Do you think that if he didn't have a shot down to hoop 8, that Mikey could play a ball in and force Josh to run it and give himself a bad shot?
There's definitely an option. I think regardless you have to shoot down at the punga ball.
That's true, because even if Josh doesn't have a good shot down to the next hoop, it is still 6-1 if he runs this.
Yes, unfortunately, that shot, but still with an opportunity if Josh happens to miss the super attempt. Obviously Josh hasn't tried the hoop for its sturdiness.
I wonder if that will come back to bite him here.
Yeah, yes, the hoop has got a little bit loose.
Maybe he could have checked that. Do you think he will on the next shot? If he tries to go for it again?
That's if he gets an opportunity. Mikey might have a chance for a jump shot here.
A ha-ho Tarapiki.
Yes, we know that that's definitely a big part of his game. He's really adapted his jump shots over the past couple of weeks.
And you reckon that might show itself here today if he tries one? I think he might be open on this though.
Yes, looks like he is.
So how can we tell that he's not playing the jump shot here?
His stance. Usually when you play a jump shot you stand at least a foot closer to the ball. We see there he's luckily got a bit on the black ball.
He's almost gone for an off there. I wonder if he was aiming at that or if he was just going for the hoop.
And luckily, now Josh has left himself half a ball, half of yellow there. Definitely still open slightly.
Don't know if he's quite so happy about it.
Definitely would not be happy.
You'd rather not have the ball in the conversation there.
Yeah, it definitely plays on your mind.
Well, I think for a player like Josh, I think he'd still be pretty confident at getting this tutuki here with Poropongo.
Yes. Looks like Mikey, regardless, is shooting for black. Just trying to make sure that Josh has absolutely no chance of getting any contact on yellow.
I think that's quite an intelligent shot there. Many players would be reluctant to roquet a ball that's kind of away from the hoop, but in this case I think it shows great presence of mind to do that.
Now it looks like Josh here is potentially going for a
cannon
or a jump.
Be interesting to see which one it is. Or if he just goes for it. Oh, he is. It's the jump Croquet.
And he's done it very nicely.
Incredible shot. When we talk about touch, that's definitely touch.
Yeah, just to land that ball in the exact spot.
Yeah, forcing Mikey now to take deep position due to the position of Josh's balls.
And Josh will play his ball tight in. The Poro Kikorangi. And it's interesting to see if yellow has a double target here. Josh would have been wanting to avoid giving that away.
Looks like looks like there could be something there.
So I think with this black, we're going to see some kind of blocking attempt here. Josh will know that Mikey will have a go at the hoop if he can see it.
Mikey, a big fan of the double.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
This could change things.
Potentially might have stymied himself.
It could be worse. He can just choose to clear blue instead. And we may see the cannon here trying to black onto blue, moving red while making sure that blue sticks around. What is he doing here?
Potentially might be.
I think this could be touch at work.
He's looking for a cuddle here.
Oh, now you don't see many players going for this, and it's hard to say.
Not quite pulled.
I wouldn't say he's quite pulled it off. Mikey doing a bit of thinking here.
It looks like he is in the standard grip position. Could this be? It could not. It's just a normal shot, I believe. Do you reckon blue or the hoop?
He might.
He has to shoot for blue, yeah.
Yeah.
The hoop is too dangerous. With where red... Oh, he's not happy with that.
Fortunately, he has collected his own ball. Things could be worse, but they could definitely be a lot better.
Yes, he no longer has a ball in front, and no matter where he puts that red, black is lurking in the background.
I have noticed that the wind has slightly picked up, especially a southerly, which isn't too nice.
It's freezing.
Especially with those boys in their shorts on. How does the wind affect someone playing a game of croquet?
Well, it depends on the speed of the lawns. The grass here is not cut as low to the ground as some clubs in New Zealand, so and not rolled very recently. So the wind does have a little bit of effect on your swing and your stance, but in terms of the motion and the line of the ball,
it's not going to blow the ball around.
Yeah, maybe not so much.
And I think for people like Nathan who have a bigger backswing, it can alter the way that a shot goes.
Definitely. Especially if you're standing in a crosswind or shooting in a crosswind direction. Nice clearance there from Josh,
and
keeping black nice and handy.
I can actually notice that in Josh's mallet there are sections cut out. Do you think that could be to help with the wind? Allow the wind to, I guess, penetrate through the mallet on a crosswind better?
Well, it's definitely an advantage, but I think the idea behind that is mainly centred around increasing inertia in the mallet, so that when it's swinging in a pendulum motion, it's less likely to twist, because you have weights at either end rather than a uniform weight throughout the mallet head.
Physics lesson with Robbie Spooner.
Yeah.
But seriously, it is actually very important in mallet design to make sure the weight is, peripheral weighting is the term, and for Mikey's mallet, a Terminator, it's got like little blocks of, I don't know if it's metal, brass at each end, and more of just a foam on the inside, and the shell is made out of carbon fibre, so it's as light as possible. The Josh's being machined from aluminium, they've just taken chunks out of it altogether. So they've achieved the same goal, but in 2 different ways.
So how do they compare to the trimmer mallet then?
No, I believe the trimmers are the best in the world.
Mm-hmm. Why would you say that?
Just the quality of construction, the consistency, and the materials they're made out of as well. Great care goes into each one of them.
Do you know whereabouts they're made?
England, I think.
England, yeah.
I know there are many players here who are looking to upgrade, and they've started out with some mallets and that have served them well, but they're looking at making a really big investment.
I do believe that Mikey has purchased one, or is in the process, and he shall hopefully receive that in September.
But there is
I
about
believe.
There is about a 6-month wait on them.
Yes.
That's how popular they are.
Yeah.
And of course, it's only one guy making them. So that shows how much of a good reputation they have. But all these guys here, a lot of them you'll see playing with Terminators, and is there a reason for that?
Mike McClure gives a really good deal to youth players in New Zealand. We're really fortunate to have such a generous manufacturer and patron of the sport.
Yeah.
I think he's actually sponsored this tournament as well, the Terminator Mallets under 21 championships.
Mikey, unfortunately, lacking a bit of touch there on his red ball. Those are often some of the most difficult shots to play. Those, foot or so length.
Yeah, so often you can aim to put it, barely move the ball, and then sometimes you can tap it and the grass is so thick that it just rolls back. And then you look really silly because you've just tapped the ball and it hasn't even moved.
Mike is showing no signs of giving up, fighting every hit.
As he should. And we've just been brought some, I believe these are Kingston biscuits, and I don't know about you guys, but I love Kingstons, they're so good.
No, they're my favourite.
Big thank you to Nathan Bullen.
Yes, thank you, Nathan.
Not just a fantastic player on the lawn, but a willing bringer of food off the lawn. What do you guys reckon are your favourite items from that have been made by the catering crew here?
I mean, there's a pretty obvious one that always goes down a treat, isn't there? It's the sausage rolls.
I love me a good sausage roll.
You can't go wrong with the sausage rolls.
I reckon they make me play way better if I've had a couple sausage rolls.
I haven't seen the asparagus rolls recently, though. I have to say I am a fan of them.
Really, I think it's quite a delight whenever you show up to a tournament and there's no asparagus rolls.
You're not really a fan?
Can't say I am.
Yeah, I think I'd just prefer a sausage roll. If there was just a tournament and the catering crew just brought a giant bowl of sausage rolls out, I'd be so happy. It would be delightful.
It was like up in Hawera, we had Cheerio sausages, and they went down really good. They were nice.
I like at the Mount when they brought out those like little bite-sized sausages, like they like chop them up.
They were good too.
But we did have a good barbecue the other day after the doubles.
Yes, barbecue was really nice after the doubles.
I think the toasties have been pretty good. I've been enjoying ham, cheese and pineapple toasty myself.
Where has been your favourite place in the world, I'd say, including New Zealand, to play croquet? Out of all the places you've been?
That's a good question. I have very fond memories of Epsom Remuera.
Mm-hmm.
Up in Auckland.
Up in Auckland, back in the day. That might just be because it was pre-COVID and everything was...
There were lots of players.
Everything was simpler back then.
Yeah.
And Paul?
I've only played in New Zealand, but I'm a big fan of Mount Maunganui, just because of not only are the lawns world class, but they've got really good facilities. They have like a whole venue, a whole kitchen, licensed bar, all that good stuff. And then you get to go to the Mount as well. And for someone who doesn't really travel around during summer, getting to go to the Mount, spending time like in the ocean, all that, I think it's probably the best place to be.
It's usually good weather as well up there.
Yeah. You feel jealous for all the people who get to live there.
Yeah, definitely.
What would you say, Charlotte?
My favourite place? Favourite place? I would probably have to go the Mount as well. I have enjoyed going to the Mount. But I think Heratonga's always been quite nice too.
I love Heratonga.
Never go wrong with Heratonga.
So they're in the Hawke's Bay. They've got
great lawns. They've got really good lawns.
They've got like 9 lawns, I think.
9 lawns, yeah.
Some really good players and people who manage and volunteer. Quite a few of them up there.
You've got Helen Reeves. You've got Joel Steele.
Oh, can't forget Joel Steele.
Can't forget Joel Steele. You've also got Sonia as well.
Tony Stevens.
Tony Stevens.
Hey, he's Croquet royalty.
Previously, Don Rayland.
Oh yeah.
So we've been stuck on this hoop for a good 10 minutes, would you say?
Yeah, we've got that's why we're trying to fill the time with these
bit of a challenge over here.
Yeah. But it shows that Mikey's been playing it really, really well to keep himself in the fight.
They've been trading blows.
I think we're about to see a promotion here. Do you think?
I think it's definitely the shot to play.
This will require a lot of touch from Mikey. He doesn't want to move this very far. And are we about to see this touch on full display here?
Oh, unfortunately that has not turned out. Enabling Josh to take back control of this hoop by putting a deep ball in.
I think you can't really jaws this here because Josh is, as you say, very proficient in the art of the jump. He has quite literally studied this for years through play and practice.
Beautiful cut there from Mikey. He'd be very pleased with that shot.
But do you kind of become something about how Mikey, he's ordered a new mallet? Do you think you kind of become attached to your mallet?
Yes, I think every good mallet should have a name.
Oh, that's factual.
Paul, you've got a name for your mallet, don't you?
Of course, yeah, I call it Fluffy.
We've got Fluffy.
What would happen if you and Fluffy ever got separated?
I don't know. I don't know what could happen. I've already been thinking if I ever get a new mallet, what would I name it? And I have no clue. It doesn't feel right not calling it Fluffy, but you can't call it Fluffy because it's a different mallet.
Now, what is Fluffy named after? Is there a Harry Potter reference there?
Yeah, there's the three-headed dog, but also it's in the same way. It sounds very benign, but it's actually a precision instrument of destruction.
I see what you mean. So if I played a soft lullaby and put Fluffy to sleep, would I somehow gain an advantage?
It's certainly possible, but we have strategies to deal with these nefarious intentions.
Okay, well I'll keep that back in my mind for next time, Paul.
Well, I believe, Charlotte, do you have a name for your mallet?
No, I don't have a name for my mallet. No.
If you did have a name for your mallet, what would it be?
I wouldn't have a clue. I don't know.
Would you name it after like something you'd name a dog, or would it be something you'd name a close friend?
I don't know. I don't. I mean, I've named my car, but I wouldn't name my mallet.
What's your car's name?
Car's name is Dusty, but Dusty's currently in the garage because
it's Dusty.
No, he's in the garage because he had a petrol spill the other day at the lawns.
Well, if my mallet had a petrol spill, I would not be happy.
Yeah. Robbie, your mallet's name?
Beatrice.
Beatrice.
Why?
Why Beatrice?
Because it starts with a B and it's a blackbird, so I just renamed it Black Beatrice.
Black Betty for short.
Yeah, Betty for short.
Like the song.
Yep.
Do we know of any other players who've named their mallets?
I'm actually not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Powerful shot there for Josh.
But
he's put that power in to ensure that his black ball lands off the lawn and in front of the hoop.
That was very well played from Josh there. I feel like though many players do not really see their mallets as separate entities. They're more like on the lawn an extension of themselves.
That's right. We're becoming part human, part technology.
We've become one with the machine.
Especially with the fast advancing state of artificial intelligence.
Do you think we're going to see artificial intelligence incorporated into mallet design somehow?
Yeah, maybe some kind of design changes. I'm sure there's a more efficient way of hitting a ball across the lawn.
You know, just ask ChatGPT. You've got it in the mallet.
Yeah.
Do we know of any like other mallet shapes? Because I know that you can get a circular mallet.
Yep.
You can also get a square.
Yep.
Is there anything else that you've seen?
I'm sure you can make it whatever shape you want.
I have seen a semicircle. I have seen one of those. I can't remember who had one.
There's an old what was trimmer before? Pidcock.
Pidcock.
It's a pidcock. It's a circle that turns into a square.
Oh.
Is that legal?
Cross-section. Yeah, I'm sure it's as long as each face is identical.
Yeah. I think you can make a mallet with like.
Oh, unlucky there from Josh.
I think you can make a mallet, a pakuru, with an eye-shaped cross-section, like the letter I.
Oh.
I don't know if I've ever seen it, but I've heard of it from somewhere. So
we got Mikey here.
I don't exactly know what advantage it would confer. I'm a big fan of just the square mallet myself.
And we've finally made it through the 7th hoop.
And that's a fantastic shot from Mikey, and that takes it to 5-2. And do you think with how long that this hoop has taken, is that a real statement that Mikey's made there that'll allow him to get back into this game?
I think should he come back in this match, we'll look back at this hoop and we'll think that was really
a turning point.
But I have a feeling that the rest of the game is going to speed up after that, as we often see. Slow hoops are swiftly preceded by
fast hoops. Can you think of any reason why you'd get like not a square mallet? Is it just personal preference? Because I don't know any of like these guys playing at this tournament who do.
Don't know if there's any advantages. I know that Ethan Gumbrell does play with a circular mallet, but I don't know if it has any advantages or disadvantages.
Oh,
Mikey gone for a lovely clearance here.
That really is a power play there from Mikey. No touch required. He just brute forced that one and smashed it. And Josh is showing Mikey a lot of respect here. He's deliberately come to the side of the hoop, I believe. Actually, no, I think that just is position, but only slightly on the side, not as far as I thought. Which is interesting here because if Mikey clears Josh to the line, Black will then have the 7-yarder on yellow to presumably protect Blue, which is about to play into position. And this will be the tutuki here from Porofero onto Poroponga. Poropongo. And we've got Charlotte here leafing through our notes with some of the bios that have been provided to us. We're trying to find some of them. So
I have just found Josh Winter's bio that he has sent us. So Josh first started playing croquet in October of 2017, and he actually received a Give It a Go Day flyer in his mailbox. So that's how it looks like he started his croquet, and he's always been at Cashmere by the sounds of it. Is that right?
I think so.
I think so, yeah. He has won the NZGC Nationals and the under-21 singles and doubles in 2022. He also played in the under-21 World Championship in 2023, which was held in Mount Maunganui. And he also studies software engineering at the University of Canterbury.
Oh, yeah.
Big fan of the NBA, and he plays football.
I know these guys, they love their they talk about between games they'll talk about the teams that they're all supporting and how they're going. I don't know anything about it, but good luck for their teams. Hopefully they do well.
I don't have one for Mikey.
Last one. The last one.
Last one. Don't have one for Mikey.
It doesn't look. We're trying to look for one for
I don't think there's one from Mikey. He may have hidden it. Or he couldn't be bothered, which sounds about
like
right.
Josh may be playing the Haho Tarapiki here, the jump shot, over his own ball, possibly, because he knows that clearing red to the line will not change the outcome of that shot significantly. So he's elected to just ignore it, play the shot.
Beautiful jump shot.
Makes it look easy. But while we're on the subject of getting how these guys got into croquet, what do you think, because we're all pretty young, we've come through the system, what do you think was the most crucial factor that kept you not just going down to it once and giving it a try, but staying and really working to put in the effort to get better?
I think probably just a sense of competition. Kind of finding a group of other people that play. It's a really good excuse to keep on showing up.
I agree. I think the social aspect is really huge. Like, you can hear us. You know, we're having a bit of a laugh here. We're all good friends, and like we know Mikey and Josh very well. We've come up through the system for years and years. So it's really nice to see everyone playing at a really high level, and knowing that we can do so ourselves as well. So you think if you were to have any advice to croquet clubs on how to get more young people playing, you'd be thinking about the social aspect of it?
I think first you've just got to force people to come.
What, force them?
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
You just got forced into it?
Yep, and ended up being pretty fun.
So you think if you just kind of shove croquet down their throats, some of it'll stick with some of them?
Yeah, I think if you get kids that are young enough that they just don't have a choice, they're told to come and they have to. That's kind of how it starts.
I guess that was kind of how Jessica started, right? She was watching Brian and Nathan both playing. I remember we saw her at tournaments a few years ago when she was still really, really tiny, and just hanging around, and now she's finally gotten into it.
And she is now on a -1 handicap, I believe.
So she's just as good as everyone here.
Yeah.
Better than me. I'm only a 0.
Oh, Robbie. So there is a little bit of pressure on Mikey now, considering the score is 6-2.
Josh might be going for the huge statement here, just decided to end the game outright. I don't know where the blue is, so it's hard to tell. Is it on the line somewhere? I actually can't see it.
I think blue may be behind the tubing.
Yeah, but where? No, he's gone for the clearance anyway, but where is this blue?
It'll be along the tubing somewhere.
Oh, yep.
There we go.
Josh has grabbed it. So it's behind that tubing where we can't see.
Well, Paul, how did you get into croquet in the first place then?
Maybe it was a bit rare, but I actually wasn't forced into it. I chose to try it voluntarily. I saw it was kind of offered at my intermediate, and they were like, "Oh, come play some golf croquet," and I'm like, "What is that? That kind of sounds." I've heard of croquet. Isn't that thing you play in the backyard? And I was like, "Oh, I think I played that when I was like 3. It was kind of fun. Why not give it a go?" And it was completely different, but I quite enjoyed it. And then the the funniest part about that is I kind of stopped for a year because when you're at intermediate, you're really, really young. It's hard to kind of become a member of a club at such a young age. But so I stopped for a year, and then in year 10 at high school, I got a message from in the notices saying, "Oh, Paul Kaiser, come to the head of sports office," like calling me out by name, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm pretty sporty, but what does he want? What does he want me for? I'm not like a world champion or anything." And no, he's like, "Oh, we want you to play croquet at the secondary schools. We heard you played. There was this guy who wanted to, and his mates pulled out, so come play." And then yeah, kind of went from there.
That's a really cool story, Paul.
Thanks, Robbie.
Some friendly fire there from Josh.
He has cleared his own ball.
He has. There's no really good way of saying it. He's made a bit of a mess up there.
And it looks like the 20-minute countdown has started.
Yep.
So would that require Mikey to play? Not
pretty quick croquet.
Not
pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it's quite simple 6 levels of croquet, but close to that.
I think Josh just needs to sit back and just take his time. I think there's no rush. He's in clear control. He's got 20 minutes.
Are you suggesting Josh time wastes here?
Well, they've removed the rules, the two rounds of.
They removed the rotation.
Oh, for this tournament they have. So there's
I
not really
wasn't
any
aware of that.
safeguards to stop time wasting. So why not?
So how, if you were to time waste, what would be the way to do it? Because I feel like if you were to take, you don't deliberately take heaps of time to play your shot, but there are legal ways that you can time waste.
If you assess the lawn, the position of the balls for every shot, there's not really anything anybody can do to stop you. Even if it's like really obvious that that's what you're doing. I think there's not really much recourse. There's no way you might get punished for doing something like that. They might give you a bit of a hurry up. But
Yeah, and mind you, we're not saying that either Josh or Mikey would be deliberately doing this. Where this is more of an exercise in mental stimulation. But what would happen if you suspected that your opponent was time wasting? Have you guys in any of your games come into anything like that?
I can't say that I have. I don't think.
Not in a game I've personally been watching, but I have seen there been accusations thrown around, specifically in AC.
What would you do in these cases? Can you do anything?
You would complain to a referee.
Yeah.
But the most they can do is give your opponent the hurry up.
Yeah.
There's no specific recourse.
You can't really stop them.
No.
I guess they could put like more time on the clock, but I think that would only happen in rare situations. But I think one way you very well could time waste, and you still can, is just by maybe choosing not to run a hoop when you otherwise could, and just clearing balls away. Always keeping control of a hoop and playing really, really conservatively.
So that's a nice clearance from Mikey.
If Josh does manage to miss his roquet here, Mikey has an opportunity to not only make hoop 9 but also control his hoop running down to hoop 10, potentially making the score 6-4.
And you can come back from 6-4.
Yep. If he manages to do that in the next 5 minutes, then he's definitely got a chance to bring this game back.
So have any of you guys ever come back from 6-2 down or worse?
I have come down from 6-2 down. It's definitely not something I would
want to do again.
Yeah, recommend doing.
But would it be quite satisfying to do that?
It would, I think. Those are definitely the wins you remember.
And I do know that James and Miles Duggan. James was up 6-4 yesterday, and Miles brought him to the 13th and took the win.
That was the other way around.
Was it the other way around?
Yeah. Miles was up.
Miles was up.
In fact, he actually had.
Lovely hoop. Nearly 2 hoops in one shot.
Yeah, that's right. We were commentating on it yesterday, and it was a. Was that you and me, Robbie, or was that?
I was definitely commentating for that game.
Yeah. So we definitely saw that it was 6-3, wasn't it? 6-3 down. He came back from.
It might have been. Yeah, it was quite a feat.
And I remember that Miles missed a couple of very short shots, and you almost thought that the game would have been wrapped up.
Yeah, he definitely had the opportunity. Unfortunately, the sibling rivalry
tensions reached a boiling point.
Yep.
And so, do we think here that if Josh has a position to end the game, do you think there might be a bit of end of game syndrome, and we might see some hoop misses here?
I could definitely foresee something like that happening. It's a very common occurrence. Especially with a score like 6-3, there's no real immediate threat losing from your opponent. There's still a small chance.
It's a lovely shot from Mikey.
That was beautiful.
Scintillating from Mikey.
He wants to wire this. That might be
an incredible shot there from Josh.
Incredible touch being displayed here.
Yep.
Just getting Nathan to go and have a look to see if they are wired. No, they're not wired from each other.
We are told by our trusted helper Nathan Bullen that these balls are not wide.
Mikey going for promotion there.
I'm a big fan of that shot.
It's a wise shot there from Mikey.
He's wise beyond his years.
Yep, his recent forte into the art of AC is really bearing its head.
It's really showing.
Its head. Yep.
Jessica's onside on the 11th, just right in front of
Now, what's for lunch today, Paul?
I think I've got a ham cheese and pineapple toasty. Oh no, I haven't even ordered one. Actually, I should probably go do that, to be honest. But I'll do that after this game.
Oh, Mikey. Robbie, what's for lunch today?
Some leftover pizza.
Oh yes.
Oh, I had that this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
Breakfast.
Yeah.
Interesting.
James went and stole my slice, and I didn't even notice.
That's right. Yes.
That was really funny.
It was funny. I can't believe you guys were like, don't tell him.
That was very funny.
So for context, a few of us players went out for dinner and we all got pizza, and James Duggan, the cheeky boy, went and stole some of my pizza slice without me looking, and I didn't notice until I was told after we'd left.
I'd never miss a piece of pizza like that. I know exactly how many pieces I've got on my plate.
Yeah, for someone who enjoys food as much as I do, I really need to improve.
Big lapse in
it's a lapse in judgment.
Yeah.
It's honestly, it's quite embarrassing, to be honest, if I losing track of a whole slice of pizza.
Yeah, especially when it's only been cut into 6.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And when it is a pizza of such quality as the one we got.
Mikey has just missed his clearance there, which leaves Josh a potential winning hoop.
That's right, and this is the Haho Fiti, as you can see on the screen, with Poro Kikorangi, and this would be to close out the game. No dramas there. Well played, Josh.
It's a 7-6 win to Josh Winter.
We can see the handshake. I wonder if we're going to get any of them to come have a quick yarn.
I'll attempt to procure an interview.
Yep, we can go and grab Josh.
I have a feeling Mikey will want to have a wander over.
He might need some time to himself.
A bit of de-stress moment.
Bit of Mikey time.
Mikey time, yeah. I don't know. I have a feeling that with that whole pizza thing, if you make such an error in judgment to lose track of an entire slice of pizza and you're not paying enough attention and guarding your hoard, you kind of deserve to have that pizza taken from you.
Exactly.
And so a big well played to James Duggan there. That's quite possibly the biggest coup of the entire tournament.
What's the verdict, Robbie? Have we got?
Just from Josh.
Just from Josh.
So Josh is going to come.
Josh will come over shortly.
I might let you two do that one, and I'll just step back a little bit. Let him sit down, or
he might want to sit down and have a break.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, Josh is making his way over now. So is Mikey not coming afterward as well?
possibly
No,
not.
he's
Needs a bit of Mikey time.
Yep.
Needs Mikey time.
Anyway, we've got Josh here.
So Josh, give us a little bit of insight into hoop 7 there. So quite a long hoop.
Yeah, there was just a lot of misses. I don't think there was much more to it. I couldn't take position. I think Mikey had a bit of trouble taking position. Yeah, that's just how it goes.
Yeah, and does something like that play on your mind, even though you were up, was it 5-1?
5-1?
Yeah, it did, because I started to miss some shots, not take position very well, and that kind of carried on for the next few hoops. So I decided to kind of take position rather than taking a risky clearance on and letting Mikey have a go at hoops.
Yeah, and last question, did the loss earlier in the tournament to Mikey play in your mind a little bit as well?
Not really. It kind of just made me want to play him again and beat him.
Yeah, that's a good mindset.
Kind of puts the fire in.
Oh my god. Cool. Well, thank you for your time and best of luck for the rest of your tournament.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
We'll go to an air break and we will be back when the next game comes on.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
So the sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from the Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
So kia ora koutou, welcome back to the Under-21 Croquet New Zealand Golf Croquet Singles Tournament, and we are in a game between Nathan Bullen and Levi Franks, with Nathan Bullen playing the red and the yellow ball and Levi Franks playing the blue and the black ball. And so this game holds some level of importance to the final standings of this tournament, with Levi currently being on 16 wins and Nathan currently being on 10. Levi out in front at the moment on the overall block, with Josh Winter just behind in second place on 14 wins. Nathan, although, has been playing well in the second half of the block with only one loss, and I believe that Levi hasn't really found himself in too much trouble so far in this second block. So it'll be interesting to see both of these players on form, and Levi takes the first hoop with the blue ball nice and easy. It'll be a very interesting competition here, so we're looking forward to seeing what unfolds beyond us, as the score currently stands at 1-0 to Levi Franks.
Ko Janet Butel Aho, and I'm working with Callum McKinnon on commentary, and yes, that first hoop is done easily, and the red ball has gone all the way down to hoop 2, and that's a very promising start.
Yeah, so we see that red ball really tight in front of hoop 2, and you'd expect Levi to have a go at it with both his balls here, as he knows that if he doesn't get rid of it, Nathan will just go straight through with red.
And he did have a go at it, and unfortunately black has gone right down to the north boundary and didn't touch red at all. So Nathan is now coming back in with yellow.
Yeah. Porokowhai comes back in, and Levi once again gives himself a shot. He lines it up and he's ready to shoot down at the red ball and possibly the hoop if he's got himself a double there. Very important shot for this hoop here.
It's difficult to tell from this angle whether it's a double or not, so we'll just have to wait and see if he manages to nail this one.
Oh, and he does.
Oh, I think that actually went straight through the hoop.
Great shot by Levi.
What a wonderful shot.
Definitely would have been a double. Not sure he would have been aiming for that red ball, but you take what you take and you never ever admit to aiming for the red ball there.
And going through the hoop was just an added bonus for him.
Yeah. Once again, Nathan finding position in front of hoop 3. This one looks a little bit more angly, so Levi feeling comfortable with just playing Poropango back in. Now Nathan coming back in with his ball.
So we've now got 3 balls, all in front of hoop 3.
We watch the rain start to come down a little bit heavier. Now, Janet, how do you think this weather change will affect the proceedings of this game?
Well, the weather's been a bit touchy all day. It started off being like this, and then we got a bit of sun earlier on. But now the weather's coming down and it's actually drizzling now. Not very good playing conditions. So this will actually slow the lawn down considerably, I think. And they will have trouble maybe making length.
Shot, Nathan.
That's a lovely shot from Nathan, all the way through hoop 3. And the red ball, Porofero, has ended up just north of the peg, but in line with hoop 3 and 4. So black ball is going to be first at hoop 4. And black ball gets a lovely position in front of hoop 4. Beautiful shot, that one.
So one other thing that I find changes about the weather, as the lawns slow down and as the rain comes down, it does become slightly easier to position your balls.
Yes, they don't tend to run away with you the way it does on a really fast lawn. But even so, I'm not sure if they're going to be happy playing in the rain.
So Nathan looking like he might have had a little bit of a hampered position down to hoop 4 with Porokofai, the yellow ball. He's come out about 6 yards to the northeast of that hoop, and now forcing him to shoot with his red ball at something.
And no, Nathan missed that one, and his red ball, his Porofero, has now landed up on the south boundary.
Levi, it seemed to me.
Levi has been playing extremely well this tournament.
This game so far seeming to go with the flow of play. No real breaks of anything other than position, hoop and make, and Levi continuing that trend.
So here Levi is now 3-1 up, and that was hoop 4.
Of course, that's counting hoop 2 as a position from about 15 yards back from the hoop, but you never know with Levi. That could have been exactly where he wanted that ball.
Well, either that or it's a fluke, and I don't think Luke does flukes. So yellow ball, Porokofai, is now in front of hoop 5.
Levi looking to line up this Croquet here. He thinks that it's a short enough shot. He's confident.
So they're playing fairly fast, aren't they? They haven't been messing around with these hoops. They're up to 5 already.
No. As I said, it's very much been position, miss Croquet and run the hoop, but that looks like a change of play, and Levi getting the clearance on the Corfire ball.
Very good clearance there.
Nathan just coming back in.
That's leaving red to approach hoop 5.
Another thing that might change with this change in weather is as the lawns get damper, the hoop holes get a bit soggy around there, and so it takes it stops them being quite so firm in the ground, which could make quite a difference to how easy these hoops become to run.
Yes, you think that the hoops may loosen up a bit if this weather continues.
Especially with how hard they hit them at the hoops.
They do rather, don't they? Look, I've got a towel here if you want to.
So Levi looking to play a clearance here, and I'm making the assumption he's going to go for the blue ball and try and leave himself go for the red ball, sorry.
No, he's playing blue.
This one.
So which one would you go for if you were him?
I would go for the red here. I think Nathan's a...
Well, red plays next.
Shot,
and yes, he went for red, but he's missed it. And blue has now landed up in corner 4.
Now, Janet, do you have any context as to why the balls are in the order they are?
Not really, no. Blue always plays first on the blue and black side, followed by red, then followed by black, and then followed by yellow. But I really don't know why they've decided to do it like that. And the second colours, of course, green is a sort of funny kind of blue, and pink is a pale red, and brown is a kind of pale black, and white is a kind of pale yellow. So they've followed the same sort of sequence in the second colours as well. There is also a set of third colours, if anybody's into those, and I think they're something like purple, purple, there's a turquoise blue, a bright orange, and a sort of silvery colour for the white.
That's very interesting. I've never heard of the third colour balls before.
Oh yes, there are definitely third colour balls.
So I've just seen Nathan take the black ball out of play with his red, leaving yellow just in front, and Levi having to go for the clearance here on the Corfi ball, and unfortunately again misses that shot, leaving Nathan dead in front of the hoop, ready to take his hoop in.
So it looks very likely that Nathan will run hoop 5.
Bringing the scores to 3-2 to Levi still, and all.
Oh no, he didn't. The hoop rejected the yellow ball.
Let's watch the replay on that.
I think the players are so keen to get the balls through that they're maybe just being over keen and bashing them through, but it's not working with the hoops.
Yeah, and I think with this weather it's not going to be helping at all, I think.
No.
Players just want to get back inside, back in the clubhouse, back to the sausage rolls, and I think the faster they can get through the hoops, the faster they can do that, but they need to make sure that they're focusing on their processes and not the outcomes of those lovely sausage rolls.
So here's Levi just bringing the blue ball up a bit deep from hoop 5, but that makes it harder for red to get him.
And Nathan once again coming in.
Nathan's just trying to put in a block between black and yellow. So we'll see what Levi does about this one.
Doesn't look like he's quite got the block on the yellow ball, so Levi with the clearance long clearance attempt once again. Long two tookies.
He's just winding up, and yes, he made it. So yellow is now almost down to corner 2, off the boundary. Blue and red are still in front of the hoop. But that was a very nice clearance. I wasn't sure if it was blocked or not, but obviously he could see it.
And right in the middle of the ball as well is that black ball sits a nice...
Absolutely, nice clean
5
shot.
yards to the next hoop.
So Nathan is just playing the yellow ball, Poru Kofi, back in.
He was attempting somewhat of a roquet there, but you see the speed of the lawn's really coming into play as that just rolls past the blue. I'm not sure it would have made much of a difference, even if it was.
No, probably not.
Line.
But yellow is now on the south boundary, and Levi is, I think he might be having a go at the hoop. What do you think, Callum?
I think he has to here. I was having this conversation yesterday. If you're no longer going for the hoop, you're no longer a croquet player, so... He does, and you just bounce off that wire.
Well, he gave it a go, but that leaves it open to red to run the hoop now, doesn't it?
Yeah, Nathan's second attempt at this hoop. He'll be thinking about what he did in the last shot and trying to mediate any differences that might impact the shot here. The hole fitty, and he's made it
and he's made the hoop. Well done.
The peg goes on.
Okay, so that is red running hoop 5.
Now you'll notice the players putting pegs on when they win a hoop, and that's just to allow them and spectators to know both how many hoops they've each gotten and what hoops they've each gotten, and this just allows us to keep a nice even score of what's going on and be totally aware just in case there's any issues that might come up.
So black now in front of hoop 6. Nathan just coming in with the yellow ball.
It's gone a lot deeper than he really would have wanted to go.
Yes, it's really only just north of the peg, isn't it?
Leaves himself 6 yards, although Nathan is known to do that from time to time. He'll set himself about a yard out from the boundary on the first or second approach shot.
But I think maybe that's showing us that the lawn is actually slowed down quite a lot, because I think he might have liked it to go a little bit further.
Yeah. And now Nathan having to go for a clearance, a two-tookie. He gets the shot on black.
Yes, he gets that lovely shot.
He's also pinged off to the 7th hoop, and so Levi now having a look at both yellow's hoop shot and what he wants to do with that black ball. So
no, he's having a bit of a look at this one.
He doesn't really want to go through with his blue ball there. The reason for that is the red ball is still onside at hoop 7. And now whether or not Nathan planned that is entirely up to him, and he can claim whatever he wants, but realistically we all know that he either would have been aiming for it or not. But it's worked out for him, so Levi now left with a slightly more difficult tactical decision as to what to do with that black ball, and especially what to do with that blue ball once yellow plays its shot.
Well, yellow, I assume, will now try and clear blue, because blue has a hoop shot, and blue plays next. No.
As I probably would have guessed, that yellow taking a shot at the hoop there.
Well,
2 balls in front, and you always really want to be taking that chance.
Yes, but that didn't come off, and I think he went around the left side of the hoop.
So Levi now in full control of this hoop, and you'd think, based on Levi's experience playing at the top level nationally, he'll know exactly what to do with this blue ball.
Levi plays out of Cashmere Club in Christchurch.
Great shot.
But quite apart from croquet, he's studying geography at Canterbury University, and he's also interested in football and basketball.
Yeah, these boys fully familiar with what's going on.
And a nice clearance from Levi there.
That clearance was from Nathan.
Oh, 'tis too.
So Levi now...
Levi playing black.
Choosing to go in. He's confident with blue clearing that red ball to the boundary, and maybe even flicking off to the next hoop as Nathan did before, and so this leaves Nathan with a very difficult shot in which he has to hit that black ball.
Do you think Levi was trying to hide the black ball behind the hoop?
Oh, certainly.
I'd
Nathan going medium pace and getting it dead centre.
Good shot from Nathan. That opens the game up again, doesn't it? So blue now trying to clear yellow.
This is an interesting situation. I think with how Nathan's been playing, leaving him a shot on the hoop with the red ball is not always the best choice, and it's just come off that left side of the yellow ball.
So blue now over on the west boundary. Black by the peg.
And red taking yet another hoop shot, another.
Nathan lining up for it.
So this will be attempt number 2 for Nathan, I believe, and he makes it perfectly, that one. That makes it 3-all.
So there's a hoop 6 for red ball.
And the blue ball, of course, still onside after coming off the yellow ball before.
So that evens up the game.
Now, I was having a talk about this before, Janet, but if you're the first ball across to one of those short hoops, so first ball across to hoop 5 or first ball across to hoop 7, do you think you're at an advantage or at a disadvantage by being the first ball to position there?
Well, if you get a good position and you're still there when it's time for you to run the hoop, then you can run it all the way down to hoop 8. So that would be an advantage. But even so, there are 2 other balls trying to have a go at yours.
I know the Egyptian philosophy is that you're always at an advantage if you have the first roquet rather than the first position, but that might just be because...
Here we go. And blue has just missed a clearance and is now on the north boundary. But it's definitely an advantage if you can get to be first at the hoop by coming off another ball, because then you're not offside.
Exactly. And Nathan lining up the clearance on the Poropongo here.
Yep, clearing black, and he missed that one. So red is now on the west boundary.
Now, if you're Levi here, are you taking the clearance or are you taking the hoop?
I would just go for the hoop. If you've got a hoop shot, you go for it.
Levi taking the looking to take the other option here, maybe.
He may just try and push yellow past the hoop. Okay, he didn't go for the hoop. Instead, he's cleared the yellow ball, Poru Kofi, which is now down near the east boundary level with hoop 4. So just when you think you've got a nice chance to make a hoop, somebody does a clearance, and you have to start that hoop all over again.
Yeah, and a bit of a reset position there, and Nathan having to come back across these slow lawns, which are just slowing down the more the rain comes down, and that's a great shot from out there.
But he's done a good shot on the slow lawn. He's got a nice position there in front of hoop 7.
And Levi choosing to go deep, not allowing Nathan to have any kind of clearance on that blue ball. And what I'm trying to look for here is the yellow ball wired from the black, or is the black wired from the red ball as well? I think Levi really wanted to make a clearance here.
Well, it's a bit difficult from this angle to see, but Levi's lining it up so it looks as if he can see it. So I don't think they're
he's shooting for red.
They're
here,
wired. He's going for red, I think, because red plays next, and red's got a hoop shot. And yes, he nails that. So red has actually hopped the boundary and gone on to the next lawn.
Pressure on Nathan.
So it will come back on the boundary, and black is also on the north boundary.
Very much a pressure shot for Nathan here. Yellow looks slightly angly on the hoop, and he's weighing up his options. You know, you never really want to go for a hoop and inside wire it and leave yourself nothing, especially with black and blue both being in front of the hoop there, just for Levi to pick them up. And this hoop proving to be a really good stomping ground for Levi. He's had a couple great shots on this hoop on this lawn over the last couple of days.
Okay, so it looks as if Nathan's going to go for it. It's a bit angled.
Chooses to go hard at it.
And the hoop has rejected it. The clip's come off, but he's still in front of the hoop. Unfortunately, blue is right behind him.
So blue here will have a go at the hoop, you'd assume, especially with black being in a clearing position on yellow.
Well, he either has a go at the hoop or he clears yellow. And Levi's winding up to have a go at this. No, and again the hoop has rejected it, the clip has come off, and I think yellow and blue may be touching then. They're certainly very close together.
You know, they do look like they've rolled into one another, which...
So red's just taking the opportunity to come up behind yellow. That's an interesting situation to get into, isn't it?
We can't quite see on our cameras whether or not those two balls are touching, but if they are, Levi will know exactly what to do in this situation. He's been playing a lot of AC recently, coming off a great New Zealand Open, where he managed to pull a game off Logan McCorkindale, the eventual champion, after coming into the tournament on a 3 handicap, which is quite the achievement.
So Levi's lining up black. What do you think he's going for?
I think he's going hoop here. I think
he may be going for yellow because yellow has a hoop shot and yellow plays next.
Hoop and he makes it.
He made the hoop. That's a lovely shot from the north boundary right through hoop 7.
If he hits the yellow there, the yellow will just stay in place and blue will go flying, so there's no point in that. Hitting that hoop shot was really the only option Nathan had left him. And especially now with this shot being so difficult to try to get down to the next hoop, Levi really takes a bit of control.
So he's actually put in a blocking shot, hasn't he, to stop?
Nathan being a bit of a connoisseur of the snuggle. It seems to be a reoccurring theme over this tournament.
And they're calling for the referee because the balls are so close together. And here's the referee coming. It's Anne McKenzie.
These snuggle shots have really proved to be valuable in this tournament with these lawns not quite playing as quickly as some of these people have been used to, but it gives you the opportunity to play those tight positions with much more control than you otherwise might be able to.
So what do you think yellow will do?
Well, it's blue to play here. So blue's looking for the jump shot over the
just making sure
yellow
that
ball.
he doesn't touch yellow behind him.
That's a good
yes,
shot.
brilliant. Good shot.
And it's just rolled off about a yard
He's just
and a half
rolled
too far.
Yes, he's just rolled past hoop 8. However, from here it looked like a clean shot, and the referee seems to think so as well. So red is now going down to hoop 8. Good shot from Nathan.
Assuming Nathan would have been trying to look for the wire from blue there, he knows that Levi from that distance is very, very, very comfortable.
Yes, I think you're right. He was probably looking for the wire.
Levi coming back in with his poroponga.
And that looks like a beautiful shot. So black is now sitting what looks like right in front of hoop 8. Do you think he'll stay there?
If Levi can make the clearance on red well enough, I think black might stick around, but it does require a bit more power than Levi might have previously been planning to hit this shot with, and the more power you add to a shot, typically the more variation you might get in the swing, and the more variation you get, the less your chances of knowing exactly where the balls are going to go are.
Well, you're right there. The more power you put into it, the more likely it is to go funny or not quite straight or miss it completely. But he's nailed that one.
He's got himself a double clearance there. He's
Yes.
managed to come off the red ball and into the yellow ball, and he'll definitely claim that he was aiming for that.
So yellow is now on the west boundary, and red is trying to come back in. Black still has a hoop shot, and red has gone wide.
I've noticed Nathan this game probably not quite going as hard at his shots as he has been.
I think that's partly to do with the weather, would you say?
Maybe it's because of his grip and the way how hard he has to hold the mallet to play harder shots, and the more wet your mallet handle gets, the harder it is to grip onto it tightly, and that's a great shot by Levi to go through the hoop.
Right, so that's black through hoop 8.
But I also think it's a little bit of a tactic by Nathan. He's coming into this game against Levi. Levi is sitting at the top of the block, and Nathan knows that he's got the ability to beat Levi, but he's got to make sure that everything he does is errorless and perfect, and so maybe playing those medium length shots, as I said before, takes away a little bit of the variation versus playing them a bit harder, especially on these slow lawns.
Yes, I think you're right there. And they're certainly not wasting any time. They're getting on with making hoops, aren't they?
Yeah, the score is currently 5-3 to Levi, playing the blue and the black ball.
But it is actually raining a bit harder now, isn't it? And the wind is getting up a bit.
Yep, no, we're trying to protect ourselves over in this commentary box, but the wind is deciding
We
to
are.
be a little bit of a nuisance. So Nathan choosing to take the short boundary clearance on the blue ball, and that's an interesting decision for me, I think, especially with red being in not the greatest hoop running position. Maybe just going in for a position there might have been
Well,
a better
red does
option.
look a bit long and a bit angled, doesn't it? I'm not too sure about that one. But of course blue will just come straight back in again.
And for these players, those short boundaries are, well, they're not quite guaranteed, but they're relatively close, and blue choosing to go for a hoop shot here. He's got the confidence from hoop 7 to give it a go, and doesn't feel like there's any risk with Nathan's balls in the places they are if he goes hither and misses.
So blue is on the boundary,
He's just
and
come
he
off
didn't
the
make
wire.
the hoop shot. He bounced off the left-hand wire, and blue is now on near the west boundary, about as high as hoop 7, so hoop 6 rather.
So this gives Nathan an opportunity to jaws the ball, I think is what he's looking at here.
I think it's a bit angled to actually get through, but you're right, I think he could jaws it, couldn't he? He's just thinking about it.
Jawsing obviously being when you put your ball about halfway through the hoop without actually making it the whole way through. In golf croquet, your ball needs to go the entire way through the hoop for it to counter the point.
No, he's looking at that again.
And of course he's weighing up his option of the yellow as a running ball as well, and probably deciding it's not the best situation to run the hoop with yellow.
No, he's decided to... Now, why did he do that, Callum?
Well, I think that might be the best tactical decision there. That's what I was looking at initially. It stops black from clearing the red ball so far, as leaves him a shot at the hoop, and if the black ball does choose to clear the red, then Nathan's still got a shot at the hoop from the boundary, so it forces black to play into position here and really doesn't give him much options to manipulate that red ball.
Well, it looks as if Levi's going to do exactly that, isn't it?
Maybe this is slightly less angled than we thought it was.
Well, he obviously thinks he's got a shot at it there. Oh, and he's jawsed it. So that's going to make it very difficult for red and yellow. And there's Nathan going over to have a look at it.
No, he's taken the clip
He's taken the clip, yes.
This is a jump shot attempt from Nathan here, I believe.
That's always a sign when they take the clip off, isn't it?
Yeah. And
But yellow is on the boundary, so that's going to be a longish jump shot, isn't it?
it's about a 9-yarder or so, but these players are both known for their ability to hit the ball hard and straight, and that doesn't change for playing a jump shot.
No, the ball did jump, but it didn't go anywhere near the hoop, and yellow is now just going up to, it's near corner 3, and black is still in the jaws.
So that's not the worst situation for Nathan there. He's still got another opportunity at it, and it means he can go back, look at how the last one went, and rearrange a few things and give the hoop another go with the red ball.
Well, the red ball is slightly closer than the yellow ball was, because the yellow ball was actually on the boundary, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we might see Nathan here going for a full jump shot rather than a bouncer, and that just takes away a little bit of the risk of hitting the black ball through the hoop and giving Levi the first position up to hoop 10. Levi going for the clearance on red and not quite getting it.
Okay, so
take 2 Nathan.
Okay, so he's going to have another go at this jump shot.
Ho Tarapeki. Yes, and he does get it there.
He nails it the second time with his red ball. That was a nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, he just clips the black ball as he comes through, but doesn't quite force it through, so he'll be very happy with that there. Yellow ball offside, but the red ball sitting in a great position for hoop 10, so looking to make it 5-5 after this hoop, Nathan.
It is. He managed to get it all the way down to hoop 10, didn't he?
Yeah. And he played it with some control. Lots of players playing those kinds of jump shots will just absolutely hammer it at it. But not Nathan there, just nice pop shot right over the top of the black ball and straight through the hoop, which is beautiful. So yellow playing from the 2 hupper position, the offside.
That is the penalty corner. And that is really nice. He's got a lovely position in front of hoop 10.
Interestingly, Levi choosing to just play in here. He's not taking the... Oh no,
Yes.
sorry, he is taking the chance with red, and thinks red might have a bit of a difficult opportunity at the hoop, so forcing Nathan to weigh up his options a bit more. And I think that's the correct one, especially with how they've both been hitting recently, is to go for that long boundary. And
yes, so red is choosing to clear black.
this guarantees him a shot on the hoop with yellow almost, especially if he hits it hard enough, and he doesn't look to have. Now I really would have liked to see Nathan hit that much firmer than he has, but he looks to be, he's going for the accuracy rather than the power here.
Yes, well, it's ended up near the boundary, about as high as hoop 5. So you're right, he could have sent it further, couldn't he? But now we'll have to wait and see if black can hit yellow.
I would put some pretty good bets on Levi. Oh no, he's not even trying for it.
Shall we move? Oh, we can't. Shall we move our table over a bit?
See, that's some interesting tactical decisions here, and Levi making the choice not to go for the yellow ball, and yellow not even making the choice to go for the hoop. Must be significantly more angled than what we see, and that's a great shot. So this leaves red with the clearance back on black.
Well, that's quite a long clearance, isn't it? Because red is by the peg.
It's about solid 10 yard. I think Nathan would be relatively confident with his ability to hit that.
So here's Levi bringing blue back to the hoop.
Levi would have been aiming for the block there.
And it doesn't look as if he's got it, because Nathan is bringing his red ball, his Porofero, and he manages to hit black. So Levi did not get the block. So
that would explain before why Nathan wasn't quite playing that shot on black at full power. He's trying to stick around with his red ball and maintain a level of control over this hoop. Levi now.
So black is on the north boundary, blue is on the north boundary. Oh no, that's next door's blue, isn't it? That's hoop 2. That's lawn 2's ball.
Yeah.
So black just coming back into the game.
And this leaves Nathan with the shot on the hoop, and he has to take it here. If he runs this under significant control, which I feel like might be a pretty rare scenario, he might give himself a promotion with red, but he'll just be looking to run the hoop here, and he's done well.
And he does. So Nathan runs hoop 10 with yellow, puts his clip on it.
And we see a level game here. The 5-5 between Levi Franks and Nathan Bullen. Great fight back by Nathan. Nathan choosing just to play this ball in and leaving himself the clearance on blue with his yellow ball. And again, it's about 10 yards, which I feel like Nathan, after that last shot, might be relatively confident.
He'll be confident about that.
So Levi having a look for the block here.
I'm not sure if he's got that.
Rolled past.
Yes, I think he's just rolled on a teeny bit, hasn't he?
1.5 feet. So Nathan, 10 yards, dead centre every time, surely.
So Nathan now feeling he has to clear blue from the hoop. And he does.
Middles it. Perfect. Not quite middles it, but does actually get a nice shot on it there. So Levi, similar distance to Nathan before with this blue shot on red.
So Levi going to try and clear red.
Both these players have very smooth swings and both very balanced in their stance. Both Solomon grip players, and give them a great base to build their accuracy from, and that's just an example of what that can do.
And yes, he does a lovely roki. That is a tutuki on the blue ball, which is now on the boundary.
And Nathan.
So red is on the boundary, blue is on the boundary, and black is... Well, black's in front of the hoop, isn't he? So you think red has to make this Roki as well?
Nathan having to make this tūtuki on Poropango to regain control of the hoop, and
Nathan on the west boundary.
he's just nicked the side
Oh,
of it.
he's just nicked the side, but enough to make sure that black doesn't have the hoop shot.
Well, it takes Levi away from a hoop running position, which is always a nice thing, but he really would have liked that red ball to stick around a bit.
However, Levi is just going to give black a gentle shot to replace it in front of the hoop.
And that black ball should be wired from yellow, so it doesn't give Nathan anything to work off on this next shot, and he'll be left with yet another boundary shot to try to take the blue out. Take the black, sorry, out.
They
from
are
in front
very
of the
good
hoop.
at these boundary shots, though, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they've got their lines, and they know what they can hit. So it's just repeating it and a bit of consistency. And both of these players very consistent with how they hit their OKs.
So yellow going to have a go at black.
Seeing the recent games, Miles Duggan beat Luke Francis 7-2, and Jess Bullen beat James Duggan 7-4. So good win for Jess there. She's been having a bit of a rough weekend, unfortunately, but it's great to see a little bit of a confidence builder there against James Duggan, who, on the contrary, has been having a great weekend. Bit unfortunate for Luke there, though. That seems to have been a relatively quick game to have finished. Hopefully Luke, coming from Marotu Wanganui, hailing from where I'm from, and I don't want to say I've taught him what he knows, but I have tried to coach him a little bit. Oh, and a great shot by Nathan there.
Yes, lovely shot from Nathan to dislodge black.
And his red ball sticks right round that hoop, so
Levi having to come back.
that'll be a confidence builder for this shot, where yellow's going to have to try clear that blue ball from out in front of the hoop.
So Nathan getting ready to hit yellow. Trying to Roki blue.
Oh, and he's trying to go for the hoop there.
Yes, he just bounced off the upright and has not gone through the hoop, which leaves it open for blue.
In a lot of situations, the hoop would have been a great choice there. Red being so close to that black ball, I feel like maybe the hoop was a little bit of a risk, and he could have mitigated it a little bit by just going for the blue and leaving himself the shot on black, but chose the shot.
All right, so blue has now gone through hoop. What are we up to?
Hoop 11.
Hoop 11.
Levi
with blue.
Capitalises on that tactical choice by Nathan. Nathan once again short on that middle shot.
So we're now 6-5 to Levi. Going for hoop 12. Do you think we'll get a 13th hoop?
You'd have to argue if Levi gets this position right, which he's done very well, then Levi's now in control.
Yes, he has got that position.
Especially with blue being so close to the red ball and being able to send the red ball down to the south boundary where he can maybe look for the wire if he can get the cut right. So Nathan now being forced to play a shot. Not sure if he's going to be going for the hoop or for the black ball here, but he's going for one of them. Seems to have chosen the hoop and has just missed on that right side from what I can tell.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
So Levi with the tūtuki on the red ball.
Yes, the 12th hoop is always a bit dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, the tactics change a little bit on hoop 12. It becomes a little bit more about thinking how to get to 13 than sometimes you might really like. So Levi getting a great clearance on the red ball there, and Nathan now left with about a 20-yard shot to come back and reset the hoop.
Yeah, so the red ball and the blue ball are now both on the south boundary. Black is still in front of the hoop.
Yellow also being on the south boundary at the moment, so a big long clearance of Nathan here. With how they've been running their hoops in this game, you'd assume that he misses this, Levi takes it.
And red to play. and he missed that one. Red going straight past black and is now on the west boundary, almost in corner 2.
That's unfortunate. Now Levi had a shot to win the game.
And black is now going to run, fingers crossed maybe, run hoop 12.
No pressure here for Levi. He's just going to nicely flick that ball through the hoop and probably not hit it too hard. He has done, and that's a great shot.
So that's gone through the hoop.
7-5 to Levi Franks in that game. Congratulations, Levi. Another close one, and that puts Levi at 17 wins out of his 20 total games from what I can tell, and in a really strong position to take out this championship.
I would say so, yes. I don't think there's anybody else who's won as many games, and he actually has been playing his -4 beautifully.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Okay, guys, twice to sell. We've got past the song, going to sell. Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Kia ora koutou, welcome back. Today we've got Maddie Clarkson against Mikey Lauer. So second time Mikey's been on the stream. And in the commentary box we've got myself, Robbie Spooner, Charlotte Marshall and Callum McKinnon. So a bit of a podcast here today.
It feels a little bit like the butt of a joke here. How many commentators do you need to commentate a croquet game? But
I thought you were going to say like 4 commentators walk into a bar.
Same.
Anyway, we'll walk us through what's happening here. I think Maddie just won her last game, didn't she?
Yeah, so Maddie's just beaten Ethan Gumbrell from Australia, and it's a really good win for Maddie there. It's hopefully a confidence builder coming into this game against Mikey, and what could really be a close encounter here.
No, I reckon, I don't know if you can sleep on Maddie here. I feel like she's not one to be underestimated.
Hence why I called it a close encounter.
Yeah, exactly.
Close encounter with the paranormal. Alright, so we got
Mikey's a ghost.
Maddie playing the blue and black balls, and Mikey playing the red and yellow balls in this game. So Maddie got the first position across to the hoop, and she is now attempting hoop 1 with her blue ball.
It could just be Jaws.
And it just comes off the outside wire there.
So just a little bit about Maddie. So she started playing croquet in about October/November of 2019. She got introduced to her through a PE class in school. She went to Elam Christian College, and in year 10 at the time she was introduced to Howick Croquet Club and did a 4-week school program with them. She became a member during the Christmas school holidays and is still a member at Howick now. One of her highlights is playing in her first ever under-21s last year, a women's national and a women's invitation tournaments a few weeks ago, and getting 4th place. And an interesting fact about her is that as far as she's aware, is that she's the only under-21 in the whole of Auckland. Is that true? Do we know that?
I actually can't think of any.
I can't think of anyone else.
I can't think of them.
Nobody springs to mind.
So she's probably right, which is quite cool.
Well, considering all of the under-21s are at this event, and she's the only one from Auckland, I feel like that'd be true.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a nice little stop shot there. Blue in front of the hoop.
So for a bit of context on what's happened just while we've been talking about Maddie, Mikey had a go at the hoop with his red ball and completely missed the hoop, so Maddie's been able to take a little bit of control here with her blue ball, and she now has one ball in front of the hoop and is sitting just off to the side with her black ball as well. And Mikey looking to come back in here.
So you said red went for the hoop?
Yes.
Okay, and he missed over to there?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Probably not Mikey's finest shot, and these lawns proving to slow him down with
I would say that is one of the shots of all time. Callum, would you agree?
I have to agree there, Paul. I think based on the kind of process of elimination, that does therefore have to be one of the shots of all time.
Yes, thank you very much, Callum. And it looks like, I wonder if Mikey's going to be leaving this one here just because of where the blue and black are positioned. And it appears to be the case. He's also gone past the hoop.
Love to see a replay of that shot, just to get a bit of context on what actually happened there, because he's gone short with one ball and long with the other, so he's struggling to find the speed of these lawns super well.
And I wonder if that's the weather playing an effect. I know it's really hard to play in the rain.
Yeah, I think the speed of the lawns definitely changes as the rain comes down and the dew starts to build up on these lawns, and you'll notice that it slows down quite a bit, which can make it quite difficult to really get your power right on these positional shots.
We know from past experience that Mikey thrives under pressure.
Oh, yes.
So I'm sure this is.
Yeah, we've seen him pull out some good shots.
Yeah, well, they say pressure makes diamonds, and Mikey shines like the brightest of them sometimes.
That's high praise.
That's very high praise for Mikey.
Well, we've seen earlier in this tournament with him having a couple great upsets, especially in that first round, and beating what are currently our leaders in this block, with Levi Franks and Josh Winter sitting at the top of the block.
And speaking of, I believe that with Levi's most recent win, he's actually secured the top spot.
Yes, pretty sure.
Congratulations,
huge
Levi,
congratulations to Levi. I think he deserves it. He's been playing really well.
I was about to ask you, what do we think the current standings are looking like, but I suppose...
what a shot.
Easy. Maddie makes a hoop with
And
Poropongo.
she's really taken advantage there of those two missed positional shots and the missed hoop shot there from Mikey. You'd think he wouldn't do that twice in a row, and he appears to be playing the snuggle up to blue.
That's an interesting choice. See, he's looking to be the first ball down there and looking to stop that blue ball from having any kind of a sense of shot.
It appears she's actually going for the block on red. She can't. The snuggle is very difficult, but maybe playing it into the line.
So just looking at the current standings, Levi's obviously first place. He's got a total of 17 wins and 1 losses, and that 1 loss was taken by Mikey.
Plus 60 net hoops.
Plus 60 net hoops.
That's crazy.
And then we've got Josh Winter. He's on 14 wins, 4 losses, and plus 32 net hoops. We've actually got James Duggan in third place with 11 wins, 7 losses, and plus 22 net hoops. Now Nathan and Patrick are both on 10 wins, 8 losses, but Nathan's got a plus 7 net hoops and Patrick's got negative 14.
Do they play each other at any point yet?
Coming
up, we've only got like 2 rounds left, right?
I think Nathan played Patrick this morning. I'll just have a quick look.
So in this game, Mikey's red ball sitting in front of the hoop, but Maddie's got 2 great positioning shots with her blue and black balls, and so Mikey now having to weigh up his options as to what choice he makes here tactically to give himself the best opportunity to having a shot at this hoop. He chooses just to go in a position where he might be blocked from the black,
Yeah,
hitting his ball away.
This is really interesting, because if Maddie doesn't have to play this into the jaws, which Mikey may be expecting her to do, if she just wires this from yellow, there's not much yellow can do. And she could even play it into a position where it's not only wired from yellow, but also blocks blue, the shot from yellow to blue as well. And that would force Mikey to play the jump shot.
Mikey, of course, we've talked a lot about his jump shots in this tournament and his experimentation with them recently. Now guys, do we have any comments on people's grips on jump shots, and what's some variation that you guys have seen around the lawns?
Yeah, like you said, Mike, I think Mikey has been doing a lot of experimenting with his grip. Really finding the right way to hold the mallet for his jump shots.
Do you guys change your grip at all when going for a jump shot?
No.
I don't.
I changed completely, to be honest, because I play exactly how Jessica plays, and I split my hands when I do a jump shot, so I go like one hand's like near the top but not quite.
And one might be a lot further down.
One's a lot further down, but that's because I stand...
great shot.
Right on the middle.
Great shot. That's because I stand right over the ball, and it's the same with Jessica, whereas like if you were to put like Brian in there, for instance, Brian Bullen, he gets down on one knee and he puts the mallet to his side and flicks it through. So
down on one knee like he's proposing.
Like he's proposing. But then there's also people like, if people know Colin Bray from Paraparumu, he stands to the side and swings the mallet with one hand.
Oh, great shot by Mikey there as well. Just a great response to Maddie's beautiful roquet before, and we've essentially reset the hoop there with blue sitting just behind in a somewhat defensive position.
Yeah, black does have first shot over, but Mikey will be liking the placement of his red.
Maddie just coming back in with Poropongo, leaving red, the two tuki back onto it.
And how do you think that playing in the rain is going to affect the type of shots you play and the standard of play here?
Well, I was speaking to Luke before, and obviously Luke plays Irish grip, I'm pretty sure. He was telling me he was struggling a little bit just because the weather, obviously it rains and your mallet gets wet, and I think that kind of...
your hands could slip down the mallet, right?
Yeah, your hands slip down and it can really affect your shots, and then you kind of think, well, if you're going to go for a long roquet, is that the right choice, considering that there is a higher chance that the mallet could slip out your hands? So
yeah, the foam that's on the shaft of the mallet is very what's the word?
Slippery.
Slippery,
It
yeah.
does get slippery in the wet.
Yeah.
I'd say the rain's not too bad, but I'd say it's annoying because it's not bucketing down, but it's also like
Fine mist.
it's a fine mist.
Yeah, and Let's hope this doesn't affect Maddie's tutuki attempt with Poro Pango onto Poro Kowhai, and it looked like it barely missed. I don't know if the rain was a factor there.
I suppose one other thing is these guys playing in the rain, obviously it's not the most pleasant experience. Croquet's croquet, and you always love to be out there playing, but sometimes you just want to be back in the clubhouse having a nice sausage roll, so maybe they play this game a bit quicker than they might otherwise
Do you
do.
think that could play on their mind, cause them to take less time because they really want that sausage roll?
Exactly. It's all about the sausage rolls, really. You got to look at it at a macro level, and it's a good part of the reason why most of us play croquet.
And I think it's very interesting decisions from both of these players to be playing in the rain in shorts. Do you think these are psychological statements saying, I'm very okay with,
No.
I'm okay with the weather, it doesn't affect me, I'm still going to win?
You know, Paul, I hate to disagree with you there, but unfortunately I think that might be a little bit of an over-analysis. I think these guys have just been used to the lovely Wellington weather we've been having, and
well, you can't beat Wellington on a good day, can you?
This is close to a good day, but maybe not quite there at the moment.
I just think they're all silly and should put some long pants on.
Now I wonder how they're actually, most of the players here are wearing shorts. So I think they've all decided to make the same psychological statement, but the problem with doing that is if you attempt to make the statement and everyone does it, then everyone just looks silly.
Yeah, see, I think, Paul, you might find yourself in this situation, but some players really prefer to have one or the other, where they might always wear pants to play, or they might always wear shorts. I know for a fact that I'm definitely one who will always wear shorts, especially going into competition. Then I just feel that might be a little bit of a routine thing. I've heard a nickname going around for a young man, Paddy Chapman, who's one of our world champions here in New Zealand. The nickname being Trousers, because you'll always see him out on the croquet lawn in a pair of trousers. I don't think anyone's actually caught a rare glimpse of him in shorts yet, so we'll be looking out for that one in the future.
Yeah, you seem very interested in seeing this person you must look up to very much wearing shorts.
Oh, it's more out of curiosity than anything else, I think, there, Paul.
Okay, thank you for that, Callum. And we've got Mikey is going for the haho whiti, and I'm not sure what the te reo word for a rejection is, but that is what has happened to Mikey.
I think Mikey getting used to these rejections at the moment.
We're joined in the booth by Jessica Bullen. Could you shed some light on that?
What?
Oh, just never mind.
I don't think she heard us. It's all right, folks.
Yeah. So Maddie taking the two tiki there on the yellow ball and choosing to play it safe and stop Mikey from.
Well, Mikey, the thing here about where the blue ball is positioned is that Mikey can only clear it to a short boundary.
It's massive.
So Maddie can just play this in, knowing that whatever yellow does, blue's still going to have some kind of clearance on red. And now Mikey has to face the decision whether to go for the Poro Kikorangi, the blue ball, or the Poro Pango, the black ball. And it appears he's chosen the Poro Pango.
No, just going in for the place there. He's putting some pressure on Maddie here to make this two tiki with the Poro Kikorangi ball.
I think what he's actually done here is put the block in where blue does not actually have a shot at this Poro Whiro.
And looking at the camera angle, that does look like he's succeeded there.
That is a juicy block there from Mikey, so well played.
And that gives him two balls in front of the hoop, which you'd argue is a controlling position. And
Unfortunately, she's wiped out her own ball in the making.
I think you have to try though. With two balls in front, you have to at least make an effort. And if it doesn't come off, it doesn't come off.
Especially because black is now in an offside position.
That is correct. If you come off your own ball, you still count as two hupper offside. And the hoop shot there. Oh, another rejection.
Another rejection.
That's two at this hoop.
And then you look at the last game where they had Mikey and Josh had a long battle on this hoop, so maybe it's playing a little bit in Mikey's mind here that last game against Josh Winter. And
so do you think that this hoop could have some sort of curse on it that only affects Mikey?
There's always the possibility, you know, never discounting the superstitious.
I know sometimes when I miss a lot of short hoops, I'm thinking, oh, I just want to be done with this hoop. I don't care if I don't get it. Just let me get on with it, and I'll run a different hoop and get rid of the curse. It certainly feels like a curse anyway, although it could just be because I've missed.
So Mikey looking to be going back for that block again on the blue ball. He's not taking any risks there and letting Maddie shoot down at something.
Potentially left a line on the hoop.
Yeah, it could be some sort of double. I don't know if. I wonder if Mikey was thinking about that as he played that shot. I feel like he would have been. Oh, here it goes.
Oh, it'll do.
Well, it's moved the yellow, and there's, as we've seen, there's every chance of rejection here, and Mikey's really making sure that hoop is satisfactory. Maybe he believes that by getting it hammered down, he will lift the curse.
Yeah, and you notice the Egyptian players a lot will do this and check the hoops before they play it and all of that stuff, and I think it might be, again, just part of that routine and part of that mental process which helps them feel confident when they're going up to a hoop, that they're in the right mindset and in the perfect place to run the hoop and get the point.
So it's about them really locking in. And here, as you can see on the screen, we've got the kaiwawao. I think that's how you say it. I'm not gonna attempt that again. I feel like I may have just butchered that, but that is the te reo word for a referee.
So we've got Wayne Gare, who's from Plympton.
The tournament referee, he's been putting in a lot of mahi today.
He's been there every day. He hammers in all the hoops after every game. But yeah, and then you would have seen Anne McKenzie. She is from Paraparumu Club. Who's currently assisting on Miles and Patrick's lawn.
And the Paraparumu Club, how do you know so much about this club? This must be very important to you, this Croquet club.
Not me.
Yeah.
Well, it's where the Bullens play, isn't it? So
that's where you play as well, right?
I suppose,
so
yes.
This is very, very familiar club to you. You know all about it.
Pretty much. Don't know everyone, but I mean, I've known Anne since I first went there, so yeah.
That's a great shot by Mikey straight through the hoop, and he's really lifted that curse there. Bit of a confidence builder going into hoop 3, so he'll be super happy to get through there.
But you do concede the first shot over to the hoop, and these slow lawns, they do make positioning a lot easier, and it looks like that's what Maddie has done here. And Mikey will be electing to just shoot at that with red.
Now, Maddie just coming off a game against Ethan. Do you notice any similarities in the way Mikey plays and the way Ethan plays?
I think they have quite a different technique, to be honest, but I feel like that could be a bit of a leading question, and you have some thoughts on that, so did you want to share?
Yeah, no, I noticed, first of all, in the way that Mikey casts his mallet, he puts his ball behind and then casts it, and Ethan plays in a very similar manner.
Puts the mallet behind.
Exactly, and then casts over it, which might... I'm not sure if that plays into Maddie's mind at all. I think she's just quite happy to swing her mallet and play her shots. But
you think that Maddie would be looking at Mikey's cast, thinking he has put the ball behind the mallet, and that would somehow play into Mikey's hands?
Well, maybe it's just a mental thing for Maddie, and it's just very much a mental game. It's a confidence thing. And
I think you're playing mental games with me, Callum. I don't know how that would factor in at all, to be honest.
I also think Ethan's a very aggressive player, and you watch him go for some, I wouldn't say risky, but some interesting percentage play shots. So Mikey follows a similar vein sometimes, and maybe that's how he managed those upsets earlier in the week against Josh and Levi.
I think that Ethan's I've not seen the most of him, but from the shots we have seen, and when we streamed Ethan versus Levi, the shots he did play, they were risky, but I think they were the right risks to take, and a lot of them actually came off. And I was very impressed by the composure under pressure that he showed.
It's a great stop shot by Maddie there, sending Poro Kōwhai to the north boundary.
I feel like this could be Jawsville, but it could also be prime stop shot territory. And I'm just noticing that the Maddie's mallet, obviously, it's a wooden one. It's not like one of these Terminators that has the foam on the top. I think that could be an advantage in the rain here. The hands would slip down the mallet less.
Do you think the green colour matching is a deliberate decision?
Oh, I think so. I think whenever you're going out onto the croquet lawn, you have to think about your appearance.
I think appearance is confidence.
That's right.
Exactly.
If you look good, you feel good, and you play good. So.
And I think the green shoes are a really nice touch there by Maddie.
Oh,
really add to the
absolutely.
look.
And Mikey just playing all black with it. Looks like the Puma jacket. Oh, and he's stuck in the jaws. So I don't think the Puma helped him out there.
That was a good attempt. Clearly hit it pretty close to the middle of that hoop.
So I think we may be seeing the Haho Tautapiki once again. And from what I have seen a couple of Maddie's jump shots, and she does seem to get a pretty good height on them. And she's getting down. Oh, that looked pretty close. She definitely had the height for it, but I think she's getting down further forward, just like you do, Charlotte. That's your kind of technique. And Jess's technique, who is standing right behind us, just listening. I don't know if she wants to say anything at the moment. No, she's shaking her head. That's all good. I wonder, is this...
So it looks like we might be having another Haho Tautapiki here.
Another boundary jump. This would be extremely impressive. But I think Maddie does have the capability to do this.
I'm joined by Mikey real quickly as he's come over to say hello to us here in the commentary box.
That looks so... That looked perfectly straight, to be honest.
That's extremely unfortunate. She's put Mikey through as well and given him the first shot down to hoop 4. So
although it could have been a worse outcome, because blue is still onside, having put red through the hoop in the same stroke. So it could be a lot worse.
So here we see Mikey's positional shot with his red ball. And as you were saying before, Paul, I think on these slower lawns it makes it much easier to put the ball exactly where you want them to go.
I'm just hoping you haven't commentator cursed him, Mikey. Mikey? Callum.
Mikey.
You're not Mikey. Mikey's playing.
One thing I've just noticed is Maddie plays most of her shots with the standard grip, but for the jump shot she was changing to the Solomon grip. Why do you think that might have been, Paul?
I think it just allows you to get a lot more power on your backswing. I know there are actually quite a few players who do that. I'm thinking of Joel Steele as the main one. He has very, very potent jump shots.
Yeah.
Can you think of anyone else who changes their grip for a jump shot?
I can think of another man who's standing right behind you, who has been known to change his grip before. Luke Francis from Pumps North.
He is watching. He is watching and analysing.
And I believe Mikey was trying it earlier in the week.
He does. Mikey is quite the experimenter, and he's been in his lab cooking up new techniques for his croquet strokes.
Would we say cooking?
Why would cooking not be an appropriate word?
In the kitchen, Paul.
Oh no, like cooking in the lab, you know. Like, okay.
So Mikey going for the hoop shot there and makes it
that is exquisite.
Taking full control of this game now.
Did you say tasty? Yep.
But again, you do concede this first positional shot.
Short approach.
I was saying in my last commentary, I was talking about how there's some people who prefer this first roquet across from the fourth hoop to the fifth hoop, and they'd prefer to be playing the roquet than the first position. And I think that comes down to a couple of things. First of all, it comes down to accuracy. They really want to be certain that they're going to hit this first shot across dead in the middle of the ball. Secondly, I think it comes a little bit down to the speed of the lawns. The slower a lawn is, obviously, the shorter your ball's going to go when it hits another ball dead in the centre. So if the lawn's nice and slow, that gives players the opportunity to play the roquet across, get it centre ball and stick around the hoop and really take control of where the balls are on the lawn. And the Egyptians are especially known for this, as their conditions, according to my insider information, are rather slow and have nice and easy hoops, which really suits that first shot across.
You know, Callum, you may be an AC player, but that was actually quite a good tactical insight for the game. I don't know if it applies here just because of the New Zealand lawns and they have slowed down. Oh, did he go through?
If we can get a replay for that, it'd be great to see what he was actually going for.
Well, he's not running over to put his clip on, so it did not go through.
It looks almost as if he was aiming at the blue ball there, and it's just jumped it over. It's found a hole in the lawn and really dug back in and jumped over that blue ball. So.
Well, sometimes that happens, right? On bumpy lawns, the ball can just hit a bump and get absolutely launched into the sky.
Mm. Of course, these Waimarie lawns are relatively new in croquet lawn sense. They're only a couple of years old, so it might take a while for those bumps to iron out, but they've been playing very well here this weekend, especially with the hoops nice and firm in the ground.
Yeah, definitely causing a lot of rejections for all these players, and I think that's been a pretty constant theme throughout the tournament. So Mikey's getting. Why is he getting down? Is he getting down on one knee like you were mentioning Brian does? Is it some sort of proposal?
Potentially, who knows?
Or is he doing it? No.
I think he's just having a think.
What's he thinking about, Charlotte?
It looks like to be going backward through the hoop there on a camera angle, which might be either a positional or a clearing shot on that black ball, or blue ball probably, actually. Oh no, he's got the blue ball.
Well, if he was aiming to go through the back of the hoop, he missed it completely and hit the blue ball right on the middle instead, so that was a terrible shot from Mikey. Can't believe he missed the shot that Callum thought he was going for. Just in case nobody realised that, Mikey was very clearly aiming for the blue and it was a very good shot. Blue at red. Oh! And she has waved at that. Was it trying to get someone to pick it up, or was it saying goodbye?
It's a wave goodbye, I think.
The blue ball was like leaving her or something.
And Mikey's going for the hoop here. He's just checked if it's wobbly or if it's alright.
A ha-ho fitty, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do we have a bio for Mikey or anything like that, Charlotte?
No, so Mikey didn't turn in a bio. So
we can supply.
We can supply one. So
I think the very decision of not turning in a bio can almost be a bio in itself. It really tells you a lot about Mikey's character.
Mikey, how long have we known Mikey for? Everyone's known him for different amounts of time.
Quite a long time. I think he's almost like everyone's little brother.
2 years.
Yes, he is like a little brother. He's been playing croquet for how long would you say? Probably since he was 12, maybe. Is that right?
He was at least playing one under 21s before I did, so it would have been.
He's only been playing for like a year.
We like to call Mikey a 12-year-old because he looks like a baby. So.
But it's all in good fun.
It's all in good fun and nature.
I'd say he's been playing for probably 5 or 6.
Yeah, he's playing for a while. His home club is Nelson
Hinemoa.
Is Nelson Hinemoa, but he has relocated in the past couple years to United. Is that right?
Yep, he's playing at United now, but he's actually recently transferred to the Fendleton Park Croquet Club, which is a little bit closer to the university, but a little bit smaller as well. But I think Mikey really appreciates the social aspect there.
Yeah, he does attend Canterbury University doing design, isn't it?
Product design. And what an actual interesting thing is he is designing his own mallet as part of his degree.
Is he?
He is. He's been telling me all about it. It's actually quite interesting.
So that raises the question, why then order a trimmer when you're designing your own mallet? Does he not have faith in his own ability?
Maybe that experimental mallet from Sydney is something to do with Mikey.
Maybe it is.
Oh, he is an experimenter. You'd almost call him a mad scientist.
We might call you that as well, Paul.
Yeah.
Based exclusively on appearance.
Oh, thank you. It's good that all my friends are giving me such great praise as that.
For reference, Paul Kaiser has come to this tournament with a full header here and a beautiful goatee, and
it is legendary. I don't know what you're talking about.
We all appreciate how beautiful he's become.
Oh, she actually might have cleared that red.
She
did. It's a perfect wide position.
And she is.
I know that many Egyptian players will actually go for shots like that. I've had one try that on me at under 21 Worlds, and I was amazed. I had no clue they were going for that.
I think it could be wired actually.
So this may actually be what you were saying before, Callum. You were actually predicting the future, and he would go through the hoop. No, he didn't. No, sorry, Callum, you were just wrong.
Paul, I hope you could shed some light on your relationship with Callum. How do you two know each other?
Oh, well.
Oh, hold on, we'll stay quiet for this jump shot here.
Oh, the Haho Tarapiki, yeah, we'll get back to that, don't worry. Is it a jump shot? Yes, it is, okay, yep. It does very much remind me of your technique, Charlotte. Ooh. Oh.
Looks to have just bounced off that right wire.
Yes, so yeah, Callum and I go back a long time. Callum's brother we're all from Palmerston North, and Callum's brother is one of my closest friends. So I've seen a lot of him over the years, and as I got the brother into croquet, the brother got Callum into croquet, but Callum's actually decided to stick around. So I guess even though you're an AC specialist, I'll allow it.
I appreciate it, Paul, and I really appreciate your help coaching me in my beginning phases of playing croquet, including your jump shot manifesto, which I've since taken under my belt.
Okay, you need to glaze me too hard, but thank you, Callum.
So Mikey's now up 5-1, so we head over to the 7th hoop.
Yeah, Mikey playing very well and making all the right choices tactically. And
I think Maddie's choices haven't been too bad either. It's just been really difficult to convert.
She's had some really unlucky jump shots, but quite good attempts.
And a lot of these roquets have still been really good centre balling, but I do think it just takes a bit of time, you know. And we have seen that she's capable of doing really, really well. She actually beat at the Women's Invitation, she beat a player by the name of Helen Reeves. A lovely lady, but I believe she beat her in 3 games.
Oh wow.
Jess, were you there? You don't have to say anything, but you can nod or shake your head. Yeah.
No.
I was researching and looking at all the world rankings and at people I didn't know, so that was a really interesting thing that I saw.
So that's another word for stalking.
Well, yes, stalking in the name of research for commentary. I like to back up my. That was a good save, wasn't it?
You're very thorough.
yeah, again, in an ethical situation, guys, do we agree with stalking in a research manner, or are we
stalking the world rankings? To be very clear.
We'll allow it.
I
would stalk your world rankings, Callum, but you don't really have any.
Oh.
Ooh.
Bit of friendly fire on here.
It's alright, Paul.
Zesty.
I can say a very similar thing for you in Association Croquet World Rankings. Oh, and you're peeling results over time as well.
My what?
You're peeling turn results.
Yeah, well, I don't play much AC. Don't do much peeling.
Of
course, Callum would bring up AC in a GC tournament.
So Mikey.
No, but Callum, in all seriousness, you actually are a very accomplished AC player. At the moment, you are actually a minus player. You're an accomplished AC player, the other code of this game.
Yes, and I'm here to provide my level of acumen to this game here, as we see Maddie going for a 2-tiki on red and beautiful centre ball, and it looks to be wide from the yellow ball as well, almost.
It actually might be. That's quite impressive. Are we going to see Mikey shoot at this? Because you can't leave blue there, can you? Blue's going to clear anything that comes in, so he either has to shoot it or it'll go deep, right?
He's chosen to go deep here. I think is not a terrible choice, based on the situation in this game, based with them having a 5-1 lead.
You think not a terrible choice?
Yeah, I think going and leaving yourself a shot for the hoop and trying to make it 6-1 puts you at such a commanding position that it's worth a go.
That's right. So what is he going to do here? Is he going to go for this clearance? The 2-tookie? He would have to hit it on the right-hand side, right? Sorry, the left.
Looks to be going deep yet again with that Portal Core 5 ball. And Maddie looking to apply the pressure with a nice close position.
This could be blocking both of them. I don't know if we are seeing the Haho Tarapiki here. No, it's just a 2-tookie.
Great shot by Mikey.
Yeah, looking on the replay, really smooth swing, and Mikey has actually sped it up a little bit, I think. Someone said that before, and I believe they're right. But I should know that because Mikey and I have been doing a bit of practice down at Christchurch a fair bit, and I've seen how he's been changing his technique and really putting in the mahi. So it's good that he's getting results with it.
So we back to a bit of an even position here on the 7th hoop as Mikey getting the first position back into the hoop.
Yeah, but Portapungo is still on the north boundary. And the clearance is right there. So if this blue ball is nice and positioned, which it is, we're going to see black at yellow and then we're off to the races. Mikey knows this, of course, and that's why he's shooting at blue. If you miss, you end up on the north boundary, so it's not the hugest upset, yeah. And I was about to say, but I didn't want to curse him. Hitting the yellow would be the only negative approach from there. Actually, now I think of it, if you hit yellow, that's almost a good thing because it means black can't clear it, and it allows yellow to clear blue to a long boundary.
So now Maddie lining up this 2-ticky onto the yellow ball.
Looks like it's lined up pretty well. And she got supremely unlucky there. That deserved to go sailing off to the south of the lawn past that hoop, but she's pretty much middled that, and she's come off really, really poorly. Not in a bad way, I mean in an unlucky way.
Another unlucky result for Maddie there. I think she's been playing very well this game and just not had things quite go away, and that's a good shot by Mikey.
So what do you do here with blue? I think you've got to come in pretty close. Maybe put it in position, but wide from red through yellow.
Yeah, and I think at 5-1 down, you really want to be making the next 2 hoops rather than just the next one. So getting nice and close into this position and trying to give yourself a controlled hoop run down to.
Oh, I wonder if that's runnable. If it is, it's a really, really good shot because it means neither red nor yellow will be able to clear it.
Based on the camera angle, that looks very, very angly. And
oh, yep. I'm looking at the lawn, but we do have a screen in front of us. So yes, on the camera you can see that blue is not in a runnable position.
Now, Paul, would you be going for the shot here, or would you be trying to get the block in with blue?
What, blocking yellow onto blue?
Blocking yellow onto the hoop with the blue ball.
Oh, going for the cheeky promotion. I think that it's a very good idea. It just does leave the haho tarapeki, and I'm wondering if, with how Mikey's been playing those jump shots, is that a wise choice? And I may not be deciding that, but Maddie certainly has, and she's elected not to give Mikey that opportunity, which I think is a perfectly good strategy. If it's open on the hoop, do you go for this here with where yellow is?
At this stage, Mikey's 5-1 up.
He's thinking, why not?
He can afford to take shots like that.
The Levi Franks way, just run the hoop.
An incredible position there for hoop 8.
That is a supreme shot, and it's really unfortunate with that unlucky shot that Maddie had there.
One could say that might have even just won the game for Mikey there.
Well, I wouldn't say it has won the game because there's always something you can do, but but it's gone a long way, I think.
Yeah.
So does she have a shot here? No, she's just played it down, and there may not have been anything she could do there. That's really unfortunate with that shot at hoop 7. That deserved to go past the hoop, and unfortunately it didn't. But sometimes that's just what happens in croquet.
I'm going to see Mikey having a shot at the hoop here to take this game 6-1.
Up the haho whiti with porofero. And if he makes this, we might see if we can get someone in for an interview. I know someone was mentioning that Wayne Gear, nice shot, Mikey, the tournament referee, is hanging around somewhere and could be keen, but I don't know where he's gone.
He might be busy, but that's a 7-1 win to Michael.
Just some unlucky shots there for Maddie, and unfortunately Mikey able to capitalise on what were some unlucky moments there.
There were a few rejections that Mikey had earlier in the game, but he looked like he ironed the wrinkles out. Maybe it was only a curse on hoop 2.
It's a really good example of a situation where the score doesn't really reflect the game.
I think I'd agree with that.
I think Matty did
Mikey
really
definitely
well.
played better. I think Maddie definitely deserved more out of that game.
Absolutely.
Alright, so we're going to get someone over.
Yeah, so we're going to see if we can find someone. Someone said that Wayne was on the far lawn.
We could grab Matty for an interview. I reckon that'd be nice.
Yeah, we can see if she wants to come talk.
Grab her.
And then while I just have everyone here, I'm going to mention our sponsors. So we've got Whakaata Māori, obviously, New Zealand's Aotearoa sport home for series, news, sports and entertainment. They've got a lot of secondary school sport, including Croquet, so huge thanks for their support. Chuck them a cheeky subscribe if you want to see more of that. And Bailey's, New Zealand's largest full-service real estate brokerage. Bailey's, altogether better. And Caltex, proudly fueling your journeys for 80 years. From fuels and lubricants to deals and rewards, Caltex always has you covered. And New Zealand Carbon Farming, establishing permanent forests to mitigate climate change with over 9.5 million trees planted across Aotearoa in 2023. And Apollo Projects, experts in design and build, supporting businesses and communities across Aotearoa. So thanks to the sponsors for your support. And Maddie Clarkson has joined us at the commentary booth.
Hello.
So, Maddie, I think you got really unlucky, firstly, at hoop 7. What was going through your mind when it hit the hoop?
Honestly, well, I was just happy that it didn't go through.
Yeah, fair enough. You got to take the wins where you can, right?
Oh, I was a bit lucky. I was like, oh, thank goodness it didn't go through. It's like, oh, yeah, all good.
You had a few unlucky jump attempts as well, but they all looked fairly close.
Well, it was a bit unfortunate on hoop 3 when I pushed him through. I think if I got in a little bit higher, it would have gone through, I think.
And is it true, Maddie, that you're the only under-21 player in Auckland?
Yeah.
Wow, that's quite a cool title to have.
Well,
it's crazy that there's in such a city as huge as Auckland, there's only one under-21 person playing.
Yeah, well, I can hog all the grandmas to myself, give them all hugs, you know.
Good.
And something that I've heard from a couple of players about you, Maddie, is that you have a
more than others. So it's just like more than others. So it's just like as long as you're out there playing and you can hit the ball, you'll do all right, I think.
Yeah, just hit the ball and see what happens, and maybe it'll come off.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good attitude to have. There were some wise words there.
Well, if you don't, if you have for example, like a long roquet, if you don't go for it, you'll 100% miss it because you didn't go for it.
Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. That's a really good way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Maddie. That was very insightful, and I think a lot of players could learn from your approach to the game.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Matty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie.
Now we have Mikey Lauer, just coming off a 7-1 victory. Mikey, how are you feeling after that?
Bit better than the last one.
Do you think you deserved to win 7-1?
I ran my hoops. I think I played well.
Well, what was your thought process at hoop 7, where Maddie's roquet bounced into the hoop? Hit you into the hoop.
You can't remember,
I can't remember. I can't remember. I don't know. I just took one hoop at a time, and I missed a few shots, which I was a bit annoyed about. But no, it wasn't too bad. It was all right.
Cool. Who have you got to play next?
Luke.
So that says a lot about the tone that you said that. It says a lot about your thought about this match. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
What's the history there, Mikey?
It's going to be a hard game. He's playing really well at the moment, so just got to play at my best. And
I think he's certainly impressed today, hasn't he?
Yeah, like I think I said earlier on the commentary, the seedings don't really play a part.
It's all about how you're playing on the day, right?
Exactly, yeah. Everyone's been pretty even, and even if you lose a game, you can still play well. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Mikey.
Thanks, Mikey.
And we actually do have one more interview if you're keen, Wayne. Yeah, Wayne Gear, the tournament referee at this tournament. Come and have a few words. So what do you think about how this tournament's been going so far?
Well, I would say the organisation, down to Tom Berryman, absolutely marvellous. He's done a lot of pre-event organisation. It's a feature of working with Tom. He's an absolute pleasure to work with.
Yeah, and are there any other people that you would probably know because you're at this club working behind the scenes that you'd like to specifically thank?
Well, I'm not actually a member of this club. I'm actually a member of the Plymouton Club. But Ross Bisley, who's been looking after the grounds, has been a joy to work with. He's done some extremely useful work behind the scenes and preparing the hoop holes and setting the lawns up, to the extent that he turned up with a nicely sieved bucket of soil this morning for me to firm the hoops up.
And I know these guys have been getting here quite like at the crack of dawn, even when it's dark.
Round about 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's so early. And I believe that Ross actually has a familial tie to some of the players.
Yes, he does.
To one of the players at this event. Would you be able to tell us about that?
Ethan is his grandson, and he's playing really well. One of the things that I'd like to say in general about the players is that I've been really impressed with the honesty of the players that are playing.
From a refereeing perspective?
From a refereeing perspective. They don't call the referee very often, but then they mostly don't need to. And I've really enjoyed the way the players have reacted to calls of the referee. Once or twice we've had default shots. You get a really positive reaction and they just get on with it. So it's actually a joy to work with this bunch of people, and
it makes your job a lot easier, doesn't it?
Hell yes, and they could teach a lot of the more senior members of the sport how they should behave on the lawn.
Yeah, I know. I can think of a few people myself who you'd think about calling a referee for.
Yeah.
Like you think, you want to make sure that if there's a disagreement, there's a neutral party that can adjudicate.
Yes.
And that would be part of your job as a tournament referee.
Yes, it is.
If there was some disagreement, you would be the senior.
Yes.
The senior ruler on that.
Yeah. And I don't have any personal interest in the outcome of any particular match. Of course. And all I've been doing is enjoying watching some really good play for some players who they would scare me if I was on the lawn with them, and I'm a zero handicapper. So.
Yeah, and for context, zero is pretty high up there on the handicap scale. A lot of these guys are really, really good.
Yeah.
So yeah,
so
thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
All right, I think we'll go to another ad break. I think we might only have one game left, so we'll see you then.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
Welcome back, everybody. Currently by myself in the commentary room, waiting on Miles and potentially Callum. I'm Robbie Spooner. We've got the final match here on Lawn 1. We've got Levi Franks and Josh Winter. Levi's obviously won the toss and he's attempting a hoop 1. That is a medium rejection, one would say. Also got Charlotte joining us.
Hello.
Hello, Charlotte.
Sorry, Callum taking my seat. So we've this will be a good game.
Yep.
Cashmere special.
Yep. Beautiful clearance there from Levi. It may appear on first glance that that shot was a bit wayward, but it's actually exactly what Levi was intending. At this level of the game, it's a lot more advantageous if you're able to position your balls not off the lawn, but on the line behind a hoop, because it means that your opposition can't physically clear you. So you always have the option of either shooting at the hoop or clearing a ball. I think Levi's technically won the tournament, hasn't he?
He has. He has won the tournament. There's no technicalities around it. He's
completely won. He's our champion.
He's our champion? No surprises though.
No surprises at all.
He did take out the doubles title with James. I'm sure he did the same thing with Joel the previous year, is that right?
He might have, yes.
He did with Joel, and then he won the singles last year as well,
Yes, so
in Ashburton.
He was definitely the favourite coming into this tournament, and he's shown us exactly why. So this game, a little bit of a formality, but in terms of world ranking points, it's still quite important for both players, especially playing at the level these two play at. Any official game has quite big ramifications.
Especially because, have they both entered into the World Open?
I'm actually unsure, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Because as far as I know, Nathan's entered, Joel Steele has entered.
Mikey was pretty keen. Yep, we're...
Of course, we have got the one and only Miles Duggan with us.
Kia ora everybody, thanks for having me.
How have you gone today, Miles?
It's been a pretty successful day. I've had a bit of a on and off tournament, so it's good to see some wins, some consistent wins today. So I played 5 games, lost 1 and won 4. So I lost against the old Levi Franks, which is...
to be expected.
It is to be expected. He's playing on fire today.
Yep.
But yeah, it's been good. It's been good. Weather has seemed to pass. It's looking a little bit cloudy. Hopefully another batch of rain doesn't fall on us.
How would you say the rain affected your play this morning?
I would say so. I was versing Luke. Unfortunately, I bet him 7-2, but I think one of the main problems was the rain on his mallet, so it looked like it soaked into the mallet and it just kept slipping. That was the same with me, but what I did is a bit of a Miles Duggan tactic, a bit of a life hack, if you would say. So I put the mallet shafts just up my sleeve, so none of the rain hits the mallet, so when it comes to taking the shot, I whip it out, take the shot and go back into the sleeve. So that was for me. I didn't get much of the rain, so my mallet wasn't very slippery, so it was a successful win.
Wow.
So that's my little life hack for everyone at home. If you're going outside, bring a sleeve with you, a long sleeve. Short sleeves don't work, long sleeves, everybody.
Great clearance there by Levi. Seems to have...
taken out the first hoop.
Yes, he's made hoop 1 all the way down to the boundary behind hoop 2, and then used that same ball to clear Josh's first positional shot.
It's a bit of a Kashmir boys derby here. They've both been playing together for about 6 years. They've both been playing well, and this is the last game for them. Am I right?
Yep.
So I understand that Levi's looking pretty good to win the tournament, but it's going to be a big game for us. We might see some placings that change, especially with Josh. He's won a lot of games, so it should be really interesting to see how this turns out.
So Levi here going for hoop number 2.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, it looks like yellow can see black. That's just going to be a nice little stop shot there for Josh.
I was wondering if you could give us some...
Maybe we're incorrect from this angle.
I was wondering if you could give us a little bit of insight into Josh's mallet.
Yeah, so it's quite a new mallet. I don't even know the name for it, but it's from the Fletchers. It's the Fletcher boys. It's their mallet. It's a bit of an interesting mallet. It's got 2 holes in the centre of the head of the mallet. I don't know what it's for. It's probably to do maybe aerodynamics. Who knows? Make your hit harder. Yeah, it's an interesting mallet. We started with old little wood mallets, and then we upgraded to the Terminators. So Josh is kind of the first person to upgrade from the batch of Terminators.
Was there a reason why? Or did you just want something new?
Just wanted something new. He's been playing with the Terminator for about 4 years now, but yeah, just give it a bit of a change up. It's good to change it up and see what the pros and cons from different mallets and be able to tell us what is the best mallet. But yeah, Josh is liking it. He's winning games with these mallets, with this mallet, and yeah, it's a cool little yeah.
The sound is interesting. Sounds like it's broken.
It does. That's the main thing that I find from the mallet.
Ooh. It does sound broken, but I have been told by Wayne it's the energy travelling through.
Yep, exactly. It's a reasonably new mallet, so there's not really been any.
You haven't broken into it quite.
Yeah.
And that's 1-1. Looks like James and Nathan are having a little bit of a look over at their hoop 1 at the moment, trying to discuss if their first ball is through the hoop or not.
Do we have any score predictions, guys? What are we going to see this game?
I'd love to see a hoop 13 showdown.
Me too. There's nothing better than a Kashmir showdown.
I think it's a good way to end the tournament.
I think it is too.
To have a good old jump shot on the 13th.
Yep. I think whenever we see Levi or Josh in a 13th hoop in a final game of a tournament, we're in for something special.
It's always exciting.
Yep.
13th hoop, anything with any Kashmir boy.
Yep.
Yep, well, they're both playing well, so it should be hopefully a long, enticing match.
And there's a
incredible
cracking shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks to be a perfect block.
Josh is just coming over, seeing the angles, making sure he's got that block. If not, he's going to see what he can do with yellow.
Well, I thought, Miles, you could tell us a bit about how you started with your croquet and where you are now.
Yeah, so I started 6 years ago at the old Kashmir Croquet Club. So Josh, who's playing, he got a flyer that got passed down to him from his parents that his parents found. And
mailbox, I believe.
Yes, a old mailbox. I'm not too sure what the number or what the colour of the mailbox is, but it was a mailbox. So yeah, he came down to the club. We both came down to the club. Oh, good shot. And yeah, we've been playing ever since. We got the name Kashmir Boys from playing from Kashmir, and We also got James and Levi, who we also brought down a few weeks later after the old smackaroonie at the club. But it's been a good 6 years. We've all been playing at a really high level, and yeah, it's been good. It's been great.
Ooh. I was just managed off with the last So now we see Josh is up 2-1, trying to make his way down to the next
Yep,
hoop.
nice, smooth, controlled hoop.
Doing it quite nicely.
Oh, a little bit heavy there from Levi.
Might be okay. Gone just a bit too far.
Josh here, not looking too tight for a shot. Oh, he's found himself hitting red. It might have got him an easier shot, but I think his goal was to go so deep just because Black's at hoop 4 there, and if he was to be close up, he might be rushed to the long boundary. So it's good positioning deep.
You've obviously all, you four have played together for a while. Have you had any disagreements in games or anything?
Oh yeah, no, all the time. Back in the day, me and Levi were doubles partners, 2 big tournaments at secondary schools, and we would just argue every single shot. I think he's missed it by a ball there from the hoop.
Yeah.
But yeah, me and Levi, we didn't have good terms at the start. I got to admit, we had different ideas for different shots, different clearances, but that was the first secondary schools. But I think we made up. We're good friends now. We ended up winning the secondary schools in 2019, so that kind of shows that I think our friendship is restored. We were both young and dumb back in 2018 in the first secondary schools. But yeah, there's always a few disagreements, especially with the different play, because you've got a mix of, you know, aggressiveness and also defensiveness. So, you know, different players at times can play defensive or aggressive, and that might not be agreeable against double pairings. Josh here for maybe a 4 or 5 yarded jump. Oh.
Not quite in the jaws, but it's in front. But you've played with all the Cashmere boys, haven't you?
I have. I've won and I've lost and I've drew. I've done everything with these boys.
I mean, one of them is your twin brother, believe it or not.
That is true. Yeah, we played this tournament. I won a game and he also won a game, so it's pretty even on bragging rights right now. He did win the most recent game, but
bit of a comeback, if I remember correctly.
It was a big comeback. Very disappointing on my behalf. I was playing quite well first half of the game. I made it to 6-3 on my side, but then I just couldn't run a hoop on the second hand, and James got on to me and won the game 7-6, unfortunately. But I think every game that I do play James in competitive play, it always ends on the 13th hoop.
Yeah.
Don't know why, don't know how, but it always ends on the 13th hoop.
We're twins.
It makes sense, yeah. It's got to be even. It's got to be the same.
Interesting tactic here from Josh. What do you think the reasoning behind this is?
Well, he's got a ball on the short boundary. I think if he had a ball on the right-hand side of the hoop, there's a good chance that he could be cleared to the long boundary. Forcing himself to the left-hand side of the hoop gives him an opportunity to clear other balls down to the end, just like how Levi has on his angle on the left-hand side of the hoop.
Very useful insight.
If you see on Levi, it looks like he's got, is it a towel in his pocket?
Yeah.
That'll be for wet mallets, I'm assuming.
Yeah. So it's kind of the same little technique that I had with my sleeve, but a lot of players do like to have a bit of a towel action in their pocket.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the towels that they gave you guys for the under-21 Worlds.
Yeah,
does
look like the wet
Does look
towel.
like that.
It was. I actually haven't used the wet
Neither
towel
have I.
before.
Have you not?
No,
I can't
no.
get into it.
It's just not my thing, Robbie.
Yeah,
you?
neither.
No?
No, it just makes your whole cuff wet.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
a bit of a yucky feeling.
Exactly.
Joel,
I'd rather be hot.
I poured water on Joel's and put it on the back of his neck because he was so hot.
What do you guys like to do when you're playing in rain? I know we had a bit of a rain situation before, and I told you guys what I did. Do you guys have any life hacks dealing with the rain?
Find shelter.
Put your mallet up your sleeve. That's what I do as well.
It's true. It's
Yeah.
true. Just wait until the rain passes, Robbie.
Well, I usually just keep my hands on my mallet and I just don't move them. I just walk around with my hands in the same place.
And that is 2-2.
That's what we like to see. Nice even game. Trading blow for blow.
That's the one.
That might be a bit fun.
Yeah, a few too many rolls on that one.
Oh, that's looking too deep too. It might be in a clearing position with yellow. See if he can get even closer to that hoop as he rushes blue down to the other side of the lawn there. Levi here going for the big clearance. This is quite aggressive play here. So he's going to clear yellow, leaving red to run the hoop. Bang. Oh,
unfortunate.
You don't see much of those from Levi.
That's the thing, when you've got balls really close to each other, it could go either way. You could be clearing your own ball, you could be missing, you could be, hitting your opposing ball dead centre. It can go either way.
Josh going for a block, maybe?
A wire.
Or a wire.
Yeah.
Has he done it though?
I'm not too sure from this angle. It looks pretty hittable.
He's going to go for it anyway.
So I think he's really looking to get some sort of control with this ball. See if he can pop it just behind. There we go. But that yellow ball is looking pretty enticing for that hoop.
Pretty
So
handy.
he knows he's got to do a longer clearance for that one.
And this is kind of the same aggressive play that we saw just before Levi's ball going out of bounds. So he's going to be having to clear something. Or maybe put another ball on, giving pressure for Josh to run the hoop. If he leaves the ball up there, it gives a good chance of Josh maybe missing and Levi doing something with blue, maybe clearing an opposing ball.
Strong hit, but he missed.
So to be 3-2 up in the game today, Josh Winter goes for about a yard.
Nice control on that hoop. Maybe would have hoped for another 2 or 3 meters on the Kofi ball.
So I hear these lawns are quite new to the game here, so it's been up for 5-6 years? Is it 3 4?
3 or 4 years. Yeah, I believe this used to be a bowling club.
A bowling club, yes.
Something of the like. They had a few problems initially. One of the groundskeepers put in the wrong kind of seed, and they had starweed, I think.
Oh right. They must have delayed the...
It did, yeah. They weren't very
opening.
nice to play on for the first 2 years, actually. Unfortunately, they were even bumpier.
Yeah, so you guys are from Waimarie.
Yeah.
Have you had a few tournaments here before? Have you seen the change in the lawn?
I've been here once before. I don't know how long ago, maybe 3 years ago, just before they were doing the lawns. And they weren't the best, I won't lie. They were very, very dry. and they did have some sort of weed poisoning going on or something where the grass was just peeling away, and it was basically just hard cracked soil. So I knew that they were going to redo these lawns, but they're actually quite good lawns, I would say. They don't curve as much as they used to.
So I've heard that this club, I guess, it's a reasonably new club, that there was, I guess you guys moved from flooding for the club itself.
Yep. So originally the Waimarie club was inside the river or the stock banks, the river banks for the Hutt River, or the flood banks, beg your pardon. So they were quite susceptible to flooding, especially when the Hutt River levels got quite high. The club would often flood, and so I think the council forced them to move, actually. Provided them with another location for their facilities, which is here. It is. It was a lot nicer at their old place. One might say the surroundings was beautiful trees and but here's still nice.
You've got some really nice mountains around us. A lot of greenery, which is nice.
A quarry.
I think one big thing when I'm looking out playing croquet, I want to see some good nature. It gets me in my zen, which calms myself as a player when playing my opposition. It's just good to see some green, I think, especially on that lawn. It's good to see nice green colour here.
Yep. Good mountain or something.
Yeah, exactly.
You got Levi.
Tempting to make it 3-all. No, lovely hoop.
Well, so far, your prediction, Robbie, of a 6-7 finish, it's looking promising right now. If they keep doing what they're doing, you're going to see that this game is going to be 6-all. But, hey, you never know what happens here.
I never asked you what your prediction was.
I'm going to say it's going to be close, the first half. I'm going to say it's going to be a 7-5 finish to someone. I'm not calling it yet, just because I know both of these boys. I play with them, and I don't want to be biased.
I see. So it might come back to bite you.
Yes, they're going to listen to this recording, and they're going to hate me for this. So I'm just going to say 7-5 to someone. Maybe it goes closer to the end of the game, and I can make a prediction. But right now, 7-5 from me.
Yeah, same with me. Oh, I don't know if Josh would be quite so happy with that.
I think I've found myself playing here. I've undershot a lot of shots here. I think the lawn and the weather here has changed so quickly. And just such a short amount of time, and you've got to adapt to these changes. And I found myself this morning, especially after the rain, and as it was raining, I was just under or overhitting, because my first game, it was still raining, but it wasn't as bad as it was in the second and third game. So at times it's really hard to judge the lawns that you're playing, especially the different lawns. They both have their pros and cons. But you really got to analyze and put a ball up and just see how it goes, then put a second ball up.
Yes. So we see Levi missing quite a crucial roquet. It seems both of these boys are
probably didn't go as far as Josh wanted, but he is 4-3 up.
Yeah, so these guys are always looking on these hoops to try and get their ball down to the end. That's why you see Josh smacking it, trying to get down to the end of the hoop. Kind of gives him possession for the first ball up. If he's got a good shot from that hoop shot, it forces the opposition to clear.
Josh deciding to take a tighter approach to hoop 8.
Looks like some sort of clearance here. You can tell that he's winding up for a big shot here. Big hit.
A double.
Oh.
Not quite.
I'm finding this game a reasonably quick game here. You've got the boys definitely running their hoops, putting a ball up. So it should be interesting to see if this game finishes reasonably early.
Yes, it only takes one mistake, and your opposition is guaranteed to take advantage.
Exactly,
in a game
exactly.
Like this.
So Levi is in front of the hoop. So let's just see what Josh does. Which is probably quite obvious.
He's going to put something up, but I think he's going to hit just the left boundary. Just gives him, gives the opposition a short boundary clearance. Oh, it looks like he's got the left-hand side. That's still fine. But it looks like with yellow there, he's just putting pressure on blue to run this hoop.
You have to wonder though, a shot like this for Levi is almost a sure thing.
But you've found Levi missing one of his previous shots, so maybe
he's made no
Like a jump almost.
Yeah, he's left no doubt with a shot like that.
So brings it to 4-all.
It's always risky putting a ball up when a ball's in striking position, but sometimes it really pays off.
Pay off.
Josh there, that's a really nice shot there. Looks 1 yard, pretty much straight in front.
Looks like Levi thinks the same, and he's
Winding
definitely
up.
winding it up.
There we go.
And he's
There we
executed
go.
that real
Bang.
nicely.
Smacks it through centre ball into red there.
Beautiful shot.
Bit of a little fun little fact with Levi. He wasn't originally a Solomon gripper.
We were talking about this earlier, actually.
Oh, you have?
Me and
Yeah.
Levi, yeah.
Yeah, so originally he used to be, I think it was Irish.
Yeah, it was it?
So it's both hands down the shaft, but he's found himself putting both hands up the shaft into a Solomon, like you see as he plays. How would you describe the Solomon technique? I think there is a name for it, but how would you describe the handling of the grip?
So that one or that one? I think
That's standard, that's Solomon.
We're just trying to figure out different hand grips.
Standard and that's Solomon, isn't it?
Standard, Solomon. That's Solomon.
Is that Solomon?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I've been saying it wrong all time.
So you see Levi swinging. He's got a Solomon grip. Both Josh and Levi have Solomon grips.
I think depends what your preference is, but it enables you to stand up right.
Yep.
A lot more. Keep your shoulders.
Ooh.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, you'll
Keep
find
your shoulders
like,
square.
You'll find Paul Kaiser. He's an Irish gripper, and he's
He has a lot of movement. In
movement
in his swing. He's never stationary or set in his stance. He's always he's quite dynamic. And I think you'll find when he's on, that was a great shot.
Good
when
shot.
he's on and he's unbeatable. But when he's a little bit off, there's quite a few variables.
Yep. There's definitely heaps of pros and cons with all the different handlings of the mallet. But yeah, both these boys have got Solomon, and it's really good for power and accuracy. But yep, everyone's got different handlings, and there's both pros and cons of how they hold the mallet. A bit of another, I'm going to give you one more fun fact of both Josh, not too sure of Levi, but with Solomon, the Solomon grip, you usually put your, I think it's non-dominant hand on top. I might be wrong, but the usual hand that goes on top of the shaft with the Solomon grip, it's usually switched around for definitely Josh. So you have your, I think, dominant hand on top and non-dominant hand on bottom. It gets quite confusing with grips and all that.
It does.
Nathan's the same though. Nathan's dominant hand's on the top, I think.
Same with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, apparently it's a rare sighting because I definitely have my right hand. I'm right-handed on top. But apparently I was told that usually your non-dominant hand is on top.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Trying to think
Usually
how I
you
do it
expect
now.
the dominant one to be on top.
Yeah. Good playing with words there, Robbie. Levi here. Oh,
that's
Levi.
unlucky.
Wet hands, get your towel.
Yeah.
He's waiting on
Yeah.
himself. He's got a towel right there.
Use that towel if you got it in your pocket.
Probably forgotten. You can't tell. Is yellow bang in front?
I don't think so. It looks
left?
looks a little bit to the left. I reckon it's runnable.
Yeah, that's what Josh is trying to decide.
Yep. So it looks like he's going to put a clearance into black. And he wants his ball reasonably around the hoop, just in case black does push yellow outside of hoop running position. Nice shot.
Great clearance there.
So there's two options with clearing this ball. He could either, do the shot that he puts his ball right in front of the hoop like he just did with a stop shot, or he could either promote his ball down to the next hoop, leaving that ball not offside.
Mm.
But I think with this scoring, to be 6-4 up, I think I'd want two balls in front of my hoop.
Definitely.
There's Levi going for a very long clearance.
Where is the blue ball?
I don't know.
Couldn't tell you.
Oh,
unlucky.
It's quite off, unfortunately. This could be 6-4 to Josh, maybe? You can see from this angle it is definitely to the left.
Well, this is a really important hoop. This really changes the dynamics of the game. I think it might change your predictions with a 6-7 finish, potentially.
I think it does.
But hey, anyone can come back to this. My brother came back from
That's
6-3 down to win 7-6.
And
So
if Levi, even if he just gets one really good clearance or a good shot down the middle, good hoop shot from hoop 11 to hoop 12, takes control of both the hoops down the middle, then it's going straight to the 13th.
Yep.
Although definitely advantage to Josh, especially moving from hoop 10 to hoop 11. We've got quite a short approach, which
Yep.
means short roquets.
I think it puts a little bit of pressure off Josh. He knows that it's just one more hoop to go.
Yep.
And, if he doesn't get hoop 11 or 12, he's always got first ball to the 13th
Exactly.
hoop. So that's just the hoop that they just played from.
Great positional shot there.
So if it's 6-all, they make their way to the 13th hoop to decide who wins the game.
So yeah, the score is currently 6-4 to Josh.
Yeah. Now it looks like Levi potentially attempting the roquet on the Fedo ball. If he manages to hit this and then yellow clears blue, then we've essentially got a reset on the hoop. The ball
Bit
was
jumpy,
bobbling
yeah.
a lot there. It's always not something you want to see, usually due to the conditions of the lawns.
Josh is going for a clearance on blue.
Trying to look for position. Oh, that's a
Very
beautiful
nice.
dead
Very good.
centre ball in there. Gives his ball just around the hoop.
Yeah.
So if his red ball gets cleared, it's good to have a second ball
Yeah.
just around the hoop. If anything else needs to be cleared, set up, either that.
He's able to maintain control of the hoop, even if Levi happens to hit the perfect shot.
So now that it is 6-4 to Josh, Levi does have to get the last three hoops essentially.
Yep, he's gonna have
a
to hit
must.
this. This is
Yeah.
It is a must get. This is to win, or to lose.
Looks quite promising.
Oh, good
it's a
shot
beautiful
there.
Shot there. Obviously, Levi, with as many accolades as he's managed to achieve, is well accustomed to shots like that.
Yeah, exactly. He's played in a lot of tournaments where he's been down. He knows how to come back and win. So that's a big thing with pressure, especially in this high quality of a game, coming back after being down, not putting your head down. Just keep going until the game is completed.
That's right. Now, do we think that was the right ball to play? Positional shot? He's obviously trying to give himself at least a chance of a shot at the hoop.
Yeah.
If Josh were to make a mistake, but he's placed it inside.
I think it's
deep.
a little too close.
Yeah.
I would definitely put it either behind yellow.
Yep.
Just because his ball's going down to the other side of the lawn gives him a longer clearance.
That's right. Had he put that ball deeper, Josh may have turned around and shot at the hoop.
Yep.
Or cleared him to the short boundary.
And I think even being cleared, it gives you an option to also run a hoop from
the
that boundary.
Which I think is what he was looking for. Unfortunately,
you could see that ball jump and it's hopping.
It appears that ball may have just jumped over his ball he was striking for.
Well, to win the match, the game 7-4, Josh Winter.
Oh, unexpected.
Unexpected.
Yeah, so that's hit the wire and that's rejected into not the best position you want. It's still around the hoop.
Yeah, definitely still runnable.
But
having a bit of a giggle over it.
It gives Levi another opportunity to hit something, and the game continues. The sequence continues.
Levi's got his game face on now. He knows what he's got to do.
It's always a bit nerve-wracking taking that final shot to win the game. There's a bit of pressure because it is to win the game. So you actually find that with a lot of games, especially reasonably quite easy shots, it could go either way.
Yeah.
I've definitely found that in my tournament this week. Definitely versing my brother. I probably had the same shot to win the game.
Ooh. Now that's not the best shot from Josh there. We saw with his previous two Croquet strokes. He managed to hit centre ball. One in fact was about a 7-yard shot. So he definitely wouldn't be happy with that shot there.
Yeah, so if Levi clears this, it kind of resets all over again. This gives Levi a chance. He's got his black ball definitely closer than yellow that's just been cleared. So there could be a change in the game. But it doesn't look like he got that shot. It gives him another opportunity to win the game, Josh Winter.
So if Josh gets this, our prediction would be wrong.
Yeah.
And that is,
there we go.
That is game.
From Josh.
So that's a 7-4 win to Josh. However, Levi is our under-21s champion for this year.
That's right.
Yep,
would this have any ramifications for Josh's placing?
I think so. I think it's either going to give him an opportunity to secure the second place. I could be incorrect.
Yeah.
But that one was pretty crucial to come second or third. But it looks like Levi, even though he's lost, he's got a smile on his dial. He just looks like he is the under-21 golf croquet national champion.
And I think Robbie has just gone to go and grab him for a little interview.
So this is Levi's second win in the national singles.
Yes.
I might be incorrect, but he won it last year.
I said that before. He won it last year, and then he won the doubles with Joel last year as well.
Yeah.
So 2-time running.
Exactly. Well, Levi's coming. And
Josh as well.
Yep, I'll grab him.
Hello, Levi.
What?
Welcome. First of all, congratulations on your under-21 championship title.
Thank you very much, Charlotte.
And how did your game go?
Well, that last one wasn't very good, but I mean, at that point it didn't matter too much. I mean, it would have been us to win, but yeah, Josh played well. So congrats to him for coming second.
And we've also got Josh here as well. How'd you go, Josh?
I went alright. It was a bit disappointing to No, I was out. Yeah, but I had a good game, so it's good to finish on a high.
Mm. That last hoop was a little bit of a battle for a little bit.
Yeah, I missed like 5 clearances or something. It wasn't too good.
Which changed the game a bit, didn't it? But, you know.
Yeah, it would be nice to have a shot at it, but oh well.
Yeah. Anything else to add, guys?
I think that's all.
That's
Congrats to Levi for winning.
Thanks. See you all next time.
Well, most
Or
of you, well,
maybe not.
most of us.
Yeah.
Maybe a few. But we'll see. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. Just a quick thank you to our sponsors. Whakaata Māori, Bailey's, Caltex, New Zealand Carbon Farming and Apollo Projects. We'd like to thank all of you for enabling us to stream and run an event like this.
Under 21,
Yep, the Terminator Mallets Under 21 tournament. And a final thank you to all of the groundskeepers, the ladies in the kitchen and the event manager for making a tournament like this possible. Yes, and the refs as well. So thank you, and we'll see you on the next one.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
We found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.